Bastard Prince by Nana Malone. Narrated by Madison Aquay. 1. Lucas. One sentence. One lie. One soul-crushing denial and my life was over. With a whisper, my mother had stolen my family from me. The one place I'd ever belonged. Get out, I ground out, my fury bubbling just beneath the surface. My mother sighed, gnashing down her teeth as if she were grinding down the lies she'd told. Look, I know maybe I wasn't the best mother. And the choices and decisions I have made probably weren't the best ones either. But I can make the right decision today. When I tell you to run, I mean it. It's too late for me. I'm caught up in this. This is my bed and I have to lie in it. But you have an opportunity to save yourself once and for all. I won't come looking for you again. Don't let Tony manipulate you into coming back, ever. If you want to save yourself, if you want to save your girl, you have to disappear. Because if he gets so much as a whiff of what's going on with you and the Royals, he's never going to let you go. She glanced over at the sleeping Brenna. For your safety and for hers, I would get out as quickly as possible. And I would put some distance between you and her if you want to save her. Your past is coming for you and you should be hiding from it. My gaze swept over the woman I'd spent a lot of time trying to protect. For once in my life, she was trying to protect me too. I don't want to run anymore. It's about survival. That girl in there, you think she deserves what Tony is going to do to her? There's a reckoning coming. And sooner or later, we're all going to have to pay for our sins. You think it's fair to ask her to pay for yours? My mother turned, pausing at the door. I know you don't believe me, but I love you. I've made some bad choices and I hope you'll forgive me for them. I want to make up for it now. If you don't run, your past is going to destroy your future. So save her from yourself before it's too late. And then she turned to leave. I wanted to be furious with her, to scream at her for leaving me. I wanted to convince her to stay. But neither of those was an option at the moment. All I could do was watch as she left, wondering if I'd ever see her again. And then I slid my gaze over to Brenna. Was my mother right? Did I need to distance myself from Brenna to protect her from the repercussions that were coming for me? You already know the answer to that. 2. Lucas. I only wanted to hold her. I wanted to say goodbye. I wanted to, for a fleeting moment, hold on to the one thing that made me feel good, made me feel right. The one thing that made me feel like I had a place in the world. She was the one person I believed when she said she loved me. Because even when Sebastian said it, I didn't entirely believe him. He already sort of knew the bad things about me. He had a vague idea, but he had only seen it on paper. But Brenna had seen it with her own 2 eyes. She'd caught me red-handed and she had still chosen me. And you're going to walk away from her? This was the most difficult thing I was probably ever going to do. How in the hell could I walk away from her? Maybe you don't have to. As angry as I was at my mother, I believed she was telling the truth. After all, she'd taught me to spot a liar. She'd also taught me to spot vulnerability in people. As much as I wanted to pretend that everything could be okay, I knew better. I knew that staying was going to be a problem. Hell, I'd known it last night. I knew when I left with her last night that not completing the job meant my life was at risk. I just hadn't seen it clearly enough to realize that hers was as well. We thought we could get away with being normal. Yeah, good luck with that. I slid into the oversized couch behind her and Brenna rolled over in my arms. Hi. I thought you were going to let me sleep. I kissed her forehead. I just wanted to hold you. She snuggled in, her soft curves pressing into my chest. You do have to leave her behind. Say goodbye. The kiss was meant to be sweet and soft. It was meant to be a goodbye kiss. But then Brenna sighed, arching her back, pressing her body closer to mine. Leaving her would strip my soul. There was no way I could walk away from the invitation and from everything I'd been fighting to have. I stroked my tongue over hers, coaxing the response I wanted out of her. But it wasn't just me. It was as if some inner recess of her mind understood my desperation, my need, and the pain I was in. She pulled back gently and lifted her lashes. Her dark gaze meeting mine, full of questions. But then Brenna was sliding her hands up under my t-shirt. The gentle pass of her fingertips played over my muscles, setting small electrical fires under my skin, and I groaned low. This will only hurt the both of you. Be strong. Sleep, remember? I kept you up all night. She shook her head. I'm suddenly not tired anymore. Stop this. She'll be hurt. And you will never recover. That's what my rational brain was saying. But the part of me that loved her, the part of me that needed her, that part wasn't so keen on listening at the moment. Brenna was everything I wanted and needed. Walking away was going to hurt. And right now I would do just about anything to avoid that pain. When she reached my shoulders, her hand slid over them as she gently kneaded the tense muscles there. I hesitated for a moment. But she leaned forward and kissed me. It was like someone flipped a switch. I was lost and desperation was taking over. This was the last time I was ever going to see her, hold her and kiss her. This was the last time I would make her fly, so I had to make it count. 3. Brenna. What the hell had just happened? Besides the best orgasm of my life? It had felt like a desperate goodbye. Stop. He promised he's not running. But still I was so afraid to roll over or to reach for him. The moment I did though, I knew I was alone. I didn't feel Lucas's heat wrapped around me. I'd already grown used to that. The way he tended to either wrap himself completely around me burrito style, or just plain old laid on top of me. Several times in the middle of the night, I'd had to nudge him away so I could breathe. At the same time, I thought it was sweet the way he held on to me as if he was afraid I was going to run away. Newsflash. He is afraid you're going to run away. I attempted to roll over and groaned. Jesus Christ, I was sore. Not just my muscles but down in the lady parts. That last time he hadn't been gentle. He had been demanding. Determined. I tried to beg off of those last 2 orgasms. Honestly, who in their right mind begged off orgasms? But I'd been so tired, my body sore. I'd insisted I'd had enough. And of course he had grinned that Lucas grin and asked me if I'd really had enough orgasms. And then he'd expertly worked me into a frenzy, until I was begging him to give me another orgasm. Then he chuckled and said, I thought you said you had enough? And he'd gone on like that for hours. But now I couldn't move. I winced slightly as I pushed myself onto my back. But then I grinned because as sore as I was, there were parts of me that just felt delicious. Like I was in the middle of some multi-orgasmic super long stretch. It felt incredible. Yeah, that's what it should have felt like every time you dated someone. I dragged the sheet off the bed and tucked it around me. I was far too lazy to attempt to put some clothes on. I needed to shower, and if I was going to shower, he should join me. We could conserve water. Lucas? You know, you've done things to my body I don't think it was meant to do. I have muscles in my thighs aching that I've never even felt before. What did you do to me? I stepped out into the living room, but he wasn't there. I frowned as I went to the other bedroom and bathroom. Maybe he didn't want to wake me. But no matter where I looked, there was still no sign of Lucas. Instinct told me to check the closet. His clothes were still there. Okay, so it was fine. He hadn't left. He probably went to get us some food or something. Calm down. You are not going to freak out. Everything was fine. I was just going to grab a shower, go fetch a drink, start working on my write-up for a new artist, and he'd be back in no time. It was when I headed back toward the bedroom that I saw the note on the coffee table. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. Those butterflies that used to pull low with anticipation and need came back, but they dragged dread behind them instead, making me want to vomit. Oh God. What the hell? Look at the note before you overreact. I scooped up the little note on the plain stationery. Brenna. I wish I could explain, but this has nothing to do with you, and everything to do with me. You've given me the one thing in my life I never thought I deserved. Given that I'm doing this, I suppose I don't deserve you. But one day, I hope you can forgive me. I need to keep you safe. I've left instructions for Marcus and Rune to help you with an apartment. I've got the perfect one. I hope you like it. I've never known love or acceptance like you gave to me. Thank you. I love you more than you know. Lucas. My stomach dropped. Then the bile rose. Oh God. That dread in my belly started to spread and seep throughout my body, eventually weakening me so much that I couldn't stand anymore. Instead, I collapsed onto my knees and then to my side and then to my back, clutching the note he'd left me. It was the only piece of him I had left. And then I curled up and sobbed. He was gone. He'd left me. 4. Sebastian. 3 days later. Despite the scent of hibiscus and gardenias in the air, the breeze of the Caribbean blowing through my office window, and the bright rays of sunshine casting a glare on my monitor, a dark cloud hung over the palace. Where the hell did he go? It's been 3 goddamn days. I knew Rune was under a lot of pressure. But for the love of Christ, my brother was gone. My best friend squared his shoulders and met my gaze levelly. No clue. I knew when the woman came up to the apartment that she was trouble. I listened to him, and I shouldn't have. This is my fault. Marcus apparently wasn't going to let Rune take all the blame. Your Majesty, sir, we were both there. We both should have been paying better attention, especially considering he'd already given us the slip once or twice before. It was imperative we made sure exactly where he was and who he was seeing. We messed up. I glowered at them both. I think that's the understatement of the year. Rune's jaw went tight. Your Majesty. I could tell he was pissed off. It was always in this tone with me. If it had just been the two of us, he would have been screaming just as much as I was, but he wouldn't lose control in front of Marcus. With all due respect, sir, there was also no way we could have possibly foreseen him doing a runner off the goddamn balcony. I stared at him. What? Rune cracked his neck. It's in the report, sir. That's how he got out, a makeshift grappling hook of sorts off the balcony to the floor below. We checked. It was an empty conference room. Locked, but obviously that's not a problem for the prince. I sighed. Obviously. Do we have any idea where he's gone? Any leads? Something. Anything? He shook his head. None. I could see it in his gaze. He was torn up about this. He cared about Lucas too. And despite Marcus, he was taking this on himself. And the girl? Is she okay? Rune nodded. Lady Trestle has been secured in the prince's old flat per his request in the note he left. Well, thank God for small miracles, I grumbled. Penny pushed herself to standing. Gentlemen, I know that this is difficult. She slid a glance over at me, then she continued. I understand that Lucas's past makes it particularly difficult to track him. At the same time, please think. Can you think of anything he might have mentioned about somewhere he might go, or people he might see? Anything could be helpful. Right now, considering the pressure to find the princess and the fact that we don't know all the parties behind the treason plot in the death of King Cassius, Lucas is in more danger than he ever has been before. Somehow Penny was able to get through to them a lot better than I was. I could see Marcus visibly relax. But then it also looked like his brain was working, calculating. Some of the tension eased out of Rune's shoulders too. Please, this is so important. Anything at all. Penny had that way about her. She'd even had it with me. The only reason I hadn't known she was a royal guard was because I felt like I could talk to her. Like she was a real person. Like she was listening and that she understood. She was good with people. I wasn't sure if I wanted to encourage her using that particular skill on my men or not, but at this point I'd do anything to find Lucas. Rune shook his head. No, Your Majesty. But I know he had a whole fascination with family. He might make contact with his mother. I didn't say anything at the time because I didn't think it was pertinent, but I could have sworn I saw the boys of Blake's security visit him at the office once. Some of those blokes are ghosts. I could have sworn I saw Weller though, but he never went anywhere near Lucas's office, so I thought I was wrong. But maybe the prince hired them for a separate job we didn't know about. Come to think of it, the bird that went round to his flat might well have been his mother. The age is right. I can't be sure. I ground my teeth. Bloody fantastic. I'll look into it. I turned my attention to Ethan, my father-in-law. It was strange giving orders to a man who'd helped raise me. Ethan, I would like you to personally find him. I don't know how much trouble he's in, or if this has anything to do with the threats against the royal family, but this can't go on. I want him home in the islands. Where are we on my sister? Ethan's jaw ticked. She has vanished, sir. Jessa Flynn doesn't exist anymore on paper. Not to worry. We're looking at other avenues. She might have changed her name, gotten married, something. We'll find her. Yeah, I keep hearing a lot of that lately. I dismissed them all. They all left. Rune looked like he wanted to stay and talk to me, but I was in no mood. Besides, he didn't need chewing out. I knew Lucas. Rune had done his job. The person I was really mad at wasn't in the room. And it would do me no good to take it out on the people who worked for me. The only person who did not vacate as requested was my wife. I don't think that command was for me, was it? I sighed and leaned against my desk. No. Never you. I'm sorry. I'm just my brother. Yeah, I know. Look, I love him as much as you do. But you know him. He has his own set of issues. You know he never would have left if there wasn't a reason. I nodded. I worried that the reason had been being under too much pressure from me, from what I was asking from him. He'd had a completely different life. One where he'd had to scrape and scrounge for every morsel just to survive. I'd had the exact opposite. Everything had been handed to me. I wanted to hand him some of it, but maybe it wasn't what he wanted. I didn't know. His life is in danger and I've got nothing to go on to find him. She sighed. She stepped between my legs and leaned into me. Automatically, my hand slid around her waist and to her ass, and I pulled her forward. Just the light squeeze had me feeling marginally better. A little kick of endorphins from her always seemed to do the trick. Really? Was the ass squeeze necessary? I laughed. It's called self-soothing. Your ass is my blankie. She rolled her eyes. Sweetheart, there's something else we need to talk about. My hands went still and my stomach knotted. Was this about the secret visit she'd made to the dungeon that she didn't think I knew about? If she'd just asked to see Robert the traitor, I would have said yes. No, you wouldn't have. Okay? No, I wouldn't have. Regardless of the nature of their current relationship, they dated once. Jealous twat. But still, Robert Sandstorm had set into motion a string of events that nearly rocked the monarchy, not to mention nearly killed my bride. So no, I didn't want her seeing him. She is still royal guard. She could be trying to get information out of him. All the various scenarios had run through my head. But I had two fundamental problems. First, her safety. The cells were protected by a fortress. I was being ridiculous, but I didn't want her in harm's way. My other fundamental problem was that she was keeping it from me. Secrets were nasty little things. Did she think I'd forbid it? I knew her new role was with her. We had the artistic trust and she had her painting, but it wasn't enough for her. Especially not when she saw her family in danger. It was as if her experiences in New York and everything we'd gone through had woken the long-dormant royal guard inside her. Before then, she'd never wanted to be a guard. But for some reason, since we'd married, she'd been resisting to giving up her post. I just didn't know what to do about it, because I couldn't very well let the queen run around with a gun, could I? Except she was no pampered debutante. She was a warrior. Always has been. And the last thing I wanted to do was kill her spirit. But she had a different job now. Yeah, because diplomacy and running charity benefits is so exciting for her. This was the one issue we hadn't really ironed out before we got married. We'd just been so in love, and I'd been too busy sliding into her softness as often as possible. So I thought I didn't know what I'd thought. Okay, give it to me straight. She reached into her back pocket, pulled out a thumb drive, and gently placed it on the desk next to my thigh. What's this? It's the report you wanted from Lucas about the financial status of the artistic trust. He sent it over the night he vanished. The report from Trestle is also on there. They both identified the discrepancies in fund allocation. Lucas's is more stringent. He has found all the money. Trestle's is much sloppier. But it's not surprising that they both point the finger at each other. She inhaled deeply. Trestle alleges that he has even more evidence of Lucas's wrongdoing. And he points out the obvious. That your brother was, well, for all intents and purposes, a thief. A white-collar one. Not to mention, with his degrees and training, he's perfectly capable. I shook my head. No. Lucas would never take a dime from us. He wouldn't. Because all he had to do was ask. I'm not saying he did. All I'm saying is that Trestle would not be the first person to try to point the finger at Lucas if and when anything goes wrong, especially where finances are concerned. I'm just warning you to prepare yourself. I know Lucas would never take from you. If Trestle knew anything about him, he would understand that when Lucas steals things, it's either for survival or to teach someone a lesson. There is no malice in Lucas. Never has been. I sighed and relaxed into her arms, dropping my head to her shoulder and kissing her collarbone. Just knowing she believed in him was like a balm to the ache all over my body. She saw what I saw. I just wished that Lucas could see it too. And I hope to God we found him soon. Because if I needed protection, my little brother was a sitting duck. Lucas. This was almost too easy. It was simple to let the old me out. I was comfortable not thinking about who I affected with my actions. This was just plain effortless. It felt like a second skin, like coming home. I was in a vet's nightclub, and the dance electronica was thumping loudly, making the walls shake. I preferred hip-hop personally, but to each his own. This was a known hotspot in Atlanta to see and be seen. A lot of young rich stars came to play here often. The part that made this so fun was that it was a secret party. It moved from location to location, so you had to know people who were in the know. Luckily, as Atlanta was a town I'd worked often, I had a few friends. Dane Jackson was one of them. "Are you sure you want to do this?" I nodded. "Yeah, I'm sure." "Hey man, there's no love lost between me and Tony. Getting payback on that guy is cool with me. I just don't want it to blow back on you." Dane and I had never been really tight. I always thought he was a solid dude, a good guy. His sister had gotten caught up with Tony and she'd gotten pinched. He'd hung her out to dry and let her take the fall. She'd gotten hit with grand larceny. And if he'd even taken part of the credit, they both would have done a year. But instead she'd gotten 6 to 10. Fair enough. I hear you. I'm ready to go. You ready to go? He nodded. This is your access. The biggest stars in the cast are here. Actually, I think all of them are here. The douches are the ones around the VIP corner over there though, dropping bottles like it's nothing. But the money cat, the one paying for all this, he inclined his head upward, that's Adar Tobat. He's one of the producers. Does he ever mix with the riffraff? Dane shook his head. Almost always he's out of it. But we can create a scenario to get him down here. You'll have to be clean and quick. I smirked. Have I ever been anything else? So humble too. I winked. Always. I worked the crowd easily. Simple lifts here, quick cash grabs there. Basic stuff. Not necessarily penny ante, considering how much money we were working with. Minus the credit card stuff, I could easily pull $100 grand just with the cash. It was basically a 4-man crew, and the payout would be a 3-way split between the others because I wasn't there for the money. I had given my mother the earnings from that fateful job. But I wasn't a total idiot. I'd invested that money wisely. I could live on that for quite some time without the proceeds from this job. But this wasn't about money for me. This was about payback. If my stepfather Tony thought he could get away with coming after me, I would make him a wanted man. All the things he'd done throughout the years, he would finally pay for them. He'd gotten away scot-free for decades, but the chickens were finally coming home to roost. It was almost like taking candy from a baby. Cross roots in a star pattern up and back. The cash was easy pickings. The jewels were more difficult. Hardly anyone was wearing anything real or worthwhile. After about an hour, Dane's contact came through. Showtime. Adar was everyone's babysitter. There were 0 rumors of him messing about with too many women, or men for that matter. He was straight-laced, the money guy. He liked to make sure his investments behaved themselves, which was why he was the one footing the bill for this house party, and he'd be the one to cut it off too. But nothing got to him. He wasn't the kind of guy you could blackmail, go after, seduce or entice. He had one vice. Only one. His car. At 10 to midnight we all checked our watches. I whispered 3, 2, 1. I watched as it all went off. And as if brought about my magic wand, Tobat sat up, frowned, looked at his phone, then shouted something to one of his bodyguards. When the guy didn't move quickly enough, Val shoved him out of the way and down the stairs. There was nothing like having the car alarm for $1 million car light up like a Christmas tree to get someone's attention. Natalie, the smallest of us, very casually sauntered over, acting drunk and tipsy. "Oh my gosh, do you think I could sit with you? Up there, what do you say? How do you even get one of those boxes up there?" He said nothing. Just sidestepped her easily. And then Dane and Marco did their thing. A little mini fight. Bodyguards 1 and 2 tried to break them up, effectively distracting Adar. Natalie came back after having taken his cards and scanning them on the reader. Then it was my turn to put the wallet back. The guy was careful, conservative. "Damn sorry about my friends." I patted him down. "That watch looks expensive." "Damn." I deliberately touched him on the arm as I put the wallet in his other pocket. It was intentionally the wrong one. I wanted him to remember that it was in the wrong place. Realizing it was in the wrong pocket would make him check to see what was missing. In addition to our fancy handwork, I'd also planted Tony's thumbprint on one of the cards. We all wore finesse gloves on our hands to avoid any mistakes. They were imperative. If that didn't get the ball rolling, I had backup plans. I prayed to God this was going to work and get his crazy ass off the chessboard. He could come after me all he wanted. But if he went after Brenna, I was going to be forced to do something drastic. And I didn't think he was bright enough to leave her alone if he was free. All right, let's all hope that your plan works, otherwise you'll be out of options. No. This was going to work. It had to. On to phase 2. 5. Lucas. Toronto was one of my favorite cities, and it was stop 2 on the Stitch Tony Up tour. I needed to make the frame job stick better than honey, if I wanted him far away from Brenna. The twinkling lights reminded me of New York but with nicer people. Bustling. Humming. It also had one of the best accesses to international cars in the north. Some of that stuff that wasn't street legal in the States, you could drive in Canada. Granted, any other time of the year you wouldn't want to because the roads were so awful. But God, that one week in the middle of August when it was nice, warm and dry, that was the time. The car scheme was fairly simple. Boosting cars. But not just any cars. The hard-to-gets, the rare, the treasured. It had taken me a month to set up. After the Atlanta job, I'd waited for news of Tony. The local police were looking for him for questioning. I kept waiting for them to take it federal and start connecting his crimes, but they didn't. So I needed to give the authorities another nudge. Another thing Toronto was known for? International ports. Hiding the cars among cargo shipments to ship to other buyers. I had it all rigged. This time to implicate Tony, I was using his IDs and his name, meeting with contacts while deliberately using disguises that at least made me look more like him. He wasn't as tall as I was, but I'd worn a wig and contact lenses to make my eyes brown as opposed to my usual green. I dressed specifically in a leather jacket, leather pants and muscle tee. When asked for a description, people would describe Tony, and then of course, well, I'd be giving them his name. I was basically gone in 60 seconds. Well, it wasn't quite that easy. Maybe like a combination of Gone in 60 Seconds and The Fast and the Furious. No. It wasn't. Most car seizures were fairly simple affairs. There was no need to run on your own, chasing cars and getting chased by the cops. Oh no. You didn't go to the cars. In Toronto, the cars came to you. Especially at a charity auction. I forged invitations and had a certain hacker friend add specific people to the guest list. People who were known to like to flash their very rare cars. Most of them would request a valet. And the others, well, they'd be within running distance. Once the charity auction was underway, we would simply drive the cars away. Easy. Just time-consuming. Dane tugged his valet jacket down. You couldn't have gotten me one that fit. Don't complain. This whole gig is going to net you over $3 million. Ain't that the truth? On my other side, Natalie slipped her baseball cap over her black wig. I'll cheers to that. You guys ready to do this? Marco was silent. I knew for a fact he was already scoping out which cars he wanted. Marco, we're not keeping the cars, remember? We're driving them right to the lot, coming back and grabbing the next one. We have 2 hours. Focus, man. I legitimately had a valet gig at the exclusive hotel. That was my cover, so I would have a reason for access to the keys. As for the others, well, guests would see the valet jackets and just hand them over. That was the joy of it. Natalie grinned up at me. Man, remind me never to get on your bad side. Revenge is going to be a bitch. I grinned up at her. You better believe that's right. Let's drive. I just wish to God it wasn't quite so easy. The sad thing was there was a part of me that realized it would always be easier to be this version of me. So much easier. Not if you want a chance of holding on to her. 6. Lucas. I knew I was probably making a huge mistake calling Blake security. But I couldn't do this all myself, and Weller had been helpful and discreet when he looked into my mother. But to call him asking for the kind of favor I needed, especially now that they were probably looking for me on Sebastian's orders, well, it seemed stupid. That's because it is stupid. But my usual avenues were closed to me. The PIs around the world who I'd worked with before were my contacts because of Tony, so asking them for help was out of the question. I needed people I could trust. People who would help me finally get closer to the truth. Who was I? Since my mother had dropped that bombshell, the question had never been far from my mind. Even while planning my takedown of Tony, the question nagged at me. And the deeper I dug into that mystery, the more convoluted things got. I still had my own funds, so I planned to hire Weller separately from Blake's security. If he even did that sort of thing. This stuff is going to backfire. It would. But maybe I'd be able to get answers first. I knew the deal. I used an untraceable cell, pinging through several relays. One of my former tech contacts was still on my side, at least for the time being. So I'd met him in a neutral location and gotten what I needed, then hightailed it the hell out of there. But it had meant going back to LA, which was fine. I'd ventured back down to Baja to lay low. Tony had a lot of friends there, but no one would be expecting me to come back after the way I walked. So for the time being, it was safe. I pushed away from the window of my hotel. I was definitely putting my old skills to good use. A part of me was glad I hadn't completely walked away from my old life. Always have an exit strategy. I could just imagine the look on Rune's face when he found the grappling hook. Or had Marcus found it? He'd probably been pissed beyond belief, but also respected my hustle. As soon as Sebastian had placed me in the ivory tower, I'd planned for my eventual departure. Like an asshole. My view below was of the water. Not too long ago, I would have been staying away from the windows in a hotel room. But I wasn't that Lucas anymore. Hell, I didn't know which Lucas I was. All I knew was that I refused to hide anymore. The only way to make any of this go away, to stop any of this from happening ever again, was to go on the offensive. Full-on attack. I flipped open the burner phone and dialed the number I knew by heart now. I just hoped that they didn't say no. The phone rang. Rang again. Yep. That was all. Even Matthias's British accent was toned down, as if he gave nothing of himself away before he knew who the hell was calling him directly. Weller, it's Lucas. A beat of silence. I wondered when you'd call. Was it inevitable that I would? I could almost picture the guy shrugging, his face impassive, giving nothing away. You left in a bit of a hurry. I knew there were answers you still wanted. Given the way things went down with Daddy Dearest and that he didn't fall into our net, I figured you'd need some help getting out of trouble. Was I really so predictable? No, actually. I don't want help getting out of trouble. I want to get deeper in. And I need help getting there. What do you need? If he was asking me what I needed, it meant he didn't know. He didn't know that I wasn't a royal yet. I was surprised they didn't have my place bugged. Blake's security knew everything. I thought Sebastian would know by now. Hell, I thought Brenna knew. That everyone knew. You're a fraud. For the first time through no fault of my own. But con men were always frauds. Are you sure going on the offensive is a good move? Especially if you don't have protection. I don't need protection. And I know you're trying to keep me on, so let's stop playing games. What I need is for you to locate Pietro Luca. I don't have much to go on, except that 23 years ago he was my mother's boyfriend in Italy. That's all I've got. Wow, that's some needle, mate. And that's one hell of a haystack. Something tells me you're up for the challenge. Without waiting, I hung up. Then I disabled the SIM. I'd call him again in a couple of days because by then, he would have answers. He was just that good. I wasn't giving them any way to track me. Besides, I knew I would be leaving soon. I'd already been there too long. I needed answers. And Matthias Weller was my best shot at getting them. Brenna. Before turning the key in the lock, I forced myself to take a deep breath. And then another one, when I didn't immediately feel better. Living with Jinx was awesome. It really was. Yeah, you keep telling yourself you feel awesome. Being back home in the Winston Isles was miles better than being in a strange city without Lucas. 3 months since I'd seen him. 3 months since I'd fallen in love with him. 3 months since he'd said he loved me then walked away. Yeah, being home was better. And my bestie was the only family I had. At least the only family I wanted to acknowledge or who was worth talking to. The thing was, Jinx was cheery by nature. And considering I felt anything but cheery, even after the 3 months, I always had to prep myself to go home. To put on the brave face because I didn't want her to worry. The pretending was crushing me from the inside out. But she was my friend. My best friend. and sometimes it felt like she was the only person I had in my corner. After all, what was I going to do, call my parents? Nope, I was right where I belonged. Mornings were a little easier. She was usually up early for classes at the Marine Biology Institute down at the beach. But as she was doing a research fellowship for her master's program, I couldn't always count on that. I turned the knob with a smile plastered on my face and called out, "Hey, I'm back." I stopped short in the doorway, my stomach dropping when I saw who sat in our living room. When my brain came back online, I forced my knees to bend in a shallow curtsy. "Your Majesties." Crap. Was something wrong with Lucas? Was he hurt? Worse. No, you don't care, remember? Right after he left, I'd done the stages of grief thing, starting with denial. I'd spent 2 weeks searching for his face in the crowded streets of New York City. He'd kept his word and found me a great apartment. Rent-controlled, way under my budget. As promised, Marcus and Rune had gotten me settled the day after he left me. The first few weeks after he'd left had been the worst. But I'd survived my internship. I didn't really have any other choice. It was survive or die from a broken heart. My internship was originally supposed to only last 2 quarters, so roughly 6 months. But I'd done such a great job with artist research and recruitment that they'd given me a promotion, which meant I'd come home to work with the regional vice president of artist recruitment, handling Miami, the southern part of the States, and the Caribbean. It also meant I was kept too busy to think, mostly. I could have gone anywhere in the world, but I'd come home. I didn't have anyone else I'd call family besides Jinx, and when the chips were down, it was where I'd needed to be. I didn't dare raise my gaze. I knew what I'd see on their faces in startling clarity. Confusion. Hurt. Worry. Those were emotions I swam in daily, and carried around me like a blanket soaked in sadness. King Sebastian stood, and I kept my gaze averted. Were you supposed to look royals directly in the eye? I had no clue. Sure, I'd been at several balls and I'd met him in passing more than once, but this was different. He was in my living room with his wife. And my roommate, who sat across from them, was cheesing like an idiot. My mind raced with all the rules I'd been taught as a child. The primary was do not speak unless spoken to. But I couldn't help it. I was compelled to let the words trip out of my mouth. Is he okay? My voice was barely above a squeak. I'm sorry to have alarmed you, Lady Tressel. As far as we know, yes. I forced myself to look up at him, the instant tension receding and making my shoulders sag. Oh. I licked my lips. Call me Brenna, please. The title belongs to the family, and I'm pretty sure I'm not welcome in my family at the moment. Hell. Stop talking. Stop talking now. The king didn't give a crap about family drama. I hope you will excuse the intrusion, but we needed to see you. I darted my gaze to his wife Penny, who was standing now. She was about my height with tawny skin, and her curls were pulled back into a bun, although several escaped and framed her face. She looked normal. Pretty. Cute with wide, intelligent eyes. Her lips looked like she was quick with a smile. I finally found my manners. I'm sorry, Your Majesties, but what can I do for you? Penny came forward then. It was only when she moved that I noticed the other bodies in our less than expansive living room. Damn. The royal guard were quiet and stiller than cockroaches in daylight. Had Penny not moved, I wouldn't have seen them. Sebastian, let the poor girl come inside her house, would you? He frowned as if confused and then backed away. Of course. Sorry. I shook my head. My gaze darting to Jinx, who still sat there like the cat who swallowed the canary. It's fine. I placed my bag and the bag of groceries I'd stopped and picked up on the table. I'll put these away. Jinx the traitor grabbed the bag and scurried into the kitchen where she could hide in safety and eavesdrop, leaving me to deal with royalty. Why don't you have a seat again, I guess? What is it that I can help you with? They sat. The guards remained standing, looking quietly imposing. If I made a sudden move toward the king, I was pretty sure they'd move faster than Usain Bolt. Sebastian leaned forward. His brow furrowed as if he struggled with what to say. This has been such a cluster. I'm sorry if it came as a shock. My eyes went wide. Queen Penny rolled her eyes. From the kitchen I heard Jinx snort a laugh. Shock was an understatement. I'd accidentally fallen in love with a prince. Little did I know the prince I fell for was also a grifter and a con man, and boy did I ever feel conned. Did he say anything before he left? I know you were questioned already, but anything you could remember might help us pinpoint his location. Rune and Marcus had grilled me about when I'd last seen Lucas and what had happened that possibly set him off. They had seemed just as despondent as I was. At the time, it seemed like they thought I might have had something to do with his disappearance. Rune had looked like he was measuring me for a cell. But Marcus had been cool, controlled, and made him see sense. It seemed Rune was more than just his guard, and that they might have actually been friends. The king seemed just as distraught as I had been before the numbness set in. His hands and features were set in a grim line. Lips thin, brows dropped forward. That jaw so much like Lucas's S. Hard. Unyielding. Except for when his gaze landed on Queen Penelope. And then I could see the softening at the edges. Not a smile obviously, but a hint of relaxation. What must it be like to be part of this family? To have someone so worried they wanted to tear apart the earth looking for you. I guessed I'd never know. I honestly don't know what I'm supposed to say here. I told his guards everything. I wasn't going to disclose that he'd make love to me like I was the only thing that mattered in the world, then left me like a literal thief in the night with my heart as his booty. The king sighed. I understand. We are intruding in your life, and for that we are sorry. But is there anything else you could give us that would help us get through to him? I licked my lips nervously. I knew what he needed me to say, what he wanted me to say. Unfortunately, I couldn't say it. I'm so sorry, Your Majesty, but I've tried to do as little thinking about the prince as possible. He sighed and shook his head. I understand. And I'm sorry to bring it up, but when we do find him, I need to be able to get through to him. And I get the impression you might be the only one who would be able to do so. I'm so sorry, but you're under the wrong impression. He made it very clear that I mean nothing to him. His lips pressed together in a firm line. Penny sat forward then and placed a hand on his knee. He immediately exhaled and sat back a little bit. What Sebastian is trying to ask is if you knew any way to reach him, would you be willing to tell us? It's of paramount importance. The harsh chuckle escaped before I could recall it. I'm flattered you think he would have given me anything that would be at all useful to you. But honestly, we were roommates. I thought we were friends maybe. I thought we were other things too. But I can't get through to Lucas. The way he left proves that. Sebastian once again pressed his lips into a firm line. My brother seems to have a way with exits. The muscle in his jaw ticked again before he switched course. If by chance we were able to locate him, would you consider helping us convince him to come home? I blinked at him. Was he insane? There was only so much torture I could take. Hell no. Sebastian's brows rose and he blinked several times. Penny next to him laughed out loud. In the kitchen I heard Jinx mutter, "Lord have mercy." I slapped a hand over my mouth. I'm so sorry. That came out wrong. Sebastian's smile spread over his face and for a second I was stunned by it. There had been all these stories of his exploits, about him running around acting crazy. He'd been in tabloid after tabloid, and while I'd seen him in person before, I'd never seen him like this. Settled. Happy. He was more than handsome. He was formidable. A guy like this was probably devastating to be with. A guy like Lucas. That came out the wrong way. What I mean to say is I obviously hope you're able to find him. I hope he's safe. But I have zero interest in ever seeing or speaking to him again. King Sebastian sighed and it was Penny that leaned forward. Obviously, I understand. Lucas can be infuriating and difficult to deal with. But it will take a lot to get through to him. We'll need all the help we can get. If we had you in our corner, we might be able to reach him when we finally find him. We have people attempting to locate him now. We've got a trail that led to Atlanta, then eventually to Italy. We're trying to narrow his location down. We're just afraid that if we all go after him. Sebastian interrupted her. That he'll be like me and bolt. To be honest, he's better at hiding than I was. And I was hard to find. I don't want him going completely to ground. Not with everything else that's going on. It's not safe. There was that word again. Safe. Is he in danger? The king and queen exchanged glances. Penny nodded slowly. There is some danger, yes. Obviously, you are aware of the assassination attempt on Sebastian and myself. Of course. I'm so sorry. God, I felt so selfish. They had real problems and I was moaning about my heartache. She waved me off. Don't be. The person responsible is in jail. But we don't know how many people he was working with, so it's important that we find Lucas for his own safety. I knew the answer they wanted. They wanted me to say yes. My king and queen were asking something from me, and I knew the right answer. I knew what I was supposed to do, what I was supposed to give them. But I couldn't, because if I ever did see Lucas again, it wouldn't result in the ending they hoped for. He would very likely run, but not before I killed him. Then I'd be the one sitting in those supposedly non-existent dungeons. I'm so sorry. I just can't. Not after everything that happened. I hope you can get through to him. Sebastian sighed. He opened his palm and exposed a flash drive. On this drive, there is supposedly overwhelming evidence that says Lucas stole from the crown. That he embezzled funds from the charity I placed him in charge of. Whatever else he may be, I think we both know Lucas wouldn't do something like that to his family. You might be the person that can get through to him to help him clear his name, because you and I both know these accusations are untrue. With all due respect, Your Majesty, I don't know anything about Lucas. If someone is saying that he stole from the crown, it's entirely possible. After all, he was a thief. Even as the words tipped off my tongue, I knew them for the lies they were. Lucas was a thief. Had been. Past tense. And even if he was stealing from someone now, he would never steal from the people he loved and cared about. The way he talked about his mother and the things he'd been forced to do, there's no way he stole from his own brother. That wasn't who he was. But that didn't mean I was going to help them. It wasn't that I wanted to do Lucas harm, although there was an element of that. It wasn't that I never wanted to see him again, though, there was an element of that too. It was that if I did see him again, my heart would break in two and I would never recover. Lucas Newsom had broken me once. I wasn't strong enough to survive it again. I really wish I could help you, but I can't. There is nothing I could say to Lucas to get through to him. We were just never that close. 7. Lucas. I'd been a fool to think Blake's security had no idea where I was. When I stepped outside the apartment I'd rented in Italy a few days after I followed up with Matthias about Pietro Luca, I found Weller and his partner Muller leaning against a gray SUV. When I stuttered to a stop, that earned me a rare smirk from Matthias. Did you really think I couldn't track you through an unsecured line? You watch too many spy movies. Muller chuckled. I love spy movies. Don't you think The Bourne Identity is the best spy movie ever made? Weller glared at him. Stop it. No one has time to even begin to tell you why that's not true. We need to get on the road. Weller shook his head. Besides, everyone knows it's La Femme Nikita. Muller rolled his eyes. Are you insane? Did you see those fight scenes? The two of them bickered as I stared at the pair of them. Weller cocked his head. Well, are you getting in the car or not? If you want to find a needle in a haystack, we all have to be looking. Get in. I wanted to refuse, but I didn't really have any choice. The name of the contact Matthias had located was Mario Tulli. He lived on the outskirts of the city. Oscar drove and took the corners at a pace so alarming I had to hold on to the bar. Why are you helping me again? I asked Weller. He shrugged. Because if I don't, you'll get yourself killed. Oscar grinned. And me and the kid are pretty much a package deal, so you get two for the price of one. I considered that Sebastian might be on to me. But whether Sebastian had sent him or not, my brother was letting my plan play out, so I'd take the help. Besides, beggars couldn't be choosers. The Italians drove like maniacs, but it seemed like the big German enjoyed the craziness of it. I mostly held on for dear life in the back, trying not to throw up. Weller, while a lot calmer about it, still looked green around the gills. The German stayed in the car when we arrived, and Matthias got out and was waiting on the curb as I approached the house. I hadn't anticipated the babysitting, but in a way, I was glad for it considering the bridges I was attempting to burn to the ground. I figured it might be good to have some backup. I knocked on the door and an elderly woman answered. She was tiny with a full shock of white hair, and she was wearing an apron over a simple gray dress. Ciao. I responded in Italian and then asked if she spoke English. She shook her head and patted my hand as if telling me to wait. Then she called back for someone. An older gentleman taller than her, but not nearly as tall as me, came around. Yes, how can I help you? Was this him? Hello? I'm looking for a Mario Tulli. He patted his chest. I am Mario. Do I know you? No. I was hoping to speak with you about someone you knew a long time ago, if possible. He nodded and put up his finger, then grabbed his hat and a light jacket. The spring weather in Rome hadn't gotten quite warm yet, but there was a promise of warmth in the air. We'll walk? Yeah, okay. Weller followed not too far behind as we took a trail right down near what looked like vineyards. We don't have many visitors. If you would like, when we return, my wife will make us some wine and food. Oh, that's appreciated, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. I was hoping you could tell me about Pietro Luca. He stopped and stared at me. Why are you asking? Well, from my understanding, he's my father. I've never known him. My mother only recently gave me his name. He rubbed his jaw. Oh yes, I remember that one. Addie? Adele, I think. I nodded. Yeah, that's her. You look like her around the eyes. I pursed my lips. Any resemblance to my mother wasn't particularly welcome right now. I've heard that. The old man shuffled some of the larger rocks on the path aside. I will say that you don't look anything like Pietro, though. Maybe, maybe not, but I do need to speak with him. Do you have any idea where he might be? I only tell you this because I haven't seen my friend in many years. I always wondered what happened to him. So once you locate him, please tell me where he is as well. Sure, you got it. The old man rubbed his jaw again, as he was trying to decide what to tell me exactly. Years ago, he had a girlfriend. An actress or something, I think. But then she had a child and went back to America with that child. She told him he wasn't the father. He was never allowed to see the baby again. I think that broke his heart. He never recovered. Once his parents died, he moved away. He left the country and lived in Spain and then the south of France. Near Nice, Antibes maybe? His mother was French. I don't know what happened to him after that. But his family home, if I remember correctly, is still in the city. If you have an address you could share, you would be doing me a huge favor. I just want to speak to him. I'm finally unraveling the mystery after all these years. He nodded sagely. It's good that you uncovered the truth. Those people that came for him when he was looking for you and told him to stop searching scared him. My brows snapped down. What people? He shrugged. It was so long ago. I assumed your mother had brothers or other relatives who didn't want a poor man without 2 pennies to rub together to stall their sister's growth or something. I always assumed there was a situation like that. Something that prevented them from being together. He stopped and put a hand on my arm. There was one time we were both coming home from work. We worked in a factory, you see. And out of nowhere someone robbed us. They took our IDs and everything else we had on us. But then they said to him, stay away from the girl. I thought she had a boyfriend or something. But he said it wasn't anything like that. And then he told me that they had come to him before. Do you remember anything else? I'm sorry. No. It's all I remember. It was a long time ago, but you could maybe start with his family home. You'll find him. It looked like I was getting a hell of a lot more traveling in. 8. Brenna. Later that night after the king and queen left, Jinx still couldn't shut up about the visit. Can I offer my 2 cents? I was putting on a face mask while I flipped on Netflix on the couch. Let me guess, I'm not going to like your suggestion? Jinx stroked the brush of nail polish on her big toe. Well, if you can be blasé about the king and queen of the Winston Isles having sat in our living room, I can be blasé too. But can I just say that maybe you should go? You know, if they find him. You mean go and talk to Lucas? After everything that happened? She shrugged. Yes, I think it might be cathartic. Why do I need catharsis? I'm fine. Oh look, I was a liar too. Besides the sad ear eyes? I love you. God knows I love you. But you've been very Jane Bennett with your sad face. Like really, really sad. Like moping around the house sad, and frankly, I don't want to watch you being sad anymore. I will because I'm your bestie, but I feel like maybe if you talk to him or try to figure out what the hell happened, you would feel better. And I'd like my snappy bestie back. Because this is all about me. You think I'll feel better? She did not understand just what he'd done to my insides. Listen, I know you think so, but if you can't take my ear eyes now, wait till you see what a number he'll do on me if I see him again. I know that you think it will be good for me. But I promise you, I won't feel better. Because seeing him will be starting all over again. Seeing him will mean the dull ache that lives in the center of my chest is all fresh and raw again. It's going to hurt a lot. And I'm not ready for that. Also, I might commit murder, so there's that. Her lips twitched. Okay, I hear you. She closed the cap of the nail polish and shook it vigorously. I'm just saying. Do you want to be afraid to see him for the rest of your life? I mean, I don't know his deal. What's going to happen if he comes back to the island? You've been to the palace before. You know the likelihood is high that you'll see him eventually. Are you really going to hide forever? Doesn't he win that way? She had a point there. Well, the way I figure it, I can give it the old college try. I like avoidance. Avoidance is pain-free. Yeah, but for how long? Wouldn't you rather deal with it now and then move on? Closure. I'm a fan. And by closure, do you mean break-up sex? She grinned. I mean, it's been known to get a girl through some things. A low pulse started between my legs just thinking about it. Oh no, you don't. No. Not in this case. In this case, if I sleep with Lucas, I'll be curled up under my bed again playing dead. No, you won't. You're stronger than you think. I personally think that you're going to be great. I think you'll be able to look him in the eye, ask him why he left, and then I think that you will be able to move on. At least that's what I hope. If you don't go, you won't know all the reasons. You'll know why you think he left, but it's all speculation. Wouldn't you just rather know once and for all? She had a solid point. Part of me did want to know, wanted to know so badly that I ached with the need to know. What if I'm not strong enough? What if I sleep with him again and then I'm a blubbering mess? But I'll be here. It won't be like New York where I couldn't get to you. I just think you owe it to yourself to figure out what the hell happened. And maybe he'll say nothing. Maybe he'll just be like, I couldn't handle it so I bailed. But then at least you'll know that he doesn't deserve you. And then you can move on. I loved how Jinx made it all sound so easy. Talk to Lucas, find out why he left, get closure and move on. Meet someone else who wouldn't leave me like a douchebag in the middle of the night. Easy. I'll think about it, but don't get your hopes up. Just like they shouldn't get their hopes up. If they do find him, and if I do go, it would only be to make sure he's okay, because something might have happened for all I know. I wouldn't be doing it in the hopes of getting him back or anything. Jinx shook her head. Oh hell no. Besides, he'd have to work a lot harder than that to get you back. Like a groveling boombox over his head kind of apology. Like all the romantic gestures from all the movies ever. This is just about closure. Otherwise known as a really good orgasm. I giggled and shook my head. You're nuts. I'm just saying. Think about it. No way was I thinking about this. Sure. I'll give it some thought. I knew that when I saw Lucas again, the last thing on my mind would be closure. But Jinx was right about one thing. I did need to know why. It would only eat at me until I did. Lucas. I stared at the phone. I knew I had to make the call, but I sure as hell didn't want to. I knew what he would say, how worried he was, and what he put on the line to do this for me. I hated letting him down. I hated that everything he'd done to bring about what our father wanted wasn't going to come to fruition. But I had to tell him. I made the call, and he answered on the first ring. What? So that means that you're not happy to hear from me. Damn you, Lucas. Where are you? It doesn't matter. Lucas, this is ridiculous. Why did you take off? You had everyone worried. I have been worried. Rune is pissed. And I have to tell you, I am furious. Get your ass back to the islands. A harsh chuckle tore out of my chest. He probably wouldn't be so bossy if he knew. Oh really? You think you can order me back? Are you insane? Yes, I gave you specific instructions. In New York, stay with your royal guard, stay out of trouble. Did you do that? Oh no, you slipped your guard with a grappling hook? You could have died. Then you traipse around the country and run off to Europe? Looking for what? Because your past came back to haunt you. Blake Security noted your stepfather was in New York. What the hell is going on, Lucas? You like that grappling hook bit, yeah? I'd forgotten how much I hated heights until I had to use it. Joking was easier. It meant I didn't have to drop the bomb on him. I didn't know how to tell him. How to make it gentle. I'm sorry I had to take off. You wouldn't understand. There was a beat of silence. Try me. I swallowed hard. When are you going to realize I'm the last person you want near you? Just let me go. Pretend I was never there. The words slashed through me as I bit them out. Shut the hell up. After everything we've been through. I came looking for you, remember? I know you. You're my brother. His words sliced deeper than a hot blade. Stop saying that. You don't know who I am. Was it me or did his voice go softer? Lucas, I'm your family. We need to stick together right now. We still haven't been able to get much out of Robert Sandstorm, so it's still dangerous for a member of the Winston family to be unprotected. Get on the next plane. Good thing I wasn't really a Winston then. No can do, Seb. Just know I'm not a total jerk. I sent you my files on Trestle. Have someone smart and loyal look through them. I don't need to do that. I looked over them myself. Besides, Blake's securities forensic accountant is already working on corroborating your version. Come home and we'll clear everything up with the artistic trust. Interesting. Oscar was trying to prove my innocence. It's important I do this. Do what? Play chicken with your stepfather? You don't think I've been keeping tabs on your old stomping grounds? The car heist in Toronto. Did you have something to do with that? Crap. He was sniffing too closely. Stay out of it. You'll be safer that way. You're an idiot. As long as you're out there unprotected, I'm exposed. Whoever sent assassins for our father can use you. If you want to protect me, protect the monarchy, come the hell home. Home. It was a hell of a word. I had no home. It had all been a mirage. Maybe sensing my hesitation, he tried another tactic. Just tell me where you are. We'll talk in person. I'd kept my timer running and time was up. Not that Matthias didn't already know where I was, or that someone of his caliber couldn't find me. I can't talk long. I'm going to get the answers I need here. I'm not coming back. Having me as your brother is only going to make your life worse. Trust me on that. It's one of those few things you can take to the bank from me. 9. Brenna. So far, work was my saving grace. When I was working with a new artist, it helped drown out the noise of everything else that was going on, or could be going on, all the problems, all the ridiculousness. Unfortunately, it didn't stop me from thinking about Lucas. I told myself time and again that I wouldn't think about him. That I wouldn't worry about him. I told myself that I would focus on all the good things in my life. I loved my job as an artist development representative for Blue Water Studios. It kept me traveling. Every time I packed to get on the plane, that helped me not focus on him. I loved being able to travel and find musicians that no one might get to hear without my help. I loved the work I did. But somehow every part of it was tainted by thoughts of him. I couldn't wake up without thinking about him. I couldn't go to bed without thinking about him. I couldn't get in the shower without really thinking about him, and the last time we'd been together. It was Lucas on my brain all the time. And the little chat with Jinx wasn't helping. I told her I'd think about it to get her off my case, but I couldn't afford to entertain closure with him. Nope, this was far safer. She still watched me like a hawk every night. She'd give me those sad eyes basically saying, "Are you okay? Do you need alcohol? What about ice cream?" And well, she was right to be worried, because as much as I said I didn't need him, didn't miss him, I absolutely did. It hurt. Every single day was painful. But I didn't get to curl up in a ball and vanish. That just wasn't allowed, so I went to work the way I was supposed to do. Went on with my life and tried not to think about him or the way he left and how he'd helped me before he'd gone. Maybe closure was a good idea after all. No. You're just like a drug addict in need of another Lucas hit. Do not fall off the wagon. I still couldn't believe King Sebastian wanted me to go after him. As if that was even a possibility. As if I could wield any power over him. Lucas was always going to do what was best for Lucas and screw what anyone else wanted. That was lesson number 1 in this damned fairy tale. I waved goodbye to the security guards that pushed open the massive glass doors of our building. I didn't expect who I saw there, Queen Penny on the large stone steps outside of the building. I looked around, searching for the royal guard, but I didn't see any. When she saw me approaching, she smiled and stood, dusting dirt and leaves off her butt. "Hi, Brenna." I stared at her. And then my senses caught up to me, and I curtsied. She waved me off. "Oh, stop it with that." "But your majesty, you're the queen. I'm supposed to curtsy." She pursed her lips. "How about I say this? When it's just the two of us girls, treat me like I'm a normal person. That curtsying stuff, I can't stand it." I nodded. I imagine it's been difficult for you. The adjustment? She blew a curl out of her face. Yeah, that's the understatement of the year. I glanced around again. Forgive my saying so, Your Majesty, but your royal guards? Where are they? It was just concerning as hell when I couldn't see them. She gave me a sheepish smile, shifted and rocked back on her heels. Let's just say that, as far as my royal guard is concerned, I'm in the palace meditating or something. I had Sebastian build me a meditation room, for the express purpose of me being able to sneak out of the place. I stared at her and blinked. Your Majesty, that can't be. What? I was going to lecture the Queen on what was the best course of action. Yes. I know. It's not safe. And if this was Sebastian, I'd be screaming my head off at him. But this is different. This is vital and important. I bit back a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Okay, also stop calling me Your Majesty. Just call me Penny. My lips twitched. I couldn't help it. I wanted to smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Sorry, I mean Penny. Now that we've established that, I wanted to talk to you without Sebastian and the imposing royal guard. I am sorry about that, by the way. I frowned. About what? All that pomp and circumstance and turning up at your door unannounced. It felt to me intrusive. But Sebastian wouldn't listen because he had that wild idea in his head that you were the only one who could possibly get through to Lucas. I appreciate you thinking that I can get through to him, but honestly, I can't. Penny's smile was soft and she nodded. If he loves you nearly as much as you love him, I'm pretty sure you're the only one who can get through to him. I blinked and looked around, making sure no one else could hear her. I beg your pardon? Lucas. You love him, right? I don't know what you mean. I hadn't told anyone. Honestly, not even Jinx really understood how deep my feelings went for him. When he left me, I just curled in on myself. Mostly just hoping I could vanish. Disappear. That I wouldn't have to think about him anymore. Yeah, how is that going? She put up her hands. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have just blurted it out like that. That wasn't my intention. But I remember how I felt about Sebastian. How much I loved him. How hard it was to leave him. How infuriating he was. I remember all of that. I remember how angry he was at me when he thought that I'd been lying. I sighed. How did he get over that anger? Honestly, I think he wanted me more than he wanted to be angry with me. And I think he also realized that I wasn't the one he was really angry with. He was angrier with his father than anyone else. King Cassius. I couldn't help myself. I mean, the stories are already a legend. He sent you to guard the prince. You fell in love. It's kind of crazy. But that's exactly the kind of fairy tale little girls in the islands will feast on for decades. You know, you have a whole slew of girls now changing their heroes from arrow-wielding post-apocalyptic badasses to wanting to be you. I think that's crazy because I was just doing my job, following orders. You know, except for the part about falling in love with someone I couldn't have. But I'm here for Lucas and Sebastian. They have this great bond. But it's new, you know? Sebastian feels responsible for him, for bringing him into all of this. Part of him regrets it, I think. Wishes he could have just left Lucas to his own devices. After their father died, Sebastian. I think part of him just crawled in on himself. And Lucas made him feel more whole. But it's difficult for him. I can't even imagine. She nodded. Yeah. Sometimes even I can't get to him. I cleared my throat. I know you're here because you think I can reach Lucas, but I really can't. The way he left, my voice broke. He literally climbed out a window to get away from me. So I'm pretty sure I'll have zero pull in getting him to come home. Don't be so sure. Lucas is a romantic at heart. I know it doesn't seem that way. But when I needed someone, he was there for me. Look, I wouldn't bother you, but you're our last hope. We have an idea where he is. And we're not sure how much longer he is going to be there. If you did love him. She put up her hands. If, okay. I just want to beg you to maybe go to him. Talk to him. Try. Because we are out of options, and I think something bad is going to happen to him. This isn't about Lucas or you. I'm trying to save Sebastian's life. If he loses his brother too, I honestly don't think he would survive it. Way to drive that knife deep. I'm sorry. Honestly, I am. If I can help him, I would like to. But he doesn't love me. If you'll forgive me for saying so, after I'd met you for 5 minutes, even I could already see that Lucas would be entirely smitten with you. The fact that he took you in, got you a job, that's Lucas. He would do that for anyone. But the fact that he didn't tell Sebastian and tried his best to keep his word to his brother, that says everything. The guilt wormed around my heart, latching onto that hope, eating it. Maybe she's right. Maybe he does love you. Maybe you can have a fairy tale too. Logically, I knew it wasn't the right thing for me, but I couldn't help it. Inside my chest, the warmth spread because I wanted to believe. What do you need me to do? Penny smiled, and it transformed her face. And even if she was just a little bit older than me, that smile lit up her whole face, making her appear much younger. For your sake, I hope he's worthy of your love. Lucas. I wasn't proud of myself. But sometimes the ends justified the means. I couldn't risk being wrong. For the last 3 days I'd been tailing the old man, looking for some kind of proof, some kind of clue, and nada. What did I expect? He was just a man going about his day. Mid to late 50s. Just normal. What I wanted to do was rush him and ask him all the questions. Like, where the hell have you been all my life? Or maybe, how could you abandon me? Yeah, that was a good one. Back at the cafe we'd just left, I'd lifted his wallet. I'd been so close to him. I could have talked to him, but like the coward I was, I hadn't. I reverted to my old tricks. But hey, a wallet could tell you a lot about a man. I'd expected it to give me some answers, some clues. Something. But all I had was a name and an address in Sanremo. Over the last 3 days, the old man had been surprisingly slippery. He'd often hopscotch between Sanremo, Nice, and Monaco. He worked at a small textile plant in Sanremo, so maybe the travel was work-related. Some days he took a rusted yellow Volkswagen Beetle on his trips. Other days he took the train. Yesterday he'd gone to Nice in the morning, come back to Sanremo, then gone to Monaco. He didn't move like someone who was hiding, but still, despite my attempts, he'd given me the slip when it came to where he lay his head at night. And to be clear, I was good. A pro. So to give me the slip meant the man was careful. And resourceful. Hence the wallet lift. I didn't know how much time I had. I had to assume Sebastian knew at least my general location, thanks to Weller and Muller. At any moment he could send a whole battalion of men to come and cover my behind, and drag me back to the Winston Isles kicking and screaming. You could tell him the truth. Just the idea made my stomach cramp. Because you're still hoping she's wrong. It wasn't like my mother wasn't a known liar. She was? But which of her half-truths did I believe? You know the truth when you hear it. She'd been speaking the truth back in New York. I ground my teeth together and kept my eye on my target. Supposition got me nowhere. Proof. I'd get proof. Then one way or another, I'd know. But until I had it in my own hands, I wasn't giving up. Too much was riding on it. I'd walked away from the only person to really love me, for her own protection. I couldn't offer her anything unless I knew the truth and what I was really dealing with. When I knew where the hell I'd come from, maybe, just maybe, it would all make sense again. I had to know how the hell I got here. From pauper to prince and back to pauper again. You'll never be a pauper if you know how to survive. It was something Tony used to say all the time. He used to say, kid, a good thief will never starve. An excellent thief will eat like a king. I didn't understand what he meant then. But ironically, I think I understood it now. When this was over and I had the answers I needed, I was leaving it all behind. Could I be an excellent thief? Absolutely. Did I want to be an excellent thief? No. Not anymore. I had no desire to be a king amongst the Ives. I wanted to be normal. When I was a kid thinking about all the fairy tale kid things, yeah, there were the thoughts of getting to be in the band. Or the little boy version of Annie, with Daddy Warbucks coming to save the day. But mostly, I just wanted to be normal. I wanted a dad who went to my baseball games. I wanted parents I could talk to about stuff. I wanted normal real-life kid stuff. I didn't want to be a prince. Lucky you. You probably aren't. The old man was on the move. It dragged me out of my self-loathing reverie. He was making a left up ahead. I followed silently, pulling a pack of cigarettes out of my pocket and lighting one of the damn things. I didn't smoke. But it certainly helped me to blend in. In Italy, everybody smoked. If you weren't smoking, people noticed. And it gave me a good reason to walk out at night. The cigs made me look the part and less creepy. The guy who was stalking the man who might be his father. Up at the corner, I casually went to make a left, checked my sightlines, and nearly walked into a brick wall of muscles. What the hell? Man, you're so busy tailing the old guy, you didn't notice your own tail. I glanced up and scowled. Muller. Oscar, what the hell are you doing here? He rolled his big shoulders back. Stopping you from making a mistake. I tried to glance around him, but he was surprisingly agile. I'm not making a mistake. Do you know how long I've been following him? At night he's a ghost. Get out of my way. Yeah? The last 3 nights. I thought you were smart enough to wait for backup? I scooted around him, jogging, trying to see if I could catch up with the guy. But as big as he was, the German kept up easily. I don't know why Weller likes you. He grinned, turning that menacing Viking scowl into something striking. It's my good looks. The kid's got a crush. He's doing something for Noah, so you're stuck with me tonight. You don't have to stick around. Yes? I do. You're going to get yourself killed. You think someone gets that good at hiding because he's a good guy? He likely has the kind of friends that need hiding from. Besides, you think he'd appreciate you following him or stealing his wallet? I scowled. I didn't steal it. I borrowed it. Just as soon as he lets me get near his place, I'm going to return it to him and then ask him all the questions I have about my mother. Oscar crossed his arms over his chest. Oh yeah? That's your big plan? Well, for now it's what I have. I would have Google mapped that stuff, but he's off the grid. He gave me the slip in Nice last night. But he showed back up at work this morning, so this is pretty much my last shot. It's almost as if he knows someone is on his tail, but I've been careful as hell. Oscar just snickered. You're okay. A bit amateurish at your recon, but not bad. That lift was pristine though. I didn't see it. It wasn't until I saw you going through his wallet that I realized what you'd done. If you want a job at Blake Security, give us a shout. I'm pretty sure you guys are supposed to stop people like me from stealing stuff, not hire me. He shrugged. You know, good guy, bad guy, pretty relative. Hell, we have all sorts of former badasses in our squad. And let's just say that someone like me understands someone like you very well. He grinned at me and winked. I narrowed my gaze while I watched the road for signs of the old man. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying you're a criminal too? Oscar grinned and placed a hand on his chest. Me? That's former criminal to you. My brows lifted even as I tried to catch sight of my quarry. Oh yeah? The big German nodded. I got myself in trouble I couldn't get out of. Noah saved me. So now I use my skills for good. I don't know, he might give you a shot. Yeah, well, you can't work for Blake Security when you're the prince. And when you are a former thief, it's hardly likely that anyone is going to want to hire you. Well, you never know until you try. But as much fun as this has been, I can't let you follow that guy alone. I'm here to back you up. We'll go question him together tomorrow. Was he insane? By tomorrow, he could be gone. Look, I get it. You want answers about who you are and all that stuff. But this isn't the way to do it. Your ass is in the wind right now. It's not going to end well. Why are you helping me? You know the Crown hires us, so. I shook my head. No, because I'm pretty sure Sebastian is still looking for me. I know Noah is obligated to tell him where I am if he knows. So I could surmise that this is either some odd game of cat and mouse play with my brother or Noah doesn't know where I am. Which means that you and Weller haven't told him anything except my general location. Oscar rolled back on his heels and shoved his hands in his pockets. You know, Noah doesn't need to know everything. Besides, I had some leave. I'm here to see Italy. I spent a lot of my teens in Italy, screwing up all over the place. You still haven't answered my question. Why are you helping me? Because the kid Weller, he seems to like you. I frowned. How can you tell? He never smiles. Actually, he does with you guys. But with me, he's all serious. That's because he sees himself in you. But he says to trust you and help you. He's my partner, so I'm staying. You're not going to stop me. He shook his head. No. I won't tell Noah either, but you got maybe a week tops before Noah catches on. Until then, the kid and I will watch your six. Angelo is coming for you. He's pissed that the charity job went bad. Yeah, well, I've laid a trap for him. I just hoped I'd have answers by then. 10. Lucas. Turned out it was more difficult to follow the old man with my constant shadow tagging along. And he was slippery. We'd still been unable to follow him to his flat, so the direct approach was going to have to be my ticket without backup. And the opportunity was here, so I was going to take it while the Blake security guys were busy. Stop being a wuss and just go up and talk to him. We didn't get to talk. I'd been sitting at the same cafe as Pietro Luca for the last hour. He'd come here after work today. No trips to Nice or Monaco in the last 2 days. Normally with any mark I'd watch them for weeks, months even. I'd take my time to follow them. See what they did on the weekends. See what they did on holidays, who their family might be. This felt rushed. Because it is rushed. But I needed answers, and Oscar was right. I was running out of time. I was good at hiding, but Tony, he was motivated. And honestly, I couldn't spend much more time in Italy. If I did, I'd get caught. Either by my brother or by my stepfather. So it was almost time to leave, to ditch this pop stand, which meant I needed to grow a sack and go talk to him. I rubbed my hands on my jeans for the umpteenth time. And then I pushed out from my seat. The chair squeaked a little on the linoleum and I shoved it back. Now or never. I walked up to the table at the front. May I? Pietro glanced up and nodded, waving a cigarette about. It's a free country. Actually no, not always. There are quite a few fascists in the government. I couldn't help it, I chuckled. He had a point there. I wanted to do this with more finesse. Really I did. But I'm out of time. You're Pietro, right? His gaze slid over me. Who's asking? Do I owe you money? You don't look like anyone I owe money to. I had to chuckle at that. No, you don't owe me money. I just want to confirm that you are Pietro Luca. You knew Adele Joninsky when she was here in Italy, is that right? Pietro's eyes went wide and then scanned over me again. This time with more scrutiny, paying closer attention. As if looking for something specific. I knew her. Who are you? I think you figured that out by now. I'm your son. I think you're my father. He paled, then assessed me again. I dress simply. Jeans. Tennis shoes. T-shirt. My clothes gave nothing away about who I might be. So what if I knew your mother? My lips tipped into a smirk. I never said she was my mother. But that topic aside, I was told an outrageous story a year ago about who I was and where I came from. Now there's only one person to corroborate that story. No one seems to have the time or availability, and all I want are some answers. He sat back with his cappuccino. You didn't have to say. I can see it in your eyes. I know you think you want answers. But you won't find them here. Just, what the hell did I need him to tell me? Just tell me the truth. If you know my mother, is there a chance that you are my father? He leaned forward, studying me again in that way of his. I don't know. But I don't see any of myself in you. Yeah, well, I guess I've learned you can say anything you want to say, so I'd really like to get this right. The old man sagged as he sat there. What a horrible thing to not know where you came from. I've often thought about you. Where you were, if you were even my son, or if I had screwed up by letting your mother take you. But I have no way of knowing. He shrugged. So just like that you let me go? That's not what I said. This was a bad idea. The more he talked, the less I knew. Well, can you at least tell me what the hell happened? He leaned forward on the table. His voice was low but had a soft lilt of Italian in it. All I know is shortly after I met your mother, these men, 2 of them, turned up at my job. You know, big dumb looking. I remember as if it was yesterday. They were dressed in black, wearing gold rings with a dagger symbol. I can still feel the dagger on the ring pressed into my face as they tried to reason with me. At that time I had hardly any money, worked in a factory, and barely found a way to survive. And they told me what was going to happen. That your mother had met someone important. That he was smitten with her, or whatever the hell it was he told her. They told you she was cheating on you? He nodded. They said she'd betrayed me. I didn't believe it, but of course it was the truth. Then she broke up with me. I found out she was having a baby, and I had no idea whose baby it was. I tried to do the right thing, to look after her and the child. And then I realized that I didn't have the means to look after a family. I had no business being anyone's father. You'd be surprised. The alternative was so much worse. He frowned. I'm sorry if you had a difficult life. Difficult? That hardly covers it. His head sagged, making him look like he was shriveling in front of my eyes. It hurt not knowing where you were. But those men, they gave me more money than I'd ever seen. All I had to do was stay away from you. I shook my head, the rage seeping out of me through my pores. So you sold me? No, I survived. Those men, they were serious. They didn't ask kindly. That money they gave me was on top of the bruises and broken bones they gave me. Steel yourself. He still sold you. Do you know who they were? He shook his head. No. But they were determined that I would not be in your life. I got the impression it was very important that you be the child of that other man. Why? Again, I don't know. But 10 years ago, when my parents were gone and I had some money saved, I tried to find you. I sat up straighter then. You what? The old man nodded, even as his body looked like an old scarecrow too frightened to do his job anymore. Yes, I hired people. Spent my money. What happened? I met with a terrible car accident. It almost killed me. Put me in the hospital for 2 weeks. That was when I started being more careful about my location. Those people are dangerous. Twice they almost killed me for trying to be your father. I figured you were safer without me. 11. Brenna. I was already regretting this. Is this a mistake? Will he be happy to see me? Or was it as I'd already imagined? That I'd been mistaken when I believed he loved me? Was it possible that I should have listened to my brain and not my heart? I heard the doorknob turning. My hand started to sweat. My pulse jumped under my skin. Heat spread from the center of my chest. I was awake. I wanted to see him. I wanted him to be happy to see me. I'd never been to Italy. It had always been one of those bucket list places. But you aren't here on vacation. Despite the coastal charm of San Remo and Lucas's oceanfront flat, I wasn't here for fun. So why are you standing in the dark in his apartment, giving him no option but to talk to you? Well, I wanted him to be happy to see me, but I also wanted to make sure he couldn't run away this time before I got some answers. If I was going to do this, come all the way to Italy so that I could save his life, he was going to give me something for my pain and suffering. I wanted answers. All the answers to all the questions. Why did he leave me? Did he make up excuses so he could leave me? Does he still love me? No, not that one. I wasn't going to ask that one. Because that one didn't matter. At least that's what I told myself. I didn't care if he still loved me or not. I had a job to do, and I was going to do it. Get him home. Easy peasy. Conversation. Tell him it was dangerous and that we needed him back. Done and dusted. Except when he stepped through the door, the rush of emotion was unexpected. It lodged in my throat, making me unable to talk, and my eyes brimmed with tears. He was alive. Obviously. Was that even him? He closed the door quietly and took off his jacket. He didn't turn on the lights at first, though. He just strolled toward the kitchen, pulled open the fridge, pulled something out, turned around, and finally hit the lights. There he was, beautiful tan skin, tall, broad-shouldered. My eyes ran over him, drinking in every detail. One last lingering look before I'd have to give him up forever. Dark hair windblown. Dark eyes intense, shrewd, flat and deadly. Muscles pulled tight and taut over his shoulders. And then my gaze traveled down to his strong arms. Tan forearms on display, right to the end of the gun in his hands. Oh God, it's just me, don't shoot. He cursed low and immediately put the gun down. Damn, Brenna, what the hell are you doing here? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. He stared at me. You didn't mean to startle me. But what the hell are you doing in my apartment? In the dark? I could have killed you just now. Like I said, I'm sorry. He sagged. He tried to take little steps toward me and then stopped. His gaze searched my face. Are you okay? I nodded, even though it was a lie. Yeah, I'm fine. I guess that question is really for you. Are you okay? He rolled his shoulders back. How did you find me, Brenna? Does it matter? I'm here now. And you're bloody. He sighed. Yeah, it seems to come with the territory. You're not answering my questions. How did you find me? I don't think you're asking the right questions, Lucas. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't know how long we stood like that, neither one of us really talking, but instead watching each other, locked in a dance of where we might have been if we'd been willing. Finally he softly said, "I'm so sorry." It was on the tip of my tongue to tell him it was okay, that I was okay. But was I really? I hadn't been okay in months. I looked at him, met his gaze, and told him the truth of what I'd been feeling for the last 3 months. No, I'm not okay. How the hell would you feel if someone abandoned you in the middle of the night? Lucas. Abandoned. Way to go, genius. I knew I'd hurt her, but somehow I'd assumed I'd been the one who was more devastated. Her voice was soft when she asked, "Did you mean it?" My heart squeezed. I knew what she was asking me. Does she really have to ask that question? Brenna? It's a simple question, Lucas. Did you mean it when you said you loved me? Yes, I meant it. I understand you're pissed that I left, but it was for your own good. It was for your own sanity. I was keeping you safe. Just now some idiot with a knife tried to carve a chunk out of me. That's the kind of assholery I was bringing to your door. I did you a favor. Each word that tore out of me was like a slice to my soul. A favor? So instead of acting like an adult and telling me, "Hey, while this is awesome, it's probably the wrong timing and I'm going to bounce," you snuck off in the middle of the night like a thief. I recoiled as if she'd hit me. Real nice. Oh, don't you dare do that. Act like I insulted you. You are a thief. Yeah, she had a point there. So what? You're mad at me because what I didn't call the morning after. A hint of nastiness slid into my voice. I didn't want her emotions spilling all over me. I didn't want to feel. I didn't want to see the pain in her face. You don't want her to know how much it hurt you to leave her. Funny little thing, she was fast. I almost missed the quick swing of her hand. I ducked back to avoid it, but her fingertips still managed to tap part of my cheek. I stared at her. I don't think she'd ever actually hit someone before in her life. She stared at me, eyes wide, mouth parted in horror. Brenna? Her other hand swung out. This one connected, surprising us both. I reached for her and she darted out of the way. Damn you, Lucas. I couldn't help it. I didn't mean to laugh. It just came out that way. Which only pissed her off more, making her swing out at me again. This one I caught the full brunt of. The first one, yeah, I deserved. The second one I was definitely asking for. The third one, no. You don't get to be pissed off at me when I was trying to protect you. You're such an asshole. You have to look like you believe what you're saying. Just tell me I was a lousy lay and leave like every other normal guy in the world. Don't act like you actually like me. I gripped her hip. Is that what you think? That night? Both nights? You destroyed me. Her eyes went wide. My grip only tightened on her. My body knew that now that I had her in my hold, I would be a fool to let her go again. It's like you crawled inside me and utterly destroyed me. Touching you burned everything else to ash. Your fire was so hot. That's what it felt like to be with you. I didn't mean to pull her close. I knew that I was a fool to do it. It was a bad idea. So terrible. But I couldn't help it. She gasped. It was barely audible, but I heard her. Her pupils dilated and her lips parted. It destroyed me to leave you. I don't believe you. You don't have to believe me. Walking away from you shredded my soul. You're the first person to ever love me. She blinked rapidly then. Her lips parted as if she was going to say something, but then she stopped herself. I don't believe you. But her voice broke, telling me that she was starting to believe me. She understood what I went through when I walked away. The hitch in her voice also told me something else, something I was afraid to hear. She still loved me. And that hurt her. It hurt to know that. Even though I knew it from the beginning. I knew walking away from her would hurt her, but that in the long run it would be the best decision for her. Just answer the question. Did you mean it? Yes, I love you. Now what are you doing here? She wiggled in my arms, trying to break my hold. She was close enough I could feel her curves pressing into my muscles, and I wanted to lock her there forever. But I wanted her to tell me why she was here. Why was she opening up the wounds that had finally started to scab over after picking at them day in and day out? Picking at the memories of the way she looked at me as I'd made love to her. Memories of the way she'd held on to me, whispering my name, Lucas. Those memories had sliced me raw, night after night, moment after moment. It had been an effort to get through every day. And now she was here, smelling like gardenias and sin, and tempting me back into the abyss just when I'd started to not feel again. Why are you here? Even before she answered, I knew I was going to do something stupid. But it almost didn't matter. I couldn't help it. Tell me why the hell you're here. I love you, you idiot. Good. I love you too. And then I dipped my head and slid my lips over hers. 12. Lucas. With a groan I picked her up, my control gone. She wrapped her legs around my waist, bringing her core against the rod of steel in my jeans. She tasted like sin and heaven, and she demolished my control. This is stupid. You'll never get her taste out of your mouth. The hell I cared though. I'd been craving her since the day I walked away. When our lips met, it was tangle of tongues and teeth and searing heat. There was something in the back of my head screaming at me to take my time. To savor this because it might be a mirage. I had to tame the urge to devour her. But Brenna didn't shrink away as I bruised her lips and worked my way across her neck to take the lobe of her ear between my teeth. Nope, she moaned and clutched at my shoulders, the sharp bites of pain just sending my already crazed desire through the roof. You aren't supposed to be here, I rasped between kisses down her neck and her collarbone. You didn't think I would find you. Her words were breathy as I set her down on top of the kitchen counter. Her eyes were slightly unfocused and her lips swollen. I grunted and nipped her bottom lip. Damn, I missed you. The confession tripped off my tongue because I wanted to see it all over her, that dazed, needy look. I wanted to see it all the time. She tucked her head, her voice soft. You didn't have to leave. It was a little drastic, don't you think? My heart squeezed. I did have to. I'm sorry. You don't even know how much. I wish I could explain. All I wanted to do was stay in your arms. To hold you close. No one will ever love me like that again. I know it. But I needed to leave in a way that wouldn't get you hurt. But you're mine. Always will be mine. I loved how she clung to me like she couldn't get enough of the feel of my skin. Her touch made me feel like I was on fire. I picked her up. Brenna was slim but lush in all the right places. I could spend an entire night just worshipping her curves. Worship all you want, but it's on borrowed time. Dimly I heard the faint ripping of cotton, but it was swallowed by the roaring in my ears. She needs me. That alone was enough to chase the numbness away and replace it with fire. We were a blur of movement as we wrestled to get out of our clothes. I moaned aloud when her teeth sank into the bare skin of my shoulder. With a growl, I shoved everything off the table and stretched her out. Brenna. Way to go, genius. That was not what I meant to do. I'd come at the behest of the king and queen to get him to come home, only to find out he had no intention of ever returning. I'd gotten played again. To be fair, you played yourself. Though that wasn't my fault. He wasn't supposed to kiss me. And no, I shouldn't have hit him. I was just so furious. And he was standing there looking delicious and smelling amazing and telling me he loved me, which just, no more. I didn't want to believe it. But you do want to believe it. I slid my gaze over to his side of the bed. He was laid sprawled out like a starfish. I'd only just escaped being stuck under his arms. He had the tendency to hold tight when he slept. I scooted out of the bed, gathered my clothes, and tiptoed out of his bedroom into the living room, then to the powder room off to the left. I didn't dare risk a shower. I was just going to get my clothes on and beat it. The king and queen were on their own. I clearly had no influence over Lucas. He loves you. My muscles ached as I stepped into my underwear and then my jeans. God, what had I done? I would have to start all over again. It had taken weeks for me to start feeling anything after he left. And then I'd basically cried myself to sleep every night for a month. I had just started to feel, not normal but like I could survive this. And now I'd messed up my whole recovery. I was sore in places that my body was all too happy to remember. And it felt good. I smelled like him. And Lord knew he probably smelled like me. Was I sorry about it? I wasn't sure. Physically, I wasn't. God, I needed that. A battery-operated boyfriend just wasn't cutting it. So yay for orgasms. But emotionally, it was going to hurt. It was going to hurt bad. But you will live through it just like you did the last time. Just don't sleep with him again. There was no way in hell I could ever let that happen again. It was just too devastating. And frankly, how the hell was I supposed to sleep with anyone else again either? After what he'd done to my body. Part of me was starting to worry that I was never going to feel that with anyone else. It was just stupid really, but still, that's how it felt. When I met him, he was gorgeous but annoying. And then he'd become sort of a locked-up friend, and eventually someone who dominated my every thought and action. Then I discovered what it was like to be with him, to know what it was like to have him hold me. I understood what it was like to have him kiss me on the forehead in the morning, roll over, and make love to me again. I dressed quickly, knowing I'd failed. This was what happened when you sent me on a mission. Months ago, I'd had a mission to go to New York, and on my first day of assignment to start my career, I'd fumbled back, right? I'd almost ended up homeless on the street without a penny to my name. But Lucas had taken me in like the Prince Charming he was, and had even helped me find a job. I hated that. I hated that I had needed help. I was grateful. He was my first friend in the city. But then he walked out on me. All I could do was focus on my internship, my eventual job, and not falling apart. And I'd survived him leaving. Barely. But I'd lived. And I'd thrown myself into working with artists. That had paid off. I just needed to make that my focus again and not get distracted. Listening to Jinx had been a mistake. Listening to Queen Penny had been a mistake. All that talk about love and closure. But all I'd done was reopen a festering wound. But I could go back. I could focus on work and I would survive again. Because this time I knew better. Back before I'd fallen for Lucas, I'd been convinced he was never going to get it. I needed to go back to that method of thinking. Not because he was a charming player, but because he made me feel too much, and I now knew exactly how dangerous that could be. Yes, that was the plan. I needed to focus on that because it was the only thing saving me. Once I was dressed, I picked up my shoes, tucked my purse under my arm, and tiptoed out of the powder room. I was almost at the door when I heard the low rumble of Lucas's voice. I suppose I deserved this. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. My breathing shallow, I forced myself to stop, take a deep breath, and turn around slowly. We should never have done that. Are you serious right now? I didn't know what I was. I shook my head. I don't know, Lucas. I don't know anything. That wasn't supposed to happen. He crossed his arms. But it did, so what? You're going to run now? You came an awful long way to just turn and run. Look, I came to deliver a message from your brother. That's all. You and I weren't supposed to, I cut myself off. Get your stuff together, Brenna. Sebastian and Penny asked me to come and convince you to come home where you'd be safe. What happened just now was never my intention. It gets too muddy with us. Besides, you've made it clear you're not coming back. You know I can't, right? He pushed himself up off the couch and strode over. I felt like a lion was stalking toward me, ready and prepared to pounce. The problem was my lady parts were all hell yes for the pouncing, which was the last thing I needed. When he was too close, I attempted to take a step back, but the door was at my back. Lucas planted both hands on either side of me against the door. You want to punish me? Walk out on me? I'm in your blood and you're in mine. After that, don't think you can just walk away. You walked away, remember? I tipped my chin up. Sebastian and Penny just needed me to get you to listen. I hope you do, because they'll be trying next. I drew in a shuddering breath. I never wanted you hurt. Even when you hurt me so bad I thought I might die, I never wanted you hurt. That's why I came. I want you safe. But you're bad for me. You hurt me, and if I let you, you'll do it again. I am bad for you. I'm trying my best, Brenna, to be the good person you think I can be, but I'm just not. I never wanted to hurt you. Yeah, well, you should have tried harder before. You cannot walk out on us. I reached behind me and turned the knob. Actually, I can. Are you coming back? He was silent, but he didn't let me pass. He leaned his face close, our breath commingling. My knees wobbled. If he kissed me, I'd be a goner and naked again in no time. My underwear was barely wearable now. If he ripped them off me again, they'd be shredded tatters. I love you. I turned and leveled my gaze on him. I don't believe you. I don't know where I found the strength, but I turned the knob and shuffled around him, quietly closing the door behind me as I left. I'd done my duty. I had asked him to go home. That was all I could do for the king and queen. Now all I had to do was pick up the shattered pieces of my life again. 13. Lucas. I knew to expect him. But still, somehow, it was a surprise to see Sebastian on my doorstep later that morning. The first words I said to my brother were, "That was a low blow." He didn't even ask me what I was talking about. He just pushed past me into my apartment. I was surprised to see that his royal guard wasn't Rune but two others I hadn't seen before. "Did you want it to be Rune? You owe the guy an apology." "Yeah, I owed a lot of people a lot of things. I don't think you understand. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get you home." "Except it's not my home, is it?" "What the hell are you talking about, Lucas? Everything I've done has been with you in mind, trying to do what our father wanted, trying to give you as much freedom as possible. And then you just take off? What? The women in the Winston Isles weren't enough for you? You had to go on some prolonged bender?" "I don't need a horde of women, Sebastian. You just what?" I glared at him. How was I supposed to tell him that everything he'd worked for, everything he tried for, was a sham? A lie. A fraud. Would he believe I didn't know anything about it? "Just tell me why you took off. Look, I get it, the need to blow off some steam. Be wild. Go crazy. And yeah, I know you liked it, you loved to have fun, but I could see it. There was something serious about you. Like you wanted this. So why do the one thing guaranteed to put you in danger? It's so easy to be a king, isn't it? To give a direct order and expect people to follow it." Okay, I was venturing toward prick territory. I shook my head. "You shouldn't have sent her. What choice did you leave me? Your phones are off. You don't answer email if you're even checking it. You're practically off the grid. You have more IDs than I can possibly find. So when Blake Security located you, I had no choice but to send her. Those jerks, they told me they hadn't told anyone where I was. Sebastian, look, I'm bad news anyway. I am not the guy you should be wasting your time and energy on. I'm all screwed up. And trouble follows me around. I'll single-handedly besmirch the Winston name." "Shut up. What the hell are you on about? That stuff with Trestle?" As if I don't see through his plan. My brows snapped down. "What stuff with Trestle? I sent you a report before I left." He sighed. "About that. After you vanished, Trestle sent his own report, one that pointed at you embezzling money from the fund." Fury flooded my veins. "That is bull." I stepped into Sebastian's space and I jabbed him in the chest. "I never would have even taken that job if you hadn't forced me." "I didn't force you." "Yes, you did. You were talking about inclusion and wanting to help people and stuff. Telling me something our father would have been proud for me to do." Sebastian nodded. "Those were all true things. I didn't steal from you. Don't you get how this works? A long con? I'd get you to voluntarily give me money. I wouldn't steal it from you. It's just not the purpose of the con. It's easier to get you to give it over voluntarily than it is to try and steal it. And also, damn, as far as I was concerned then, you were my brother. Family. I wouldn't have done that." "I know." Then he frowned. "What do you mean were?" I ignored the question, letting my anger doing the talking. "And that pompous, arrogant ass accusing me, and you don't even ask me questions. I mean, finally it slowly hit me what he'd just said. You know?" He rolled his eyes. "What? You think this is my first rodeo? I know when I'm being gaslighted. I know that you're my brother and you wouldn't steal from me." He'd muddied the books to make it look like the money started disappearing when you started working for the trust. "Your findings and analysis were more consistent with what I know to have happened. So I'm working on a plan to ensure that Trestle's out. I need to do it carefully, but I know you didn't steal from me. The point is he's trying to make it seem like you would, bringing up things like your past and your history. I'm going to have to quiet him. I say we go ahead and get you coronated and make the announcement, even before we find our sister Jessa. It wasn't the original plan, but I think it's really the best one. If..." I shook my head and interrupted him. "No. Stop it. This has to stop now." "What are you talking about?" "Sebastian, I'm not just going to come back to Winston Isles and be some prince. Give me one reason why not. If your past is coming back for you, you can be protected. You have the full advantage of the Royal Guard. Blake Security can stay all over Sandstorm and make sure he never comes for you again. I don't understand why you insist on doing this alone. It's futile and it's ridiculous. I swear you're a loner. You can't let anyone help you for even a second. I'm not your brother." That stopped him. His eyes went wide and he staggered back a step. What? I ran my hands through my hair and started to pace. What the hell was I supposed to say to him? He'd come all this way specifically to find me, gone through God knew what to find me, and now I was telling him that meant nothing. He'd worked his ass off for nothing. Tell me what the hell you are talking about. I sighed and turned my hands up. There was nothing left to do but tell him the truth. That's what I'm doing here in Italy. My mother is the reason I left. She came to see me the afternoon after the charity ball. Tony had. I stopped trying to figure out how to say it so that he would know I hadn't wanted to do it. I finally just said the truth. My stepfather Tony had us running the Leaning Tower of Pisa. If I didn't do it, he was going to hurt Brenna. You'd ask me to look out for her, so I did. I didn't mean to fall in love with her. I just did. I couldn't exactly ask for protection for her because I wasn't supposed to touch her. I promised you that. So I was caught between rock and a hard place, and I just did what I felt was natural. I said yes. I wish I hadn't. I tried to find 1,000 ways to get him caught, to get him stopped. I even asked for help from Blake's security. Muller and Weller did try to help me catch him in the act and get the cops on him, but it didn't work. Nothing I did seemed to work. Then at the function, Brenna caught me red-handed lifting a piece of jewelry. I've never been caught. Not once. Not by the cops, not by anyone. My lifts had always been pristine. But sure enough, that little slip of a girl caught me. When she did, she stopped me from making that big mistake, and I listened because I love her, and we went home. I was rambling. I knew I was rambling. I sounded like a mess. I took another deep breath. So anyway, nothing happened with Brenna really until that point, and we just, I don't know. I think you love me because you felt like you had to. You came looking to love me. Brenna, she just loves me because of me, I guess. I was determined to be good for her. And I thought I could be. Then my mom showed up the next day and pointed out that Tony was on a rampage. He knew I tipped off the cops and he was going to hurt her. So I put as much distance between me and her as possible. I knew that he was going to figure it out, the relationship between you and me, the whole thing. So I just flew. I didn't have any other choices. There's always a choice, Lucas. You could have talked to me. I could have done something. I could have gotten protection for Brenna. Blake's security would have done it. I knew that, but for how long? That's not the point anyway. My mom, she was going on and on about what Tony was going to do, and how I'd been careless by falling in love with her and thinking I could just stick around. And she was right. I was careless. I made a huge mistake. But I couldn't help it. Then she dropped the real bomb on me. What are you talking about? She told me I wasn't a prince. Told me somebody had paid her a boatload of cash to go out with Cassius when he came to Italy. She had another boyfriend at that time, but she did what they asked. She was some kind of a struggling actress at that point in her life, and she took the bait. Then she got pregnant. Apparently, they came back and told her to keep the baby. Imagine that. Someone made a definitive product decision about me. So she kept me. But your dad came back. He wanted to do the whole family thing. Raise me and all that. She freaked out. The same people came back, gave her more money to toe the line, I guess. They wanted a DNA test for proof of paternity. Of course they did. They did one on me when I was an infant too. It's just protocol. Yeah, well, my mom freaked out about the whole thing and how it all happened, so she gave them a sample of her hair because she couldn't be sure whose baby it was, and she was afraid that your dad would take me. Imagine her surprise when it came back positively that I was the king's kid. Sebastian stared at me. Are you serious right now? Yeah. I ran my hands through my hair and opened the French doors out to the balcony, desperately needing the fresh air. That's what she laid on me? All that stuff before with your father's death and what happened to you and Penny, that's just the tip of the iceberg. This cluster goes back decades. And we're all caught up in it. Sebastian shook his head. No. No, I don't believe it. You look like him. You look like me. Crazy genetics? I don't know. All I know is I was a pauper, then I was prince, and now I'm a pauper again. Sebastian was having none of it. No. I'm not buying it. None of it. So what we're going to do is have your blood tested again. This time by people I trust. My own people. Why was he doing this? Why was he so insistent? I was poison to him. Having someone like me around would bring nothing but scandal. Truth be told, I was way too good at being a thief. Whispers would always follow me. You don't have to do that. It's fine. I was on my own before and I'll be fine now. Besides, I was a hard sell from the get-go. There's no way in hell anyone would let me get away with being a prince after everything that's happened. Sebastian strode over and stopped right in front of me, clamping his hands on my shoulders. You are my brother. Like it or not, we're family. So we're going to have your blood tested. That same blood that was stolen from the lab on the island? How are you going to pull that one off? Besides, even if they can prove that we're somehow related, it still doesn't make me the prince. You can't prove I'm Cassius's son. He was cremated, remember? Yeah, he was cremated, but I have his blood. I frowned. Wasn't there some problem about it being stolen? I feel like Rune told me some story like that. He shook his head. No, I have my father's blood. Let's just say that I had some people secure it. Just in case. My eyes went wide. Did you hire thieves? Sebastian laughed. I didn't send thieves. I sent Penny. I guffawed. It was the first time I'd felt like laughing in the last 3 months. Penny. Calamity Penny. My sister-in-law? Adorkable. You sent her to steal something? Sebastian nodded. She did great too. She went with her mom and Ariel. I just shook my head. I couldn't believe it. So you have possession of the blood? Sebastian nodded. Yup. So we can get some definitive answer of who you are. The rest of the conspiracy stuff we'll work on together. Right here, right now. Let's do it. I didn't want to grab on to that little tweak of hope that I'd somehow still harbored after what my mother told me. Seb, look, there's still a good chance that none of this will come out right. I know. I got you. But once and for all, we're going to know. If anything else happens, I'm not worried about it. Then when this test comes back positive, you're going to come home where you should have been all along. I should have made you fly back months ago anyway. It's stupid that I didn't insist on it. You're not my king. Sebastian shrugged as if that was neither here nor there. No, I am your brother. He pulled out his phone and made a quick call. 5 minutes later, Muller was knocking at the door. When I opened it, he gave me a wide grin. You pissed? I scowled. Damn you. He flashed a broad grin. You love me. I can tell. Oscar turned his attention to my brother. Your Majesty, I brought what you needed. Sebastian started rolling up his sleeve and then inclined his head toward Oscar to set up me. Come on, let's get this over with. You're not a baby about needles, are you? I swallowed. Actually, I hate needles. Sebastian and Oscar laughed. The big German grinned at me. Then you're in luck, because I have the gentle touch of a butterfly. Something told me that I was going to lose a lot more blood than I needed to tonight. But at least you'll have your answers. Once and for all, you'll know. Lucas. Still reeling from the bombshell arrival and departure of Brenna and my brother, I continued searching for answers. At least if I had some answers, I'd know I hadn't blown up my whole life for nothing. Luckily, Weller was as good at finding people as everyone said. The address texted to me wasn't far from the cafe where he usually stopped. I almost didn't want to know what Weller had done for this information. A part of me had started to feel like I was never going to be able to fill in the blanks. Are you sure you want answers? Or do you just want someone to tell you it's not true? I did want answers. Hell, I deserved them, didn't I? My whole life, everyone I knew and loved had lied to me. Whatever their reasons were, they were all still lies. My mother, the one meant to protect me and keep me safe, she lied too. And let's face it, Tony was nothing but a liar. I hadn't known honesty or compassion or real love until I was an adult. I couldn't be blamed if I didn't want to lose it. I was perfectly rational. I rounded the corner toward the address and I paused. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. With a sigh, I turned around. Damn, Muller, I understand. I get it. I'll stay off the radar. If you just... The knife came out of nowhere. I felt rather than heard the displacement of air, the subtle swish. But I jumped just in time. Years of avoiding blows certainly served me well. Hands up, face protected, gut tight just in case. There was another slicing displacement of air sound. I put up my arm in an L shape to block at his wrist. Then I angled my wrist, grabbed hold of his, drawing him close. I tucked in my arm and twisted, effectively trapping him. My assailant growled, and then delivered the perfect knee strike to my lower abdomen. Not quite in the balls, but damn, that hurt. I still didn't let him go though. I delivered a series of jabs to his face. Another jab. I didn't stop until I heard the cluttering of the knife behind me. I shouldn't have stopped though, because the moment he dropped the knife, he tried to grab me around the waist and grapple me down. I delivered elbows on his upper back, aiming for his neck, and he slammed me back against the brick in the nearby alley. I coughed as the air was forcibly compressed out of my lungs. Jerk. I kept delivering those elbows. He landed several blows to my midsection. Those were far less impactful. Finally, one of my blows landed on the back of his neck and he groaned, loosening his grip. I delivered another one that shoved him back. And then I launched myself at him for some good old ground and pound. One fist, another fist, a third fist. I held him tight. Jabbing. Blood started spurting out of his nose and down his chin. He was coughing, his arms flailing. Who sent you? He was trying to say something, but blood was coming out of his mouth now, and it was probably making it difficult for him to talk. I pulled him close. I said, "Who sent you?" I leaned closer. Damn you. His accent was Italian, which made no sense. Tony was your run-of-the-mill, not quite southern, not quite northern con man. He had plenty of contacts in the US and Mexico, but I couldn't imagine he'd have anyone in Italy who was willing to come after me. I'm going to ask you again. Who sent you? The guy grinned. A nasty kind of grimace with blood on his teeth and running down his nose. And I said, damn you. You're going to die. No, not today, I'm not. I heard the distinct, tinny sound of another knife. He had another blade, and I cursed low under my breath. His arm swung out and I blocked it with my other arm, wrist to wrist. I snapped my wrist around his, grabbed it and twisted. But then he was using his arm, aiming the blade for my neck while I was trying to twist around to aim it for his chest. We rolled to the side, his strength beginning to win out. I used to have the upper hand, but damn, he wanted me dead. What the hell was happening? We rolled again and he was on top of me. I was desperately trying to keep that knife out of my neck, my chest, hell, anywhere that was soft and squishy. Then suddenly he was lifted off of me. As if by sheer will, I managed to move him back into less dangerous territory. As he was moving, I kicked my boot, landing at his chest, and he went flying. He almost toppled over the guy who'd pulled him off of me. Muller shook his head. Seriously, kid, you get 10 feet away from me and already someone tries to kill you. Weller came around the corner a second later. How the hell did you get here so fast, mate? Muller grinned. I took the car. You were interested in following him on foot. Nonsense. I was more efficient. What the hell is going on, you guys? I asked while I walked up to Muller and the guy with the knife. You still haven't figured it out, mate? Someone's trying to kill you. We kind of told you that from the beginning. Yeah, but who? Tony Angelo? Or some other run-of-the-mill asshole? Muller shrugged. I'd like to find out. But it was as if we all three heard it like a cannon blast, but it was merely just a click. The guy twisting in Mueller's arm had reached behind his back. Then he had something in his hands. I didn't even see what happened. Next thing I knew, Matthias's hand reached out at lightning speed and jabbed the guy in the neck. And then there was blood. So much blood. Holy damn. Muller just rolled his eyes. Christ, mate. Do you understand how hard it is to get blood out of a vest? Weller just shrugged. Well, it's certainly a hell of a lot easier than getting brain matter out of a vest. Wouldn't you think so? Muller nodded. Yeah, good point. He let the guy go and he sagged to the ground, bleeding all over their shoes. I stared at them and turned my attention back to the guy on the ground. You just killed him. Weller nodded and used his foot to kick the guy's hand from around his back, a hand wrapped around a gun. Oh crap. We could have all been dead. Oh well. Weller nodded. Let's get you back to the apartment. Are you ready to leave Italy now? Maybe head back to the islands where it's safe. I swallowed hard. The islands were the last place I was going. I'm not going anywhere until I get some answers. I'm going to see Pietro Luca. Matthias shoved me aside immediately. I had learned not to fight this anymore. It used to annoy me when Rune and Marcus would do it. But considering that jerk in the alley had attempted a full-on slice and dice, these guys were more than welcome to go in first. Besides, it wasn't like Matthias was alone. I saw a car parked at the far end of the street where my royal guard sat. 2 in the car. I'd gotten Sebastian down from his original 8 to 2. Well, 2 in addition to Oscar and Matthias. That was progress at least. It still felt like I had an entourage everywhere I went. And these guys were not nearly as cool as the guys from the actual show. Nor were they as schooled as Rune. It hurt to think of my friend. More than once I'd tried to call Rune to talk to him and apologize, but he never even texted me back. Every time I called, it went straight to voicemail. And then when I called dispatch for the Royal Guard, they said he was on top secret assignment. So basically he was pissed at me and acting like a chick about it. Which, if I was being honest, he had every right to do. I hadn't even told him I was leaving, which was kind of a jerk move. But secrecy was tantamount, so it's not like I could have actually announced, "Hey buddy, I'm not really a prince, so I'm going to go." Best not to announce plans when you're trying to do something no one is going to be happy about. There was something quite deadly about Matthias's stance. His posture was rigid, but he moved with a certain kind of precision, a prowl. Careful but confident. No mistakes. I still couldn't get it in my head how this guy was the hacker. To me he seemed far deadlier than Muller was. Matthias just seemed like a sharp razor. Oscar seemed like more of a club. Both deadly instruments, but that razor man, that was going to hurt. Matthias preceded me up the stairs to the 3rd floor, making a left toward the old man's apartment, but suddenly he paused. He gave me an arm up, closed fist signal, which I took to mean not another step. It was probably a good interpretation. His gun was out in seconds. He had it so quickly, I didn't even see him draw. Blink of an eye. Then he slowly approached the door. I took a step forward. He didn't even look at me, but instead gave me a direct pointed finger which told me to stay the hell put. 30 seconds later, he was out. He shook his head, grabbed for me and said, "Oi mate, got to go." "What the hell are you talking about? Where's the old man?" I checked to evade his grasp, but damn, he was strong. Good thing I was wily. A couple of seconds was all it took. He twisted my arm under his and snapped with the wrist. He was under orders not to hurt me, so he was trying not to. He was trying to restrain me, which was probably going to be a lot more difficult than with his average client. I landed a straight palm punch to his sternum. He oofed and let me go, giving me the opening I needed to run into the apartment, and behind me he cursed. "Make it fast. It's not a good scene." And it wasn't. There was blood everywhere. So much of it. It only took me a couple of steps into the apartment before I saw the old man in the corner of the living room, slumped over. Crap. Crap, crap, crap. What the hell? Weller gripped me by the collar and dragged me out of there. "Told you. It's not a good sight. Come on." A part of me couldn't see the truth of everything sinking in. The old man was dead. I didn't even know him. As far as I was concerned, he was nothing more than a possible sperm donor, so why did it suck knowing I was the cause of his pain? He didn't deserve to die. The real question was this Tony's handiwork or someone else's entirely? Out in the street, Matthias signaled for the others, and the car came speeding up to us. Before I even knew what was happening, they had the door open and were shoving me in the back seat, head first. Weller was in the car beside me while we were speeding off. "What the hell was that back there?" He shook his head as he typed on his phone. "I don't know, mate. But something tells me it's time to get the hell out of Italy." I could go back to New York City, but that location was a bit hot where Tony was concerned. I'd left my life though, the classes I was taking, my few last credits. I had enough to graduate though, so that wasn't even it. But God, I'd spent time building that life. And there was no going back now. Should I go back to the islands? It's not like that was home either. But despite that being the truth, my heart squeezed at the thought of it. I could see Brenna. "Yeah, if she wants to see you." Just thinking of her face when she told me she didn't believe me was crushing. I relived that particular nightmare often. "What the hell now?" Matthias held up his phone. "I think you need to reconsider going back to Winston Isles." I glanced at his phone and there was a picture. It was of Tony. Where was this taken? His lips set in a firm line. The main island of the Winston Isles. "How quickly can we get a flight out of here?" He nodded. "Already in the works." I needed to get to Brenna. My heart hammered and my gut squeezed. He was on the island. Given what had just happened to that man who could have been my father and Tony's direct threat, I needed to get there before anything happened to her. I just prayed to God I wasn't too late. 14. Brinna. Operation Get Over Lucas and my questionable choices in Italy was in full effect. Okay, it was in half effect because I was reluctant. But I could do this. I needed to get past everything. And the sooner I snapped myself into social mode, the better off I'd be. I shifted on the bar stool, trying to look calm and like I belonged there. My company was having a little soiree for some visiting musicians. It was pretty exciting. A-listers only even. Although it was pretty mellow. Not some wild club kind of scene. Jinx, of course, was my plus one, and she'd spent half her night hovering around me. That's because she's waiting to see you crack and break under pressure. That was the problem with having a best friend. With my slightest move, she knew exactly what was wrong. There was one word for what was wrong. Lucas. It was a mistake to ever go after him, to ever let myself fall into that trap again. I'd been weak. Even though I knew better, I'd been unable to resist. So I was at ground zero again. Relax. It's not so bad. You're supposed to be having fun. You haven't even gotten up to mingle once. I know. But I'm beat. The jet lag is killing me. I think part of the novelty of these events wore off in New York. Now I just feel like I'm at work and have to be on, you know? Do you miss the city? I wasn't sure how to answer that. I guess I miss the people. Well, person, really. Remember that girl I worked with at the bar? Ellie? She says she's coming for a visit this summer, so you guys will finally get to meet. Ellie practically kept me alive, making sure I ate and slept at regular intervals for those first several weeks in New York. I owed her a lot. She still couldn't get over the fact that I was from somewhere that had actual royalty. It would have blown her mind entirely if I told her that Lucas was actually our lost prince. But that secret was best kept hidden. Good. I'm glad you'll have other people to talk to besides me. Maybe she can help me get you back on the market again. You've been too worried about me, too concerned. Honestly, I'm fine. Do I regret my actions in Italy? Yes and no. Clearly, I really needed to get laid. So mission accomplished. Jinx wasn't buying it though. It's like she could always see through whatever excuse I was putting up. So you feel nothing? You're not concerned? You don't miss him? All of the above. Nope. I'm fine. Besides, it's high time I stop moaning after him. Sooner or later, I'm going to need to let go of all that stuff. Might as well be now. Want to help me make some new friends? She met my gaze. You know that's not how this works. Sure it is. I've decided I'm not going through any of that feeling stuff this time. There was no way this was going to work, but I was going to give it a shot anyway. So what makes you think that you're over it now? We both took sips of our gin and tonics. Well, I'm sort of functional right now instead of in a devastated ball of tears and ice cream, so that's an improvement. And are you going to see him again? No, never. It would be safer that way. Look, I know you're worried. I've been unfocused, not really myself. You can say that again. I nodded. She was right. I'd spent far too long wanting someone I couldn't have. Maybe the best way to get over him is to rip the band-aid off. Just go out with anyone else. You really think getting back on the horse right now is a good idea? Maybe you need some more time to just sit with it. I'm fine. I did my best squared shoulder, but she didn't look like she was buying it at all. Okay, not fine, but I need to do something. I'm not going to lose that kind of time again. It screwed me up when he left. But I can't crumble like last time, so until I'm okay, I'll just pretend. You think it's wise when you're pretending like this? Sooner or later, you're going to feel the ramifications of how you feel about each other, and it's going to hurt. And when it does, I'm here. I just don't want to see you running. I'm not running. Look, I know what it feels like to feel deeply. To think that no one else is ever going to have your set of feelings, that no one else is ever going to feel how you feel about something. Been there. I was wrong. Most people feel things. Most importantly, not everybody who says they feel things actually feel it. I think Lucas might be one of those people. So it's fine. I'm going to sit here and finish my drink, and then I'm going to mingle. Just like I should because I'm single. Nope. It's like he said. You're his. The hell I was. I just don't want to see you get hurt. Not necessarily because I think he's going to hurt you again, but because I think you'll hurt yourself if you only lock in on him. I think it's good for you to look around. Maybe it'll hurt a little, but it's good for you to gain a little perspective. I shook my head. I didn't care if she was speaking sense or not. I just couldn't do it. I needed to move on. The sooner I did, the better. So the next guy who came through that door and smiled my way was getting a wide smile in return. It was time to move on. It turned out it didn't take long. A dark-haired guy with decently firm muscles sat down and asked if he could buy me a drink. I refrained from asking if he was old enough and just smiled and said thank you. Was dating even on the table for me? After what happened in Sanremo? Are you insane? Sanremo or no Sanremo, I needed to move on with my life. Besides, it wasn't like Lucas was ever coming back. No more Lucas. He'd taken up far too much of my brain power. Hey, I'm Mark. Who are you? Oh, is that your best game? I laughed. He flashed a grin. Nope, but I was easing into it. Maybe I should have been more direct and asked you to dinner. While Mark might not have been the exact type of guy the first wanted to date, he seemed nice and he had one thing going for him. He wasn't Lucas. And that earned him a lot of points at the moment. Seems like maybe you should do that. Would help if I knew your name. Jinx laughed and excused herself. I'll let you two crazy kids talk. Traitor. I'm Brenna. Brenna Tressel. Fantastic, Brenna, let me get you that drink and dazzle you with my lack of charm. Mark was the perfect soothing balm to my ego. Penny. So, are you and I ever going to talk about what it is you're doing in the dungeons? That was unexpected. Of course, given that my father was head of intelligence, it struck me that he would be amongst the first to find out about my occasional late-night trips. But I hadn't expected it to be so soon. Dad, I won't insult you by asking you what you're talking about. But I will suggest that maybe sometimes you just trust me. You know I trust you, which is why I'm having this conversation with you and not Sebastian. But you're playing with fire. I'm not going to get hurt, Dad. Besides, he won't talk to me anyway. No way to get hurt if I can't get the guy to talk, right? Penny, I know he hurt you. I know the things that he did. My father shook, his hands trembling slightly until he flattened them on his large oak desk. The sunlight glinted on the crest on his Regent's Council ring. I'm so furious about what he tried to do to you. Furious that he got so close and that we all missed it. As far as I was concerned, he was family. I was fooled. And I want him to pay as badly as you do. But this is a fool's errand. And the only one that will get hurt is you. I pushed off from the wall, taking deliberate strides toward my father, and I sat in the seat across from him at his desk. Look, I know you want to protect me and I appreciate it. But I'm strong enough. I can handle this. No one is saying you're not strong, Penelope, but this man tried to kill you. I squared my shoulders then. I met my father's gaze levelly. He tried to kill my husband too. And that's what you and Sebastian are forgetting. He tried to kill your king. My king. The king of the Winston Isles. And as I had yet to marry him, I was still his royal guard. That was on my watch, Dad. After all that work of saving him in New York, I almost lost him because I was busy making doe eyes at him. Sweetheart, there was no way you could have seen through Robert. I didn't see through him, and it is my job as head of intelligence. For years, none of us knew what he was capable of. But something of this magnitude? I didn't see it. And I know what it feels like to not see something that was right in front of your eyes. It can drive you mad and you're only going to make yourself crazy. I knew what he thought, that I was going to get so caught up in Robert that I couldn't think straight. But I knew what I was doing. It was the only card I had to play. And I was playing it. It was a dangerous game. But I had to know. I had to know who else was involved. So far, Robert had been playing coy. Teasing a little information here and there, making promises to give more information the more access he had. It was a ploy, a charade. He was playing games and real lives were at stake. Not just Sebastian's but Lucas's and their sister Jess's as well. She had no idea what was brewing half a world away. She was just living her life as if everything was great. They were all in danger. Robert had taken things that far because I hadn't seen him for what he was. And if I had, I'd ignored it. If I'd been paying attention in the early days, would King Cassius still be alive? I thought about it every day. Daddy, I know what I'm doing. Besides, remember? There was a time when I'd actually started to be good at this job. He sat back. Have you given more thought to what I asked? My father had asked me if I would be giving up my Royal Guard post. At that time I hadn't known what my answer was. Actually, that's a lie. I did know what it was. Hell no. But I recognized that as queen, it sort of didn't make sense for me to be a royal guard. The other option was that I could fight for a role in intelligence. More analyst stuff and no field work. But that was a gray area. And Sebastian would have to sign off. Something told me that Sebastian would not be signing off. While we were in New York, all I wanted to do was be an artist. I wanted to stay as far away from the family business as possible. But now, after everything that had happened, I was knee-deep in it. It was as if the long-dormant gene that existed in all my ancestors who were royal guards before me had been awoken. And the idea of giving it all up filled me with frustration. Just tell him you want to be in intelligence. The words should have come easily, but there was something wrong about them. I couldn't push them out. Maybe because I understood the special relationship with my father would make things difficult. Also, my brother Michael worked in intelligence. And of course there was the question of Sebastian. He'd given me everything when it came to my art. A studio with the best light so I could paint in the palace. Anything I needed. Hell, he was still letting me host shows, trying to organize them. He planned to show his photography and my paintings at the Tate. He really was the best husband. Then why don't you tell him? Because telling him would make him worry about my safety, and he actually understood that I needed to right that wrong. I'd missed the signs and he'd lost his father. I'd be damned if I was going to lose him too. Dad, relax. I'm not going to jeopardize anything. I'm still allowed to see him, correct? He pursed his lips. Yes, for now. And the sessions were recorded, right? He lifted a brow. No, they're currently not. As is the law. Well then just know that I'm not doing anything stupid. I'm just trying to get information out of him, okay? He'll talk to me. One of these days he just will. My father sighed. Penny, be careful. I know that you won't lose any part of yourself as you try and get information from him. You have nothing to worry about, Dad. Besides, all of this will end just as soon as he tells me who else took part in the conspiracy. When that happens, we can all go back to normal and everything will be just fine. As if I believed that. I stood from the chair, pushing back. Once I was in the hallway, I turned left and smiled when I saw who leaned against the pillar. Hey, little sister. Hey, Michael. So Dad gave you the whole "this isn't safe, you need to stop" speech? Yeah, of course he did. Michael nodded before pulling out a note from his pocket and handing it over to me. Here's the note. You can read it if you want. Thank you for this. And I'm not going to read it. It's private. I just need to work him so that he might give me the information I need. That's all. So right now he wants to know it's from you. I don't want him to have any actual personal contact with you. Michael pursed his lips. I don't mind. Whatever it takes to get information. And for the record, I don't want you having any personal contact with him either. I think we both feel played, used, exploited. Michael more than me, I thought, but kept it to myself. I understand how angry you are, but that won't fix anything. We just need to get him to give up who he's working with, and that fixes it. Because then you and I will have done our jobs. Remember? Our family has guarded the royal family since the beginning. I'll not have that change now. So big brother, you stay safe. Let me do the dirty work. Besides, I'm pretty certain Sebastian will forgive me. Michael shook his head. You are playing with fire. Please be careful down there. I gave him my best confident smile. The one I used when I was just about the least confident. All teeth. All I had to do was convince a traitor and attempted murderer to give up who he's working for. I could do that, right? It's super easy. 15. Brenna. Jinx was taking this whole "I'm ready to start dating" thing a little far. Oh my god, you're going to need the perfect outfit. First date and hotness, come on. Okay, wow, you're really excited. Of course I'm excited. That's if you're ready. If you're not ready, I can be totally unexcited. That's what best friends do, give you what you need. Tell me what you need. I'm ready. I mean, I want to be ready. Jinx sighed. Honey, if you're not ready, you don't have to go. But I will point out that it is just a date. If you don't like him, I will come to the rescue. I'll create a diversion. There'll be bombs. There'll be? I just shook my head. Oh my God. It's a drink. I can manage a drink. A drink will be fine. Fun even. Ah, good, because you've been in serious mopey land. And well, this guy might be totally hot, but it's a drink. I can do a drink. Besides, it's good for me to get out. I've been going to work and traveling, coming straight home, and sitting in the apartment. I'm pretty sure you want me out of my crusty stained pajamas at some point. Yes? Please, Lord, yes. Because as much as I love you, those things are hideous. And you must help to decor the place. Well, I'm glad I'm finally getting to help class the place up a little. I just didn't expect to be so messed up over this. Honey, it's love. It hurts. It really does. No one expects you to be over it right away or to jump back into something, but I've been worried. Seriously worried. So to see you taking an interest in doing something other than sitting in the apartment curled up with a good book and watching episodes of Idol and the Boys, all of a sudden, I'm a little spooked. It's not been that bad. Jinx slid me a raised brow glance as we walked past Jazzy Boutique. Oh, it hasn't? Okay, it's been that bad. Actually, do you mind? Let's pop in here. Might as well window shop. Still pinching every penny, huh? I don't really have a choice. My savings are gone. And New York was one expensive city. But I am actually gainfully employed now, so I'm making money. But maybe there's an accessory that will work for tonight, instead of a whole new outfit. Jinx laughed. You got it. Besides, we're about the same size, so no big deal. I laughed at that. Jinx, you're 5'2". Your skirts will barely cover my ass. You know that's beside the point. My tops will fit you. Yes, okay, fine. But honestly, any dress or skirt you have will be a joke on me. And the pants, let's not even go there. She rolled her eyes. I've always thought you loved capris. I was taller than her by 6 inches. When I tried to borrow her clothes, things became obscene quickly. Hardy har. Let me stop at the ATM and get some money. I'd stopped using my credit cards. Well, I'd cut up my credit cards that were linked to my parents' accounts. I had my own credit card, but I only used it for emergencies. It was weird, but I kind of liked being on a budget. For the first time, I was the only one responsible for my finances. It felt good. Even if the way it had all happened sucked. I put my card in, punched in my code, and waited. When the balance popped up on the screen, I blinked. What the hell? Instead of flashing insufficient funds as it had on that fateful day back in New York, my balance was 4 times the amount it should have been. Someone had put all my money back. Except who had that kind of access? My parents didn't know where I banked anymore. What the hell? Come on, we've got to go. If you want to get some shopping in before we go, hop to it. Jinx, please look at that amount and tell me what it is. Jinx peered over my shoulder. Wow. I guess what you call broke and what I call broke are 2 different things. You've got 10 grand in there. I think you can buy more than an accessory. Yeah. That's just the thing. 2 days ago I had $2,000 in there, and I haven't been paid yet. Oh crap. Do you think it's your parents again? I don't know how it could be. I'm using a completely different bank. I'm using my name, but they wouldn't have my account number. She chewed her bottom lip as she considered. Well, I wouldn't put it past them. Your father has contacts. It's possible he found out. Yeah, but with the way everything is, I don't trust money showing up out of the blue. That worries me. I get you. What do you want to do? Well, I'm still only getting an accessory because as far as I'm concerned, that's not my money. I'm sure it's a bank error. Yeah, maybe. But even as I withdrew $50, I wondered about that. It could be a bank error. It happened all the time. But for that kind of amount, it was highly unlikely. I didn't trust my parents. That was for sure. But considering what the king had told me about Lucas's accounts and how it had been made to look like he'd been stealing from him, I was extra wary. If there was a whole royal conspiracy going on involving Lucas, and someone had put it together that we had been a thing for a hot minute, maybe that money was meant to implicate me in something. The problem was I had no idea who to go to ask. You could always ask the queen. She told you to call her Penny. Could I? She was the queen, but she'd been nice. She seemed to want to help me. I still had her card with her personal number on it. I tucked it away in a drawer because really, when would I ever have opportunity or reason to call the queen? Well, it seemed like a perfectly good time at that moment. Come on. What are you waiting for? As I followed Jinx, it occurred to me that even when I wanted to stay as far away from all the royal trouble as I could, I was right at the heart of it. Sebastian. Begging your pardon, Your Majesty, but do you think this is the wisest course of action? After the vote, it will cause unnecessary speculation. Optics matter, sire. I slid my father-in-law a long glance. Having the blood tested? Yes. I do. He was tested once. But because his mother is claiming a falsified test, I need to be able to prove that he's my brother. Ethan was quiet for a moment. I understand that. The need to confirm. We thought we confirmed once. I should know I was there. I lifted my eyes to level a gaze on him. You were there? Yes, sir. He shifted on his feet. Your father asked me to oversee the process. I remember it well. She didn't want him tested, but eventually she relented. Do you know of any reason she wouldn't want it? Ethan shrugged. No, Your Majesty. But I remember her being scared. Terrified, really? Terrified people do dangerous things. He shook his head. Or stupid things. I scrubbed a hand down my face. Did she tamper with the test? Ethan shook his head. No. But she attempted to give a false result for the test. I never told your father. She was cagey during a meeting with him, so I followed her. I'm not proud of invading her privacy, but my job was to protect the crown. What happened, Ethan? She wanted to know if there was a way to forge DNA tests. She was on the phone with a friend. Crap. Ice ran through my veins. So what she says is true? He shook his head. Not necessarily. I suspected she might not be speaking the truth. I never particularly trusted her. And I knew she'd been having a relationship with Pietro Luca simultaneously. He cleared his throat. I didn't want her to think she had a meal ticket, so when your father asked for the DNA test, I took a hair sample from Lucas myself, not sure how far she would go for money. I frowned. And the results came back positive. Ethan nodded. They did. Problem was, she seemed surprised by that outcome. Before we could confront her, she was in the wind. Damn, Ethan. I wish my father was here. There was so much to ask him. So much I wish I knew. I wish I could give you those answers. Do you think this is part of a greater conspiracy? Ethan considered a long time. Maybe. Your father was so enamored with her at the time. I never particularly trusted her. And then she ran. There is no telling what her motivations were then or now. Okay, let's get Blake on this case. They're the best at what they do. Testing the blood, doing it themselves at a locked-down facility. I'll trust the results. Ethan nodded. So would I. Your father would have too. The true test will be if the other members of the Regents' Council accept it. You need their support. I shook my head. No, I want their support. I don't need it. For something like this, yes you do. You don't want to shove through the signing. You can make it happen. You can force their hands. But you really don't want to do that, do you? Knock on wood, should something happen to you before you produced an heir, he would be on the throne. So you see why, to protect the monarchy, to protect the throne, we cannot just shove it through. I really detested words like cannot and should not when used in my presence. But I respected Ethan, and he was right. It was the same reason I hadn't wanted to use my voting seats when it came to naming Lucas a legitimate heir. Thanks to a little succession loophole, I'd gained more votes than any other king before me. It made me infinitely more powerful. I could in essence do what I wanted. I really only had to convince 2 others to vote along with me, and I'd have the majority. But I didn't want to get my way like that. I didn't want to be a tyrant. I would find a way to make Tressel cooperate. I would have to. He meant to attempt to lay the embezzlement at Lucas's feet, but I wasn't going to let that happen. I just needed to find the right amount of leverage and squeeze. It might be obvious, but he would always demand it. He would insist on keeping his seat, and he would be a thorn in my side. First things first. I need to clear Lucas of any wrongdoing. Are your men on it? Ethan nodded. Yes. Even though Tressel has gone back to try and write the records, I've got the forensic analyst from Blake Security on it. They'll find it. The trail that leads back to long before you even located Lucas. I nodded my thanks. Ethan considered for a moment. What about Tressel's daughter? From what Penny says, she and her father are not close. But perhaps she's willing to talk to him to help in some way. I considered Lady Brenna Tressel. She did what I asked. She went to Lucas and asked him to come home. He declined. As it was, when I left Italy, I was on the plane with Penny, Brenna, and no Lucas. I left some royal guards with him, with strict instructions not to let him out of their sight. Damn, I hate this. That was you once. Yeah. I know. The point is, it's not me now. And I really, really need it to not be him. Ethan chuckled low. Yes, well, he'll find his way. In the meantime, you've got men on him. I'm surprised he didn't request Rune and Marcus. Rune's still pissed, so it might be impossible to assign him to Lucas because he might as easily kill him as protect him. Ethan nodded. Got it. Have you talked to Marcus? We can put him on Lucas's permanent detail since he already knows. I have no problem with Marcus. He seems to be a very top-of-the-line sort of soldier. I don't want Lucas to feel like he's in prison. Ethan's brows drew up. But isn't he? Until we find out who's behind the conspiracy, don't we need to keep him under wraps and out of trouble? Yes, about that. I'm considering having everyone on the council sign before he arrives. That way it will be public that Lucas is my brother. It would be clear to all who he is and why he's important. It makes it very clear to anyone after him that he's now got the full protection of the crown. And it solves your Tressel problem. I nodded. Exactly. Tressel has worked his whole life to save his title to get the prestige. It's one thing to go after Lucas. It's another thing to actively go after a recognized prince. He wouldn't do it. So that could either neutralize him or make him angrier. I'm not sure which, but it would give Lucas a little more protection. Ethan nodded and made some notes in his notepad. We'd have to assign a lot more men to Lucas, which he would hate, but it's for his own good. My heart squeezed. I reconsidered my father. Had he and my mother had these same conversations about me? When I was busy traipsing around Starkers from hot tub to hot tub, hooking up publicly in the backseat of limousines with debutantes and socialites, had they forever been concerned about my safety? This was horrible. Lucas wasn't even my child, and I was on hyper alert. God, this would be even worse with a child. Speaking of children, I needed to broach the subject of Penny with Ethan, and I wasn't sure how. So, Ethan, can I talk to you? He raised a brow. Aren't you already doing that, Majesty? You know, openly, man to man. Still, his brows lifted as he looked at me innocently, eyes wide like he had no idea what I was getting at. I was pretty sure he was messing with me, but it was so hard to tell. He was so proper all the time. You know, just us guys. Well, considering we are men and it's just the two of us, it's been just us from the beginning. Oh, for the love of Christ, Ethan. His low chuckle reminded me of a happier time when my father had been alive and the two of them had been friends. I would spy on them with my spy goggles from the hall and listen to grown-up talk. Usually it was sports. And they sipped their scotch. Sometimes it was women. Those were the times I remembered Ethan laughing a lot, or when he caught Penny doing something completely outrageous. But usually, he was shouting. Ethan. Sorry, Your Majesty, I couldn't help myself. I leaned forward, still not sure Ethan was the best person to talk to about this, but I had no choice. About Penny. He sighed and sat back. Your Majesty, we've discussed this. Anything you want to talk about, the birds and the bees, anything you need to know, you can come to me as your father. But if you want me to manage Penny in any way, you're on your own. Oh, Ethan had jokes today. Hardy har. The birds and the bees I have covered. So you say, but where are my grandchildren? Oh my God, seriously? You and my mother, you have to stop. He shrugged. Granddad sounds like a great title. You're on the right track. You're both young. Normally I would say there's plenty of time for that, but I'm not young. And frankly, I would like grandchildren. Is that what you're trying to get to? Ethan, stop being deliberately daft. He sobered immediately and nodded. Of course, Your Majesty. What can I help you with? Your daughter. Someone has to tell her she can't be in the field anymore. I'm pretty sure she snuck out of the castle the other day. I cannot prove it because there seems to be no record, but I looked all over for her. On camera, off camera, I couldn't find her. She didn't have her phone. I know because her phone said she was in the damn study. Which she wasn't. Ethan chuckled. That's my daughter. She's very much like her mother. I learned early on that trying to control her would never end well for me. So perhaps you talk to my daughter instead of trying to get me to lay down some edict. Look, I've tried. We've fought about it. I've talked to her. Hell, I've begged. Everything. When I first considered her remaining a royal guard, it never occurred to me that she would still continue in the field. She's the queen now? Ethan nodded sagely. With all due respect, Your Majesty, she's your wife first. She's a woman second. She's going to do what interests her and excites her. What, she's supposed to sit around in your bed all day? That was a thought. Then again, I understood what he meant because I didn't want her to sit around and not do anything either. But there's so much charity work to be done. And she does it. Just in her way. She'd rather go and teach a class of young students how to paint than perform duties in some formalized, structured way. You have to remember that about her. She loves to paint. See if you can center her with that. But asking her to not be royal guard, I'm not sure that's a possibility. Because once she decides she wants to do it, she will do it. I knew what had happened while Penny and I were in New York. She was trying to toe the family line. She became a royal guard because it was what was expected. But what she really wanted to be was a painter. But then when we came home, everything had changed, and she'd gotten into the job that she loved and had saved my life more than once. And it seemed like she no longer wanted to leave it behind. In my mind, after we were married, she'd paint exclusively, way out of the range of any danger. But oh no, Penny had insisted she was going back to work. Then she read her father the riot act for giving her desk duty again with my mother. Eventually she managed to transfer where she was put on my service, though still on desk duty. And honestly, her father couldn't really fire her, but it was getting out of hand. Ethan, tell me something to do. Say something. Maybe there's nothing to be done. Maybe you just have to let Penny be Penny. That's what I'm afraid of. If I let Penny be Penny, she's likely to do something rash. And given the fact my own brother is acting like an idiot, I can only handle one irrational person at a time. Thank you very much. It looked like I was going to have to deal with Penny on my own terms. 16. Penny. Just where do you think you're going? So busted. I squared my shoulders and attempted to saunter past my husband, but he pushed himself off the wall and planted a hand on the other wall across from him. I don't remember telling you, you could go. I tipped my chin up. Your Majesty, is that a direct order from my king to stand here and await my punishment, or is it a request from my husband? Yes, I was pushing him. But we were going to work something out. We still had difficulty with our roles. I didn't like being told what to do. He didn't like being defied. And now that he was king, he was even more pompous than usual. His voice dropped an octave. Penelope, I love you. That wasn't fair. That low timbre of his voice rolled over me like brandy. Enticing with a hint of spice, promising to soothe whatever ached in me. Sebastian. By contrast, I was vodka. Icy and cool. One of us was going to bend, and it wasn't going to be me. He leaned close and I could smell him. Sandalwood and musk with a hint of leather. I picked that soap out for him at this hole-in-the-wall perfumery in the old town when we'd honeymooned in Antibes. He was wearing it now, and it was making me dizzy. I'm only trying to protect you. I tilted my chin up to glare at him. Unfortunately, that brought me even closer to him. And I keep telling you, I don't need protecting. You forget, I'm the one who does the protecting. You're no longer royal guard? I arched a brow. So what's my official title now, wife to the king? He pursed his lips. I prefer queen. I guess I am a queen. Which means I can pretty much do whatever I want. And I want to be a royal guard. He leaned ever closer, our breath commingling. And I keep telling you, it's impractical. You want to work in intelligence with your father? Fine. But this sneaking out in the middle of the night to do God knows what. How am I supposed to keep you safe? I opened my jacket enough for him to see my gun. I don't go anywhere without Annabelle. You know that. Don't forget, I know how to do this. Yes, I named my gun. But didn't everybody? You're more than capable. But why take the risk? Given what's happened, it's just not safe. I didn't know where you were. And if you had just checked your phone, you would have seen that I turned my location services on. His jaw clenched. Yeah, how do you think I knew you went in the tunnel? He rubbed the back of his neck. I woke up needing you and you weren't there. I chuckled low. This all started because you were looking to get some? He grinned at me and shrugged. Yeah, basically. But imagine I looked over and my wife was gone. What the hell was I supposed to do with that? I don't know. Call me? Yeah? Would you have answered? I grinned at him. Maybe? He shook his head, but he was already leaning down. The electricity sparked between us even before his lips met mine. That little charge. That little burn and sting. And then his lips crushed over mine, his tongue sliding in hot, his hands going to my waist and squeezing just a little too hard. He was letting me know that I was his, and reminding me that he wasn't going to let me go. Brenna? Hey Brenna, there's someone here to see you. I looked up from the pile of contracts I was reviewing. The new singer I'd found in Antigua last week agreed to do a sample demo with us of her own work. We would just distribute it to see if we could get any interest, and I would move forward and see if she should be a full-time artist with us. It was for a management deal, so it was really from the ground up, and I was excited about it. Hey, what's up? Someone's here to see you. I frowned. Who? Marie shrugged. She said her name was Eliza. She's older. Really well put together though. I groaned internally and forced myself to take a deep steadying breath. Thanks, Marie. You can show her in. Marie was our receptionist. We went to lunch together every now and then. Technically she was supposed to make me coffee and be my gal Friday, but I preferred to do a lot on my own. Marie gave me a bright smile and nodded before strolling out of my shoebox of an office. I never minded my office before. I was just shocked that I even had one. I'd assumed I'd be in a cubicle. But something about my mother being in my space, being here, made me feel a little bit of shame. As though I was doing something wrong or didn't have something right. Stop it. You've done nothing wrong. And you love your job. It's a solid job. You're proud of it. You do work that's important to you. Own it. That was true. And if my mother didn't like it, well, she could feel free to bite me. My mother walked in wearing, of course, Chanel. Her gaze quickly scanned my office. It might have been small, it might have been a little cramped and cluttered. I had a lot of contracts to go through, mostly our standard let's see how it works out then move forward kind of stuff. I stood. Mom, what are you doing here? She sighed. Is that any way to greet your mother? Fantastic. Already off to a stellar start. What do you want? I have a lot of work to do. Her brows furrowed, and she eyed the seat across from me as if it were going to jump up and bite her in the ass. After a long, hard inspection of my perfectly serviceable chair, she eased herself into it. I had to hear that you were back from Jinx's mother. How long have you been here? A month. Her eyes went wide. A month? I know we have our differences, but I would have at least expected a call. Really, Mom? Do you want a call? Because I feel like I was pretty clear the last time I saw you in New York. She waved a hand. Are you still angry about that? I thought we're going to let bygones be bygones. I sat back and stared at her. Are you really that delusional? You're going to just sit there and say, let bygones be bygones, and act as if nothing happened with us? Act as if you didn't steal money out of my account? That you didn't attempt to control my very existence? We're just going to pretend that none of that happened? I swear to God, Brenna, she took a deep breath. I just hoped that maybe, with the dust settling, you would see that we were only looking out for you. Sorry, I don't see it that way. And I won't see it that way, so you're wasting your time. My parents were used to me just doing what they wanted and were quite accustomed to me caving, giving in. But not this time. No way in hell. If that's all, I have a lot of work to do. Brenna, are you well? You're okay? I love you. You should know that. Sure, Mom. It's just that how you show it is not how I want it shown, which is neither here nor there. Look, I heard about the unpleasantness with Lucas. Oh, you thought I'd been licking my wounds? Depressed and despondent that I'd been abandoned? Sweetheart, you can't possibly think that I would want you upset or anything like that. When I heard, I thought it might be a good idea to go see you in the city. I was making plans when I saw Jinx's mother. And she said how wonderful it was that the two of you had moved in together. It was horrifying to be the last one to know that information. My own daughter, and you didn't even tell me. I sighed. Okay, we're done here, you can go. Oh, Brenna, come on. How do we get past this? I studied her closely. She looked sincere. Like she actually wanted to fix this. Like she actually wanted to make this in some way better. Honestly? Stop trying to control me. Just stop. I make lots of mistakes. Mistake number 1, Lucas. But they're mine to make. In an ideal world, you would just sit back and be my mom. Give me a hug when I'm upset, talk me through it when I ask for your advice. And maybe if you actually have to offer some sincere advice, you could consider what's best for me and what I would actually want. You have to get to know me, who I am. Not who you want me to be. You know that would be a great first step. Ah, Brenna, you really think we don't know you? Every decision we've ever made has been because we know you so well. We know what you need. I put my hand up. See, that's the problem. You just don't listen. I am listening. I just came to talk to you because I heard about the unpleasantness. I mean, he's a thief, Brenna. Prince or not, I mean. My brow snapped down. What did you just say? My mother sputtered. I don't know. What in the world do you mean? You said prince or not. Her face flamed. Dad told you? That's tantamount to treason. I know for a fact you're not supposed to know. She swallowed hard and settled back in the seat. Well then, how do you know? Well, Lucas told me. But it's not treason for him to talk to me because it's his information to tell. She rolled her eyes. Those rules are antiquated. It's not like there haven't been rumors. Sure, there have been rumors, but no one knows. You know because Dad told you. Okay, fine. Your father may have let it slip. But really, the last thing on earth we can allow is for someone like that to be confirmed. Honestly, such a scandal, the whole mess to vote to allow illegitimate children. How are they ever supposed to know who is actually royal and who isn't? You know, from the rightful lines? Mom, have you forgotten that King Jackson wasn't actually from a royal bloodline? It's not like it's some preordained nonsense. He became king on the battlefield. So this whole idea of royal blood is nonsense. Luck of the draw. He's the prince, like it or not. Well, I don't have to like it. Fair enough. You don't. That's true. But if you think you're going to walk in here and change my mind about him, or get me on your side against him, or in any way get me to side with you and Dad, you couldn't be more wrong. It's not going to happen. No. Good luck with that. So you're siding with him? Over your father? I don't know what's going on, all I know is that he's gone. If you're in here asking me to choose sides without even knowing the full situation, I'll side with him. At least he hasn't made a life choice out of lying and manipulating me. No, he just lied that one time. Either way, I wasn't buying what she was selling. She was wasting her time. Even if he didn't love me, even if it had been a game of some sort, I knew him. There was no way he would have stolen from his brother. That just wasn't him. That's if you even knew him at all. 17. Lucas. I knew the drill. Whenever I arrived on the main island, security protocols were in place. We had to deal with the diplomatic access route, and someone was waiting to get me into the car to whisk me straight to the palace. The few times I'd been to the islands, that was always the way it went. But this time when I got in the car, I leaned forward and introduced myself to my driver. What's up, bro? What's your name? He blinked at me, wide-eyed. I was always friendly and said hello, introduced myself, asked some questions, but I'd never gotten quite so close. My name is Errol, sir. He didn't know I was a prince. All he knew was that I was a VIP for the king. That's all anyone knew. Being the king's VIP came with certain perks and pitfalls. Like people wanted to get close to me. They thought being close to me would get them access to Sebastian. Not this guy. He looked genuinely confused with his wide eyes, furrowed brow, and gaze shifting from left to right. Listen, I know your instructions are to take me straight to the palace, but can we make a stop first? I swear, no funny business. One stop before we go to the palace. He frowned. I don't know. My instructions were very clear. Listen, I know. My Blake security guards were in the following car. Once I'd been put safely on the plane, I'd arrived with Weller and Muller. But they would head back to New York tomorrow, and I would be under full-time protection by the Royal Guard. Okay, look, I sort of screwed up with my girlfriend, so if you can do me a solid and take me to see her first, I might be able to smooth things with her. And then we can go straight to the palace. I'll make it fast. His lips twitched at that moment. Begging your pardon, sir, but if you make it quick, won't that make everything worse? I blinked. Then I blinked again and let loose a laugh. You know what, you make a good point. I'll be brief but not too brief. There's a good chance you won't want to talk to me anyway. So I don't have to worry about being not brief. He sighed. Very well then. Listen, if you're worried about getting in trouble, I'll take the heat. You're just doing your job. I'm making a request and you're just complying. It would be no different than if I said I was desperate for Johnny Brookman, and you took me to a stand to get some. Johnny Brookman was basically baked plantain and nuts. It was a little island thing carried over by some of the former slaves from West Africa. Then there had been that whole resurgence where a lot of people had gone back to their roots. A lot of people in the islands came from Ghana. They went to visit and brought some of their favorite snacks with them. Yeah, all right. Let's go. Do you have the address? In anticipation, I'd already asked Matthias for where she lived. I had to give him credit. He hadn't given me any crap about it either. No doubt he already knew the whole extent of my and Brenna's relationship. That was a bit unnerving, having other people know every detail of my life, but right now it came with the territory. The moment we started to drive, I rolled down my window and let the scents, the smells, and the sounds of the island welcome me home. Somewhere in the distance I heard bongo drums playing calypso. The beat infused my soul. I had no idea why the music called me, but I'd always loved calypso. Which was silly, because I'd never been here before I met Sebastian. But still, all of this felt like home. After I was told I was King Cassius's son, I often wondered if there was such a thing as genetic memory. The tropical flowers that had once been exotic were now familiar. Hibiscus, gardenia, and white ginger lily. Their scents mingled, making a heady perfume in the heat. And tomorrow I was as sure as hell going surfing. After you find Rune. Yeah, Rune. I would have made a stop tonight after seeing Brenna, but it was already 10 o'clock. And maybe things with Brenna would go better than expected, so Batman Rune was tomorrow. He'd be pissed. He once told me how Sebastian had just vanished one day. No goodbye. No nothing. Only a text. He didn't say it, but I could always see that stuff bothered him. That his best mate just disappeared on him like that. And then you went and vanished. You didn't even bother to text. Yeah. I screwed up. I'd screwed up everything. All because I was trying to do the right thing at the time. You were running. You were afraid. Full-on coward. Yeah, I'd been a coward. But there was nothing to do about the past. You can only look to fix the future. I just hoped I had one to fix. We pulled up to Brenna's apartment building. It was on Catpaw Street, with condominiums peppered around that all looked like single-family homes. We were on an island, so technically everything was close to the ocean. But given the sound of crashing waves, she was close enough to walk to it. Which meant her place was probably pricey as hell. Did she have a roommate? Did she live alone? I tried to ask Weller, but he hadn't said anything. He had given me some mean jet-lagged face though. Jerk. Yeah, I'd screwed up and I was totally whipped. So I was not beyond grumbling, and desperation was probably written all over me. I hoped she wouldn't be able to tell. Errol parked the car. All right, sir, here we are. Thanks, man, and don't call me sir. You can call me Lucas. Yes, sir. Let me guess. You can't stop calling me sir. He grinned and shook his head. No. It's not allowed. Okay. Maybe when you're not wearing a uniform or driving me somewhere we can actually go out and play or something. He nodded. Sure, I'd like that. Good luck with your girl. For your sake, I hope you take longer than expected. I cracked another laugh. Yeah, thanks for that. I shoved open the door and climbed out. Halfway down the street I saw the follow car. Weller was already out of the car and I shook my head. It looked like he wasn't going to let that stuff slide. But then Muller was out and quickly put a hand on his chest, then shook his head. They seemed to have some kind of argument. Then finally Matthias backed down and threw up his hands. Awesome. At least I'd get some time with her. Something about the look on his face told me that Matthias Weller wasn't someone I ever want to be pissed off at me. I knew she was on the 4th floor. I couldn't wait for the elevator, so I took the stairs 2 at a time. My heart rate was already escalating, but not because of the exertion. Before I opened the fire door, I forced myself to take several calm breaths. She'd want to send me away, but I figured if I could just look at her, see her, I would be calm. I could relax knowing she wasn't hurt. And then I'd tell her that I was here to do everything that I could to keep her safe. And that I loved her, whether she believed it or not. And when she finally said she believed me, I'd set about taking my time. Like the kid said, if I was brief, that would be bad for me. So like hell would I be brief. I finally opened the fire door, practically jogged down the hall, and made a right turn at the corner, then screeched to a halt. What the hell is this? Brenna jumped back, and the asshole who was around her practically catapulted himself back 4 feet. Lucas, what the hell are you doing here? The better question is, who the hell is this? And why does he have his goddamn hands all over you? Idiot with the roaming hands had the gall to look back and forth between me and Brenna before he asked, Brenna, you know him? I really wish I didn't. I advanced on them. Yeah, she knows me. You still haven't answered my question. Who the hell are you? The guy looked like he might want to step to me for a moment, but then he reassessed quickly and backed up a step. I'm Mark, her date. Once I reached her, I stepped in front of her slightly and put out my hand. Hey man, sorry for the dramatics. But I'm Lucas, her boyfriend. Mark tried to glance around me to look at her. Your boyfriend? Behind me, Brenna shoved hard. It didn't budge me though. I could feel her peering around me. He's not my boyfriend. The hell I'm not. Did you tell Mark here about Italy, and that sweet little sound you make when you're cunt? She whacked me on the back of my head. Lucas? What? You do make this awesome sound. I swear, man. It's like, she shoved me hard then with both hands and I stumbled forward. Mark jumped out of the way. Look, I don't want to get involved in any of this. I'll just be going. I rolled my eyes then. Man, you're not even going to stick around and check to see if maybe I'm not her boyfriend, but just some stalker guy? You would just leave her. He frowned. Wait, are you her boyfriend or not? I am. But the fact that you're not even going to verify it, and you're just going to leave, tells me you're a wuss. Mark blinked several times, taking more offense to the fact that I'd called him a wuss than to the fact that he went out with a woman who had a boyfriend. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? Brenna stepped around me then. Hell. Mark, he has a point. You didn't even verify. You can go. And no, don't call me. Lucas, you should go too. I'm not entertaining assholes today. As she turned, she tried to shove the door closed. The hell she would. I slid my hand on the door to keep it from closing. The crappy thing was Mark was already gone. Completely. Peace out. What kind of assholes are you dating anyway? Apparently, I'm an asshole magnet. That one hit home. I just came to see you. What are you doing here? Last time I saw you in Italy, you wanted nothing to do with me. So that was the end of that. No, I didn't want nothing to do with you. You were the one trying to run out on me. She whipped around on me. You were the one who ran out on me first. So you decided to start dating assholes? Let me be clear. She jabbed a finger on my chest. You are not now and never again will be my boyfriend. Challenge accepted. And then I slammed my lips over hers. Brenna. He was an asshole. But admit it, it's kind of hot. Lucas's lips sliding over mine, his tongue delving into my mouth felt like a brand. Like a statement. What was it about his pheromones or some inner lizard brain thing that made him rolling up and claiming me as his so hot? What was wrong with me? No, you will not be weak. Fight the feeling. I took both hands and I shoved him back, tearing my lips from his. Would you stop that? The last I checked, you liked that. You are such a pompous prick. You can't just turn up here after being gone all this time and kiss me and think, yeah, of course. She may be happy about it. I'm not happy about it. You are a prick. You said that already. I know. I'm sorry. I just lost it when I saw his hands all over you. It's called a date, jackass. An actual date. He took me to dinner. It was nice. Remember, you took me on a training date once. Thank you very much, by the way. I have to say, your training worked excellently. I know how to act. I didn't say anything stupid. It was awesome. Except you ruined my goodnight kiss. His jaw clenched. You want a goodnight kiss? I'll give you one. Oh, the hell you will. You can't just kiss me and make all the problems go away. And that bull about you claiming to be my boyfriend. As far as I'm concerned, we never broke up. We were never together. Remember? You slept with me and then you ran away? Low blow. You know what happened. Do I? Yes, you do. He took a step and crowded me again. And oh God, he smelled amazing. His breathing was shallow and harsh, his eyes hooded and dark. His lips were slightly bruised from that crushing kiss he'd just given me. Yeah, everything about him said, I'm about to jump you. And my body was all, hell yes. Let's make that happen because a solo orgasm sucks monkey balls. But I had to be strong. I couldn't listen to my vagina. Vagina was not in charge right now. Who are you kidding? Vagina should always be in charge. Shut it. You walked away. I walked away to protect you. You know that. What about the last time? You're the one who left, sneaking off in the middle of the night. Well, I have to say, you're an excellent teacher. Ah, low blow again. I know I screwed up. I tried to make up for that. How? How did you try to make up for it? By screwing me senseless? Great job. I have to tell you, I was sore for days. It made it impossible to forget you. But that doesn't make up for anything. All that did was make me want you in my bed. It didn't make me want you in my life anymore. I lied. It was getting easier to do that. You don't mean that. You're just mad. Of course I'm mad. I inhaled a deep breath. I felt played. I felt like I was lied to. I felt used. I never used you. I keep telling you I love you. And I keep telling you I don't believe you. I guess in this case I'm just going to have to show you. He stepped toward me and I backed up. Lucas, this isn't going to fix anything. No, it's not. But you know what? It's going to feel amazing. I feel like I'm partly dying inside without you. I need another taste to help me survive until I can breathe again. Crap. I was weakening. I could feel it. The thaw that was happening sent shivers through me. Lucas? Tell me you don't love me. Tell me you don't feel like you've been holding your breath, waiting to breathe since we last saw each other. This isn't fair, Lucas. I backed up, but there was nowhere else to go. The refrigerator stopped me. And then there I was with Lucas's body pressed into mine. Tell me you don't want me. Tell me to stop. I'll walk away. I'll never bother you again. We both breathed raggedly, our breaths commingling, the two of us dragging in shuddering breaths, waiting to see who would crack first. I knew it was going to be me. I wasn't strong enough for this. I wanted him too badly. I needed him too much. This is going to hurt. He shook his head, forehead placed on mine. He swallowed hard. It doesn't have to. I can go nice and easy. It won't hurt a bit. As a matter of fact, I have it on good authority I can make it feel incredible. Something deep inside me pulled and clenched. I needed him inside me. I needed his hands on me, gripping me. I needed his lips on mine, branding me, owning me, reminding me just what I was missing. When you leave, it will hurt. I'm not leaving. I never want to see anyone else's hands on you. Lucas? Sooner or later, you're going to have to realize that you're mine. I never should have left you. 18. Brenna. I knew this was a bad idea. Logically and rationally, the worst idea I'd ever had. I knew what I'd said to Jinx just a few days ago, that I'd insisted it was time to move on. I also knew exactly how it felt after I walked out on him in San Remo. Like a part of me was dying. I also knew what it felt like to be with him. Cocooned in his arms, feeling safe, protected, and loved. Desired and wanted. That alone was more potent than any drug. More potent than the orgasms he doled out like candy at Halloween. But he was still an arrogant ass. Honestly, how could he think he could call me his after everything he put me through? It was like he wanted to put a stamp on my ass so no one else could have me. Despite all of those things, good or bad, Lucas's lips over mine was all I wanted. I wanted that stinging electrical charge coursing through me. Tell me you don't feel this. Tell me you don't want me. Say the words and I'll walk away. Be strong, Brenna. Be strong. I don't feel this. But my fingers gripped his t-shirt. He lifted a brow. Something tells me you're lying to me. Say the other words, Brenna. Say it so I can hear them. Tell me to stop and leave you alone. I had fully intended to tell him to stop. I fully planned to say the words. But then that magical shiver danced up my spine, promising me all the things that would feel insanely good but be so bad for me. And I did the stupid thing. I pulled him closer instead of pushing him away. With a groan, his lips came crashing down on mine, and all I could do was whimper and hold on for the ride. We stumbled back to the door and fumbled with the lock as Lucas wrapped me in his arms, lifting me off the ground. I squealed at the sudden motion, but my alarm quickly morphed into heat when his head nestled into the crook of my neck. I wasn't even sure what he was doing, breathing me in. Whatever he was doing, it felt amazing. I tipped my head to the side to allow him better access to the skin of my neck. The light graze of his teeth sent shivers through me. He held me tighter, his tongue sliding deeper. Through clenched teeth he bit out, "Which way?" I pointed vaguely in the direction of my room. Jinx's was in the opposite direction. Surprisingly, we didn't hit anything on the way. Once we were inside, he set me on my feet, then shut the door behind us quietly before flicking the lock with a twist of his wrist. My pulse sped up. I couldn't even play it cool, not when my panties were on fire. He'd come here. For me. After everything, he'd come for me. Careful, don't get too excited. This won't last. You know him. Have fun and don't let this affect you. Yeah, apparently I'd taken to lying to myself. This was going to devastate me. But damn, it was going to feel so good first. My lips turned up in a wicked smile, but he didn't bother to respond. He just spread his fingers through my hair and yanked me toward him until our mouths crashed together. The small sting of pain on my scalp was a surprise. But what was more of a surprise was that I liked it. I liked his lack of control. I've been thinking about this since you left me in Italy. Thinking about what I do. How I do it. He spoke in jerky tones as he began to strip my clothes from my body. I shook and moaned when his teeth sank into my shoulder. I hadn't even known that I could make these sounds. What was he doing to me? Emotions roiled inside and amplified my desire until it was all I could feel. Anger, lust, and shame were a heady combination. Show me, I panted. Our eyes met and something dark and dangerous sparked in his gaze. Show me everything you've imagined. It was obvious when his control finally snapped. Lucas growled and hitched my legs around his waist. We barely made it onto the bed, grinding against each other while standing before we fell in a heap onto the duvet, desperately ripping at each other's clothes. And Lucas shouted his release, his erection buried deep inside me. Lucas. I woke up alone. Why the hell did that keep happening with this girl? But she didn't go that far. Yeah, well, the last time we made love she bolted. Yeah, but the time before that you bolted. I woke up and the sheets were cool. It occurred to me that Errol was still in the damn car. Crap. So much for my promise. I tossed the covers off and climbed out of bed. I couldn't help but snoop a little. She had a bright-colored accent wall. Bright sheer yellow. Everywhere there were photos. A bunch in New York with that girl I'd seen her with at the bar. Ellie, something like that. Behind a collage of photos, one with some girl I'd never seen before. A pretty blonde with big blue eyes and a pixie-cut hairstyle. Then there was one of me and her in the old apartment when I'd been teaching her how to play poker or some card game. I could only assume it was poker because she was making a sad face. She always insisted I was cheating. That's because you were. Bluffing was not cheating. That's how I played the game, and I was damn good at it, but she hated it. When I went out into the living room, the same pretty blonde from the pictures was at the counter making coffee. Good morning. You want a cup? I froze. Okay. Thank you? She turned with a wide grin and knowing eyes, and her gaze skimmed me up and down. You know, I'd seen a picture and she talked about you, but I didn't really understand why she was losing her damn mind. Now I get it. It took a lot to embarrass me. Considering the things I'd had to do since I was a kid, embarrassment wasn't really one of those emotions I tapped into easily, but this girl had me blushing pink. Thanks, I guess. She poured me a cup of coffee and didn't bother to ask how I liked it. She just gave it to me black, which was how I preferred it, unless it was Starbucks. Then bring on the sugary, stupid drinks. And you are? I'm Jinx, the best friend. I nodded in understanding. Right? So is this the part where you tell me I hurt your friend and you'll skin me alive? No, actually. This is where I tell you to get your stuff together. She loves you. I think she fell for you hard when you told her that her dress was sticking in her thong. But you screwed up, so you need to figure out how to help me fix it because I really don't like my mopey best friend. She's sad. She was incomplete. She has the job she's always wanted. She's back home with her bestie. But she's still sad and mopey. I don't do sad and mopey. My bestie does not do sad and mopey. I'd rather she was screaming, yelling something, anything other than what she has been. So you need to fix it. I took a sip. It was good, French vanilla or something. Look, I know. I tried. I apologized. I begged. I tried to talk to her, but she wasn't really having that. Yeah, you can't talk to her. You have to show her. Her whole life people have manipulated her with words. They've told her one thing and done another. Everyone. Well, with the exception of me. I'm unfailingly honest. I chuckled so bad I almost choked on the coffee. Yeah, I'm getting that. You lied to her. By omission or what, I don't really know. She didn't get into it, but that look on her face, it's the same look she gets when her parents lie or disappoint her or manipulate her. I'm only giving you the benefit of the doubt, because I remember the way she talked about you. Irritated. Angry. On fire. That's the Brenna that's always fought to come out. And when it does, someone always chooses to slap it down. You don't seem like you want to slap it down. I shook my head. On the contrary. I prefer her fighting with me. It makes for amazing sex. Also, I like that fire in her eyes. It was how I met her. It's what drew me to her. It meant she was a match and an equal. Not someone who will hide from me or cower in front of me. I don't want that. I want a partner. One who makes me think and want to be better. And one who will give me what for if I can't manage it. Do you have any suggestions? What? I'm supposed to do your work for you? No. Sort yourself out and make sure she sees your actions, because your words don't mean anything to her right now. I took another long sip and saluted her with my mug. Thank you for this and for the advice. Yeah, you're welcome. You screw up again though, I'll kill you myself. Prince or not. My eyes went wide. You know? She nodded. No, I'm not supposed to know it. But when the Queen and King showed up in my house, wanting her to go after you, I put two and two together. I'm no dummy. So you have a lot to work out. She's fought against this courtly life her whole existence. Obviously because of her parents. I think you can be someone to change her mind about it all. Make it worth her while? I nodded. Yeah, that is absolutely my intention. She nodded and put her mug in the sink. Good. Now you can show yourself out. I glanced over at the clock. 6 o'clock. How early had she gotten up to get away from me? Yeah, thanks again for the coffee and the chat. She nodded before sliding into what I could only guess was her bedroom. Oh, and she had to go to work. Some kind of TV appearance with one of her artists. She didn't run. She just went to work. You know, modern-day princess and all that. I chuckled. Okay, yeah, I hear you. So at least the best friend was on my side. Now all I had to do was convince Brenna to forgive me. How hard could that be? 19. Lucas. The prodigal brother returns. My lips twitched into a smile. Hey. Sebastian stepped back and led me into his and Penny's private quarters. I'd been in there a couple of times before, but somehow coming back now, it felt different. The massive 5,000 square foot apartment in the palace had been his original quarters. His mother, the Queen Mother, had insisted that she remain in the primary quarters. From what I understood, it was over 14,000 square feet spread out over 2 floors on the south end of the palace. I see you guys didn't change anything. Sebastian rolled his eyes. You've only been gone a few months. What? You expected me to lock Penny up already? I chuckled to myself. I wouldn't put it past you. Well, let's just give her time to get adjusted. I'm sure Penny would bolt if she knew I was trying to lock her up. I frowned. Trouble in paradise? He shook his head, then he shrugged. No, not really. I think she's having a hard time adjusting. You know, before she didn't want to be a royal guard. But now that she can't be, it's all she wants. So we're having a little negotiation. Oh, this again. Should have known. You know how independent she is. Yeah. Tell me about it. You know she's been sneaking off to see the traitor, right? My brows snapped down. That doesn't sound like her. Sebastian ran his hands through his hair. Okay, she's not exactly sneaking. I haven't forbidden it. And she's within her legal right to do so, as long as he agrees to see her willingly without counsel. She's been questioning him. Damn, Penny. I groaned. Tell me about it. He shook his head. It's infuriating. She's doing it above board, but she won't talk to me about it. And she just takes off and does it. She's the bloody queen. I don't want to forbid her, but damn. She's the most infuriating woman I've ever met. I chuckled. I feel like you knew this about her when you married her, though. Yeah, I guess I did. And not one guard came to rat her out. Not that what she's doing is against the rules exactly, but you'd think someone over there would be like, hey, do you know what your wife is up to? Aren't they supposed to be your people? He shrugged. I don't know if that matters. They are by proxy. They protect me as their sovereign, right? But they protect her as their friend. And you know, even if she wasn't the best royal guard before, she was one of theirs. Now she's suddenly taking being a guard seriously. If ever I can't find her, it's a pretty safe bet she's in there with the intelligence guys, heads shoved together trying to figure something out. Well, all of this affects her too. It's her life, isn't it? My brother shrugged. Yeah, I know it is. Anyway, we're not going to discuss my wife right now. We're going to talk about my stubborn brother. I groaned. You know, let's stick to the wife thing. I can offer relationship advice all day. I mean, I wouldn't suggest you take it because clearly I suck at that. But I suggest you need to make Penny happy because happy wife means happy life. You're giving out marriage advice? God help us all. When was the last time you were in a relationship? Speaking of relationships, how is Brenna? Considering where I'd spent the whole night, I felt my ears turning hot and suddenly found myself embarrassed for the second time that day. I woke up this morning and she was gone again. So that tells me maybe she's not turning around just yet. Sebastian shook his head and then led the way to the kitchen. Oh. Give her time. I mean, that's what I told her about you, right? In the kitchen, he offered me a cup of coffee. I declined. Jinx already made me one. He frowned. Jinx? Brenna's roommate. He chuckled. Oh, Jinx. She's fun. Paid her a visit recently. I think Penny has been trying to befriend them. You know, that almost terrifies me more than anything. Last thing I need in life is Penny teaching Brenna how to make me crazy. My brother whacked me on the arm. You do realize that poor girl came all the way to Italy just to get you, right? On my behest, she got on a plane to see if she could bring you home. That's not a girl who doesn't care. I know. I screwed up. With her? Probably. With me? No. I get why you did it. Why you felt like you had to. But like I told you in Italy, you are my brother. I feel it. I took one look at you and I knew it. So if you need some time to get there, to figure it out for yourself, to feel like the islands are part of you, then I get it. We all get to the end of our journey when it's time, right? Now you're a philosopher? He shrugged. Sometimes. It's easy to philosophize for someone else. He took a sip of his coffee and then leveled his gaze on me. Are you here for good? Or are you planning on running again? I shook my head. I'm done running. Honestly, I'm just tired. Besides, I saw something that made me realize I need to be here. Or at the very least, I need to be near where Brenna is. Sebastian frowned. What? I pulled out my phone and showed him the photo that Weller had texted me. That's my stepdad. Tony Angelo. He's here on the island. Damn. My sentiments exactly. Thanks to me, he's wanted by Interpol. I took care of that. But getting him in the net is going to be tricky. He gave me a nod and a broad grin spread over his face. Well, good thing we're reunited then. Because together I'm pretty sure we'll be unstoppable. Brenna? Did you do it? I barged into my father's office and bypassed his poor secretary, Lynette. Lynette was accustomed to suffering my outbursts. She'd had to deal with several of them over the years, usually when my father did something insane. Dad looked up startled, eyes wide, and he waved her off. When the door closed behind her, he said, Brenna, nice to see you. It would be better if you'd called first, though. What? So you could have advance warning and get your story straight? What in the world do you think I've done now? Besides what you're trying to do to Lucas? You know he's not a thief. Okay, maybe he was, but he's not anymore. You know he's innocent. And you're trying to make it look like he's not just so he'll stay away from me. What is wrong with you? He shook his head and sat down. Does this visit have a point? I inhaled deeply and tried to calm myself. Yes. Why did you put the money back? He frowned. You'll have to elaborate. The money in my account. Why did you put it back? And why did you give me more than you took? I don't understand what's going on. I need you to be clear and honest with me. For once, just be direct. Well then, for once, I have no idea what you're on about. Money or no money. Honestly, the things that you've occupied your mind with. If you would only put your mind toward real things that you could do, I'd be amazed at what you could accomplish. Dad, really? I just want to stop fighting with you. I'm tired. I'm sure you don't want to keep doing this. You and Mom have to stop trying to control everything. I'm just so exhausted by it all. And I'm telling you the truth. I honestly don't have any idea what you're talking about. I frowned. You didn't put the money back? The money you stole from me? He narrowed his gaze. Stole is such a harsh word. You know what I mean. The money you took out of my account reappeared at my new bank. You didn't have anything to do with that. No. You can ask your mother, but I didn't put the money back. After all, you haven't complied with what I asked. You didn't put the money back? So I'd been running around assuming it was my parents. If it wasn't them, then who was it? If you don't mind if we're done here? Dad, why does it have to be like this? We don't have to be enemies. We don't have to fight. You're right. We don't. All you have to do is move back home and stop this nonsense. Why can't you just let me be who I'm going to be? Why does it have to be all or nothing? What's more, why does it have to be all about you? Don't you care that I'm happy, that I'm safe? Don't you care? I do. I just happen to know what's best for you. Sooner or later, you'll know it too. Are you sure you know what's best for me? Because maybe if you'd been paying attention, you would realize that Lucas actually makes me happy. And considering you're my father, I would think that's what you'd want. But since it's all about you, I don't think I'll hold my breath anymore that you're going to say that. And then I turned and walked out. 20. Brenna. I tugged at the hem of my skirt. Next to me, Jinx was fidgeting even worse. She couldn't sit still at all. She was shifting from cheek to cheek, tapping her foot, nibbling at her nail. Oh my God, would you stop? She rolled her eyes. I can't help it. I've never been to the palace. They confiscated my damn phone, so I can't even text my excitement. What am I supposed to do with all the energy? Just breathe. Be cool. I was one to talk. I'd been a mess for 2 days over seeing Lucas again. And sleeping with him? Again. He was becoming a habit I couldn't break. But you have to, or it will break you. And I was the idiot who had admitted that I still loved him. She sighed. Okay, I'm doing my best. But we are in the palace. You know, with the king and queen. There are hundreds of years of history here. Do you understand what that even means? I sighed. Yes, Jinx, I know. Remember? She sighed too. Yes, I know. I'm trying to be cool, okay? Sorry. It's just so damn exciting. Didn't you ever do a tour when you were a kid? You know we all did. Nope. When our class was supposed to go, I think it was in 5th or 6th grade, I was ill. Remember, I had to stay home? Oh God, yes. I do remember. I was devastated to be without my best friend on the field trip, the one person I actually wanted to show off to. The other girls in my year hadn't been appropriately excited, at least I didn't feel like they were. But I knew Jinx would have really appreciated it. But she was sick. I remember being worried about that too. And I was glad that I had the opportunity to take her again. I'd always figured there would be some chance in high school or something, but no, never. Finally, the reception area door opened, and a very stern-looking woman in a crisp navy blue uniform with a stiff collar walked over to us. The Queen shall see you now. Jinx and I stood and followed behind her because there was really no option but to do so. She led us to the interior room. I didn't know what to expect, but it wasn't this. There were at least 10 different people tapping away on computers. I didn't expect to see a well-lit room with a view of the gardens. Somehow I always thought an interior office would be dark and drab. This was well lit and pretty. and it led into the courtyard. I wondered if anyone ever ate lunch out there. Probably. Queen Penny seemed to be the sort to encourage that kind of thing. She didn't seem like she'd particularly like being forced indoors a lot. Then the old bird knocked on the interior door and opened it at the sound of Queen Penny's voice. We were ushered in, and immediately I relaxed. Penny stood. Her hair was up in a messy bun, and she was wearing stained pink overalls with a t-shirt underneath that said, "Natural girls do it better." Why? Because they like it kinky. Her appearance apparently pleased Jinx too, because she laughed. I pointed out the shirt immediately. "Oh my God, I love it. I need one." We both eventually remembered our manners and curtsied. Penny waved her hand. "No, stop that." She came over and hugged us both. "Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for calling me. Have a seat." I didn't want to waste her time, so I dove right in. "Your Majesty, I appreciate you agreeing to see me. I hope it's okay that I brought Jinx along." "Of course. I gave you my card because I wanted you to call." There was another knock at the door, and Penny called out, "Come in." A slim redhead about Jinx's height strolled in. I swear to God, why can't I just come in through the courtyard like always? That old biddy scares me. Queen Penny rolled her eyes. "You have taken down badass assassins. You can hack into any database in the world. And she scares you?" The redhead shuddered. "Yes. I have delicate sensibilities." She startled a bit when she saw us. "Oh, I didn't know you had company." Queen Penny made introductions and turned to Ariel. "Actually, I wanted you here because I had a feeling that we might need your help." "Anything for you, buckaroo." Ariel turned toward one of the oversized chairs and dropped into it, then propped her feet up on the coffee table. And I also noted that she hadn't curtsied. This was madness to me. Penny turned back to me and nodded. "Sorry, go ahead. What do you need?" "Well, it's just, how should I even start?" I'd come to see her about some pretty bizarre circumstances. I took a deep breath and tried anyway. "So my parents and I have a difficult situation." Once I got started, it was surprisingly easy to tell the story. The lies and deceit, the stealing. At key points, Jinx interjected to back up my evidence. But my parents are my problem, and that's not what I'm here about. Given our conversation the other day about Lucas and what my father is trying to do to him, I wondered maybe if they somehow tried to drag me into it. I don't know. $10,000 appeared in my bank account yesterday, and I honestly don't know what to do about it. Even if my parents just returned the amount that they stole from me, this is above and beyond. And they honestly have no reason to do so. Not to mention they don't have access to my accounts. Ariel frowned from her slouched-down position on the couch. "Wait, so you had connected or shared accounts with them before?" I nodded. "Yeah, basic things. When you start your own bank account, you go with the family banker or whatever, so I did that. It bit me in the ass, though." Ariel nodded. "No crap. But now the amounts have returned and then some. I have a job now, so I am earning money. But not that kind of money. I'm not like my parents. I live on a budget. I'm frugal. I don't really have any use for the pomp and circumstance kind of thing. It's not really my deal. I don't need much. I'm pretty simple, actually." I sighed. "Okay, look, I'm a sucker for a nice pair of shoes. But beyond that, there's not much I need or want. So I just want this money to go away, and if it's going to come back and bite me in the ass, I'd rather have preemptively told you about it, I guess." With the story finally told, I realized how silly it sounded. As if the Queen of the Winston Isles would have time for me or care about what I was doing. I sighed. "I'm sorry. I have wasted your time. This is silly. Jinx, let's go." Jinx stared at me. "Are you joking?" "She can help." Queen Penny nodded. "First of all, this could well be connected to Lucas. It's actually information I want and need to know, so you stay seated and let's figure this out." I stared at her. "You want to help me?" She nodded. "Yes, please. Turns out I need intrigue in my life." Jinx, unable to help herself as usual, snorted. Don't you have a hot new husband for that?" Ariel guffawed and slapped the coffee table. "Oh, I like her." Queen Penny laughed as well. "Yes. But honestly, there's only so much time you can spend naked. Eventually, I need to use my brain. I do love the charity work and the art, and I do get to paint. But it's shocking. I never thought I'd say this, but I miss being a proper royal guard. So this gives me something safe to do. Something my husband will let me do. I didn't know what to infer from that statement, but when Ariel got a clouded expression, I guessed it was sore point. Honestly, I just don't know what to do. I only wanted back what was mine. But this is so much extra, so it feels like there's a catch. Ariel stood up then. Okay, give your account numbers to me. I'll have a look. If you think your parents are screwing with you, that's one thing. But if it's part of some plot to get back at Lucas, that's a much bigger question. I don't know. Honestly, I wish I had the answer to that. It would make my life a lot easier. Penny smiled at me. Well, you have us now, so you're not alone. And we will figure this out. To be honest, I'm glad to have some other friends in the palace. Sometimes I feel like everybody is working not against me, but working for the throne. I would very much like us to be friends. I smiled back. I'd like that too. Jinx practically bounced off her seat like a jumping meme. Besides, it would give me another approved place I can go besides the palace. And it would let me work on something. We won't tell my husband, of course. This will just be between us girls. I nodded enthusiastically. Fine by me. I just want to know what the hell is going on. Ariel gave me a nod and a wink. I'll figure it out. I always do. For the first time since the money had shown up, I started to relax. 21. Penny. You still haven't had the sit down with Hubs, huh? I straightened my jacket so that my recorder was better hidden. Not yet, but we will. Just as soon as I have something to show for my efforts. Just where does he think you are right now? I smiled sheepishly. With you watching trash TV. Ariel laughed. Penny, stop. You're the bloody queen. Hell, your status as a guard is up in the air. You still have the right to see him. But I feel like Sebastian can't possibly be thrilled about this. Besides, you're mentally torturing yourself. I lifted my chin. So far no one has gotten through to him. No one has been able to get him to talk. Maybe if I can get through to him, I can understand better who he's working with and why. He's been questioned by our best interrogators. Ad nauseum. Ad infinitum even. You really think you can break him? I mean, I can only hope, right? We were together for a long time. Even if he was only pretending. Ariel stuck her hands in her pockets. Tell Sebastian. You might not be hiding, but it feels like you're hiding. Just talk to him. He might surprise you. I sighed. Okay, I will, all right. I didn't like the sneaking off. I didn't like involving Michael. I hated keeping something from Sebastian. But when I'd been told he had requested to see me, it was an opportunity I couldn't give up. But then he hadn't said anything. Like I was the one person he wanted to talk to. I recognized he was trying to play me, so I thought, why not play him? Unfortunately, to get anywhere with him, he wanted his pound of flesh. And my brother was helping me. Even though I didn't think he should. I was willing to risk myself and my sanity to talk to him. But I didn't want Michael to go through this pain. I didn't want Sebastian to go through it. I wanted to help to take the pain from them. Regardless, Sebastian would be pissed. Better to ask for forgiveness than ask for permission. Ariel let me into the room to see if the guard was making sure that Robert's shackles were tight. When Robert looked up, he just looked bored. Maybe resigned was a better word. He simply sighed and sat there and stared at me. My favorite visitor. Turns out my only visitor. You know, my own mother won't come and see me. Seems maybe like you did this to yourself. So, are you going to talk tonight? I don't have time to listen to your crap. He laughed. You're in a hurry today. Could it be that the idiot king finally noticed that you've been seeing me? Tell me, was he jealous? Did he forbid you? I inclined my head. If you're going to waste my time, I'm going. From now on, if you don't give me something actionable, I'm not coming back. Oh, now, don't be like that. You know this is mutually beneficial for the both of us. I had to laugh at that. I'm still not sure how this benefits me. I promised I'd tell you what you want to know. You'll get all the information. Just when you dole it out. You're out of time, Robert. If you have nothing to give me, I won't be back. You're bluffing. No. You skipped our last visit. Where'd you go, Penny? What were you doing? None of your business, Robert. But you are my business. Who else have you been talking with? And why do you hate this family so much? I don't hate this family. I just resent the fact that you're royalty and I'm not considered to be one. You do understand that you tried to kill me and the king more than once? I am a freedom fighter. I am the rightful heir to that throne. Sorry? You're delusional. Even if Uncle Roland would submit to the test, which he won't, you have no claim to the throne. What? And the bastard does? Well, according to this little thing called the law, yes. That bastard also didn't try to kill me, so there's that, nor did he actually kill the previous king. That would be you. So that throne you had your eye on? No matter what, it would still be occupied by someone other than you, so you might as well give up whoever it is that you're protecting. Whoever it is, I promise you they're not worth it. Why are you doing their bidding? They don't even want you in the family. Is that what you tell yourself to make yourself feel better? To soothe your inner child who felt unwanted? You must get a kick out of these visits. I understand I'm the only one who sees you now. I shook my head. I probably see you more now than when we actually dated. He sniffed. You look at that time fondly, do you? Actually, I don't think of that time at all. It was like 1,000,000 years ago. Anything you said or did to me then is almost as if it happened to someone else. I have a new life now. Does that bother you? I don't actually care about what happens to you. But when your husband is off the throne, I'd be more than happy for you to come see me and tell me exactly how it feels to be on the outside again. Well, that's never going to happen. But you're allowed your little delusions, I suppose. Robert, don't you see I'm trying to help you? If you talk to me, cooperate, give me something we could actually use, I can make you more comfortable. I can get you different accommodations. But if you keep doing this, you're going to stay here in this prison. You could be kept in solitary. No books, no more outdoor time. You don't want to live like that. The Winston Isles didn't have a supermax or anything. Most of the time the criminals were kept in regular old jails for the extent of their terms. That jail was hosted on one of the smaller islands. A very small, state-of-the-art prison was located on the main island though. It technically wasn't too far from the palace, but it might as well be on Mars in comparison. Most of the prisoners had access to a full library, comfort and education, so they could do something with their lives when they left. Unless the prisoner was trouble and antagonizing the other inmates and the guards. Then they spent a lot of time in solitary. But even solitary confinement there was like a small studio apartment. I like being alone. Robert, help me help you. All these little notes from Michael, they'll stop. His eyes went wide. You want me to tell you what I need? Yes. Maybe I can help get it for you. There are other lives at stake. Fair enough that you hate me and you hate Sebastian, but there are people in play who haven't hurt anyone. The longer you sit here silent, the more likely you are to get caught in the crossfire. Is that what you really want? He shook his head. It doesn't matter what I want. This is bigger than all of us. At some point soon there will be a reckoning. And your precious husband, his family, they won't be thee in the palace anymore. What in the world will you do if you're no longer a queen? I was getting nowhere with him. Now I understood even more why Sebastian didn't want me coming. I knew it made me return to him frustrated and irritated with Robert. But I had to keep trying because he was our best led. He was a true believer, whatever it was that he believed in. He wasn't giving anything up. That's right. Run back to your husband. Enjoy being the queen while you can. Something bigger than all of us is coming. And when it does, God help you all. I stood and pushed back my chair. Sebastian and my father were right. This was futile. I was only hurting myself by coming here. Goodbye, Robert. I made a point not to look back at him as I left. Lucas. Rune was difficult to find. I waited until the next morning to see if I could sweet-talk Ethan into giving me Rune as an assigned guard. But it wasn't Ethan I found. It was Penny, poring over some papers on her father's desk. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Penny. I spread out my arms and she stood from her father's desk and sashayed over, letting me wrap my arms around her. You, sir, have a lot of explaining to do. Let me guess. Sebastian mentioned you've been talking to Brenna a lot. Am I persona non grata with my sister-in-law too? She shook her head. No, you are always persona grata with me because when I needed you once, you were there. But she's hurt? I know. And I will fix that. I have a long list of people to make amends to, but right now, I'm trying to locate Rune. I know my dad had him on assignment. She picked up a tablet and scrolled through it, and then she stopped. He's due back today. Actually, he should be back by now. I assume you know where his quarters are. I nodded. I just wanted to confirm. Thank you. Cut Rune some slack. His whole thing is all about being good at his job. Without that, he feels like he's nothing. When you bailed, you basically made that all true, so he might need some time. I know. But I have to try. Penny was right. I found Rune just as he was returning. He saw me approach and paused at his door before turning the knob and walking in. I followed him quickly. Rune, wait up. He closed the door in my face. Real mature. I opened it again without knocking. He frowned at me as I stepped through the door. Are you insane? I could have shot you. Yeah, but I know for a fact you always put your gun in your weapons case immediately, so I felt pretty safe walking in. Also, Sebastian says you can't shoot me. Well, you know, accidents happen. Marcus, on the other hand, grinned and gave me a hug. Lucas, welcome back. Marcus glanced between Rune and me, and then he said, You know, I'm just going somewhere that's not here. Once he left, it was just me and Rune. Rune crossed his arms. So what do you want? Dude, I just came to talk to you. I sent you a bunch of texts. Did you get them? Yeah, I got them. I just didn't want to do anything about them. Crap. Damn, man. Sorry. I know I left you hanging, okay? Look, Lucas, we've been through this. I explained to you why you can't do certain things, and you did them anyway. Doesn't that get old? At some point, you have to stop telling people that you care about them and actually show them by not being a complete jerk. I know. There were a lot of things in play, stuff I wish I had explained then. But I screwed that up. I just hope you can forgive me. That doesn't just take a minute, I know. But I'm back. I'm right here. I'm not running. And whenever you're ready, I'd like to tell you why I ran. Rune shook his head. Your Highness. I don't care. I hope you don't mind, but I need to hit the sack. I get 2 days off rotation, then I'm back out, so you know the way out. And with a turn of his back, he left me alone. It looked like I had my work cut out for me where he was concerned. Sebastian. This wasn't an ambush. It really wasn't. Those are the lies I told myself. My beautiful queen was playing cloak and dagger, and I knew a really good screw wasn't going to deter her. I had other things I needed to be doing at the moment, but keeping her out of trouble seemed far more important than matters of state. Besides, I didn't need to be anywhere specific for another hour. I followed her from the north parking lot along the trail to the Rose Tower, then into the secret tunnel entrance. I let my eyes adjust to the dim light, then blinked in surprise to find my wife waiting on me with folded arms in the adorned archway. Crap. I stopped abruptly. What? How? My voice trailed. There was nothing to be said. She'd caught me. She grabbed my hand and then dragged me into a small room. She fumbled around for a light, and I saw it was a storage room. Office supplies mostly. The Rose Tower was where most of the offices were. Well, at least if she was going to read me the riot act, no one would hear us in here. I swallowed hard. Look, I know what you're going to say. And I'm sorry, but you didn't leave me much choice the other day. I just feel like we didn't resolve. I stopped talking abruptly when she shoved me against the shelves and went for my belt buckle. Stop talking, Your Majesty. You'll ruin it. I frowned. What the hell was happening? You dumbass are about to get what looks to be the shag of your life. Listen to your queen and shut the hell up. You knew I was following you. Her laugh was low as she wiggled out of her blazer, then shoved a delicate hand into my jeans. I suspected you were following me from the ministry. I knew for sure when I went to see Brenna at her office. You are the worst at clandestine services. All this time you knew. I thought back to earlier in the day. So the lingerie store? I thought you'd come in and insist on helping me try things on. I wasn't sure if I wanted to laugh or yell. She'd taken me on a wild goose chase all damn day. That's what you get for not talking it out. So now you're jumping my bones? She looked up at me with wide dark eyes and blinked innocently. Aha. Isn't that why you've been following me? Because you love me and missed me so much and didn't want to wait until tonight. I knew that wasn't why. And she knew that wasn't why? And what was worse, she knew that I knew that she... Well, you get the idea. Basically, I was caught. But instead of giving me crap, my queen, my new bride, was sinking to her knees in front of me. And it was all I could do to hold on for the ride. 22. Lucas. I wasn't sure how well this was going to go over. I'd gone over to Blue Water Studios only to find out that Brenna wasn't there. She was out with an artist looking for a new guitar. Not ideal, but I could swing it. Rune's words still tumbled around in my head. I'd been trying to do all these things and keep people safe by leaving. I'd been trying to tell them that I cared about them, instead of just doing things that showed them I loved them. I knew Brenna wasn't too thrilled I'd made decisions for her. And maybe I'd been a bit of a jerk since I got back to the islands with all that mine nonsense. Not nonsense. It was the truth. I felt like she was mine. I knew I'd never be as connected to another human being as I was to her. But you need to show her. You can't just leave and expect that she's going to stick around. So now I was chasing her all over God's green earth, or rather all over the island, trying to locate her. Eventually, I found her in the old town. She was going from one second-hand shop to another. When I found her, she was chatting quietly with the owner, as if weighing the cost of each piece. She was haggling. I looked around and saw a kid of about 13 or 14 years old picking up each guitar one by one, carefully strumming them. He handled each one with care. That's what you should have done with Brenna. Yeah, hindsight was 20/20 and all that. I didn't have to wait long for her to come out. When she saw me, she stopped short. She put up her hand as if to tell me to stop moving. No, we are not doing this. I am working. The kid joined us quickly. From outside, I'd assumed she was with a boy from the short afro hair and the extra lean build. But no, she was a girl. Up close, she had really delicate features and she wore small studs in her ears. She eyed me skeptically. Brenna, who is this? Nobody. No one we need to know. Come on, Layla. There are 2 more second-hand places to check out. If we can't find one today, we'll go to the other islands tomorrow. Still not looking away from me, Layla added, I really appreciate this, Brenna. I can't believe my guitar broke. That's fine. It's not your fault. We're just going to have to work on getting you 2 of them, so you can leave your good one at the studio where your brothers don't have access to it. I pushed away from the wall. You're just going to pretend I'm not here? Apparently, the answer to that was yes, because she dragged Layla behind her by the hand, winding through the old cobblestone streets. Brenna, please wait up. But she kept moving. At the next shop, about 4 avenues later, she stopped. Layla looked up at it. No way in heck I can afford this place. I don't have much money. Brenna nodded. Don't you worry, just go inside and look and see what you like. We have a small stipend from Blue Water. This will be your home guitar. For your studio guitar, it'll be top of the line. Even nicer than what they've got in there. But you'll want to rehearse at home, so we need to get you a practice piece. Just go look. I took another look at the kid. Her jeans were worn. Her sneakers had seen better days and she needed a new pair. She wore a ragged t-shirt, but she was clean. She looked decently fed. She just didn't have much money. Like someone else you know. My heart squeezed a little because I'd been that girl. Scrounging and saving and trying to do what I needed to do. The only difference was I turned into a thief. This girl didn't look like she was turning to a life of crime to pay for her guitar. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to crash your work thing. Yes, you obviously did because you tracked me down. So what is so important? We are not picking up where we left off, Lucas. I frowned. No. Actually, I don't even know why I tracked you down. I wanted to see you and apologize, I guess. Her eyes went wide then. Delicate brows arched. What? Yeah. I had no right to turn up on your doorstep and, I ground my teeth. Crash your date. I couldn't take the bite out of the word. Was it me or did her lips twitch? Are you serious right now? I know. That was wrong. I saw you and that guy had his arms around you and I couldn't take it. I know you and I have a lot of baggage to sort through, I guess, but I shouldn't have taken that out on you that night by crashing your date. Her voice lowered. And what happened after? I regret none of it. One of the best nights of my life. Given half a chance, I'd do it again. Her jaw unhinged and her mouth hung open. But someone wise once told me that I couldn't just declare that I love people, and go about doing what I thought was best without thinking about how they'd feel or be affected. That words didn't matter. I had to show them. So I'm letting you know that I'll be showing you instead of just telling you, and I'm expecting there will be a set of rules. She fought a smile. Well, whoever this friend is, they are really smart. I shoved my hands in my jeans and nodded. I know you didn't plan on it, but do you mind company while you look for the guitar? I could tell it was on the tip of her tongue to say no. But then she surprised me. I'm sure. We have a bunch of other places to go, if you don't mind. I shook my head. It wasn't exactly what I wanted. She hadn't run up to me and told me that she loved me, and she was sorry or wanted to take me back in any kind of way. But I just wanted to stay close to her, and I'd take what I could get. Great. Thank you. I just have to ask though, all that danger we talked about before? Is it still a problem? I clenched my jaw. At that moment I could spot at least 4 royal guards, which meant that there were at least 2 to 4 that I didn't see. That's not anything you have to worry about. Everything is going to be fine. She searched my gaze. Why are you here, Lucas? I'm here because I know I messed up. And even before you found out who I really was, we were friends. And I miss you. That's why I'm here. Is that okay? She chewed her bottom lip for a moment and then nodded slowly. Yeah, I think that much I can handle. Perfect. Now I just had to not screw this up and declare I loved her again or that she was mine. Even though I do and she is. Best to let her reach that conclusion on her own. Lucas. I could feel Brenna next to me all afternoon. It was like there was this vibrating hum between us. Like we were 2 magnets. Whenever we got near each other, something flipped. And we were either attracted, pulled so close and so tight nothing could tear us apart, or we repelled each other. Either way, there was a force connecting us in some way, and it made it impossible to not be aware of her. And I was the moron who'd intentionally spent the day with her. I wasn't sure how much more I could take, to be honest. But maybe that's what it felt like to not be a selfish prick all the time. I did my best not to stare at her. I wasn't really looking to be a creeper. And I could tell she was doing her best to not look at me either. But that was to be expected. Of course my mind was doing all the things to torture me. Wondering if she was thinking about the last time we were together, about my hands on her skin, holding her tight against me. The door opened, and I immediately straightened up. Stop it, asshole. None of that stuff is helping. And I'd meant it when I said that I wasn't going to push her into this. For once, no more being a selfish jerk. I didn't know what Sebastian was up to or why he'd called us back to the palace, but I was willing to wait patiently, hear him out. Finally my brother was here with, oh crap. I stood when I realized who'd come in the room with Sebastian. My gaze darted between him and my mother and back again. What the hell is this? Sebastian put up his hand. I know this is distressing, Lucas, but I want to put everything to bed. They didn't come alone either. They were quickly followed by Matthias, then Oscar, Penny, Rune, who still didn't look at me, and Ethan. Sebastian took a seat behind the massive oak desk. All of you please have a seat. I know we've all been through the ringer, so I'm not going to prolong this. Ethan, can you do me the honor, please? Ethan nodded, stood up, and pulled out an envelope. I eased down on the seat next to Brenna and held my breath. What was going on? Were those the blood test results? Even though I knew what they would say, it was still terrifying to know that the dream I'd held on to for so long was about to be dashed. No one wanted that. It was devastating to have a dream ended. Ethan stepped forward, handed Sebastian the envelope, and then took his seat again. Thank you for joining us, Adele. You are not one of my subjects, so I couldn't compel you to appear, so I appreciate you taking the time. My mother darted a furtive glance at me. I owed it to my son. Honestly, after all these years, I'm tired of lying. I'm tired of being afraid. And I want it over. I want to know once and for all. Sebastian nodded. Ethan, as law dictates with these things, I need to have a member of the Regent's Council present to record. Please accept that duty on behalf of the Council. It only occurred to me then that the whole thing was being recorded. I noticed the camera in the corner with the little green light on. Yes, I accept, Ethan replied. My brother nodded. The chain of custody is complete. Blake's security has been on retainer by the Crown for the last 6 years. Gentlemen, please submit your chain of custody documents. Matthias stood, walked to Sebastian, and handed over a folder. Thank you. I am now in possession of the chain of custody. Ethan, you have reviewed and checked the documentation? Ethan nodded. Yes, I have. All is in order. From the time that Blake Security obtained the original vial of King Cassius's blood from Stanton Labs, the vials were kept under royal seal in a protected container until such time that they were delivered to Reckerton Labs. Upon Your Royal Highness Sebastian Winston's request, 2 sets of blood samples were tested against the master sample that was logged in as belonging to King Cassius of the Winston Isles. In addition, those vials were tested against each other. The results of the testing are enclosed in the files you just received. Sebastian nodded. My palms started to sweat and I wiped them on my jeans. I could feel Brenna looking over at me, and I made the mistake of meeting her gaze. My heart attempted to leap out of my chest. I could see it there, the confusion, the worry, the concern, and something else. Love? No, idiot. She's moving on or whatever. She doesn't want anything to do with you. Damn you, idiot. Friends, remember? Right. Friends. Sebastian's voice dragged me out of my reverie, and I forced my attention back to my brother. Sebastian opened the envelope and then he started to read. There was a bit about medical processes and percentages, blah blah blah. Come on, get to it. Just get to it. Just say it so I can be done. The conclusion is as follows: both samples tested against the primary are a match. The definitive conclusion is that both samples are direct descendants of the primary source. What? I shook my head. I couldn't believe what I'd heard. That couldn't be right. Somewhere to my left I could hear my mother sob. No, they told me. I stared at Sebastian. There's something wrong with that sample. Sebastian shook his head and put up a hand. Let me finish. In addition, the 2 secondary samples tested against each other show a 23% match. Those samples are a first-line genetic match. Our findings confirm that they are half-siblings or close familial match. His gaze lifted to mine. I told you? My stomach dropped and the blood rushed through my ears, making my head throb and pound. My throat felt like it had been abraded by sandpaper. When the gears in my brain finally clicked into place, I glared at my mother. The words tore out of my throat to my mother. You lied? I pushed to my feet then, advancing on her. I don't know why I was surprised. I don't know why I'd chosen to believe her over the person who'd traveled half a world to find me, but I had. And as a result, I'd nearly ruined everything. Ethan deftly stepped between us. Stand down, son. I scowled at him. Back off, Ethan. My mother stood and backed up several steps. Lucas, I didn't know. I assumed they'd lied. Everything they told me, how they came after me, I assumed they'd lied. Even when she was caught, she stuck with the lie, like the consummate professional. Who did you assume lied? I ran a hand through my hair and then pointed my finger at her. You started this whole ball rolling. 23 years ago, who approached you? You have to give us their names now. Fury rolled off me in steady waves. Save Ethan stopping me from physically advancing on her, no one stopped me. And then I could feel it, the hum behind my back. Brenna stood and placed a hand on my shoulder. But she didn't admonish me. Her words were directed at my mother. He deserves to know. Anything you know, even if you think it doesn't matter anymore, you have to tell us. He deserves the truth. My mother darted a gaze to Brenna and then back to me. She nodded. It wasn't that I deliberately wasn't telling you the truth. But the only name I had was Bryson Hurd. I assumed it was an alias and that's all I had. But I don't understand. I gave them my hair sample when you were originally tested. Ethan cleared his throat. That might be my doing. He motioned for everyone to sit down. With Brenna's hand on my shoulder, I took my seat. Her heat seeped into me, chasing away the chill that threatened to freeze my heart. Back then there were still active factions that believed that King Cassius should not have been king. King Andreas, Cassius's father, had 2 brothers. As his firstborn didn't want the throne and Cassius was not yet of age, there were people who insisted that one of his brothers should have taken the throne. But Andreas used his voting rights with the council to seat your father, Sebastian. He was the rightful heir, but there was some verbiage that would have allowed a gray area and room for his brother to take the throne. Sebastian shook his head. What does this have to do with Lucas's mother? It's all part of the royal intrigue. Ethan sighed. There were some when your father was first king, who thought they could disrupt the monarchy. See dissent and overthrow. They were looking for scandal. Of course your father never took it seriously, though he should have. These factions had been in play during his father's time. So Adele, when the time came to test Lucas and you talked to me about the other people who had been to see you, and how you didn't want your son involved in any of it, I knew something was amiss. My mother frowned and her eyes cleared. I remember you. You reassured me. You told me there was no conspiracy, that no one was coming to take my child. And as far as I knew, there wasn't. But since someone had already been to see you, and was particularly interested in both Cassius and your child, I knew I needed to be extra careful with the sample. I took it from your son myself. What the hell was happening? I turned my attention to my mother. Her mouth fell open. I gave you a sample. Ethan nodded. I know. But I wasn't going to take any chances. All this time I thought they'd tested the sample I provided, and were lying about his paternity. I couldn't figure out why. I was so scared, so I took Lucas and ran. Sebastian ran his hands through his hair. How far back is this going to go? Obviously, this is part of a greater conspiracy than we ever imagined. But we're going to get some answers, no matter how long it takes. Ethan, we need to deep dive into the past, into my granduncles. He slid his gaze back to Penny. Maybe it's time to have a sanctioned conversation with Robert Sandstorm. She sat up straighter. I can do that immediately. He has his hearing on Monday. He won't be allowed to change his statement after that point. Holy hell. This stuff went so much deeper than any of us knew. Automatically I turned to Brenna, and her gaze was soft. At least now you know the truth. Yeah, I do. I lifted my gaze to my brothers. My brothers. Some questions had been answered, but so many more were left open. My brother met my gaze. With everything that's going on, we're moving up the date of your coronation. Wait, what? Are you sure, Seb? I know the truth now. It can probably wait. He shook his head. No. It can't. We're doing it on Sunday. We'll hold off on the official announcements as long as we can, but we're doing this. I guess I was a prince after all. 23. Lucas. This was happening. The train was leaving the station. There would be no stopping it now. There would be no jumping off. This was it. It was happening. I was being signed in as the prince. In the center of the coronation room, my brother stood behind a massive table. We were in front of the 200 members of court, and I could feel Brenna's gaze on me. I didn't know where things stood with us, but I knew there would be an uphill battle to make her mine. I could still feel the touch of her hand on my shoulder as my brother had read the news. The heat of her had chased away the chill, making me feel more whole. Unfortunately, I could also feel the gaze of her father on me as well. Sebastian had promised me we'd figure out a solution to that little problem. But what about Brenna? She'd always tried to avoid life at court, and she hated everything royal. Well, maybe not so much anymore. She and Penny had grown quite close. Could she look past everything we'd been through? My brother was speaking then. We are here to sign and ratify the law we voted on to name Lucas Newsom, now Lucas Winston, Crown Prince of the Winston Isles. Does anyone here know of any reason why we cannot proceed? All around, the members of the Regents' Council said their nays. Even Tressel. I could only surmise that if he said nay, he had some other way planned to make me pay. Some other way that he was going to torture me. When they were all done, Sebastian nodded. Do any of you have any reason to doubt the evidence presented before you that Lucas Newsom is in fact Cassius Winston's second son? Again a round of nays, though when they arrived at Tressel he hesitated. A yay from him wouldn't have been the end of the world unless someone else behind him said it as well, and then it would forever cast a shadow of doubt onto my crown. But eventually he said nay. So that was good. So it be done. The Archbishop handed Sebastian a long stretch of parchment. I require that you all sign your names to ratify my brother, Lucas Newsom Winston, the new Crown Prince of the Winston Isles. Sebastian looked so regal. It was the only word I could think of that really described him in that moment. Even though he was young, he was commanding. Clearly he was in charge. I could only imagine what it would have been like if our father was the one doing this. Sebastian on one side of him, me on the other. But now it was Sebastian in the center, me on one side of him, and the missing space where our sister should have been on the other. Because eventually, we would have to do this all over again with her. One by one, the members of the Regents' Council came up and signed their names to the document. I watched with unease as Tressel stepped forward. I could tell he was clenching his jaw, but he'd been outmaneuvered. Once everyone had signed, that tightness in the center of my chest receded. But that wild urge to flee, the adrenaline pouring into my veins that didn't stop. I could still feel it calling to me. Escape. Escape. You know you want to. But I wasn't going to run this time. I'd meant it when I said to Brenna that no matter what, I was sticking it out. I had a chance at family. Real family. I wasn't giving that up, even though it would have been far more comfortable to not be near her. And God, the scent of her perfume was calling to me like a siren, like she was deliberately trying to kill me. Once everyone was back in their position, Sebastian motioned me forward. I knelt on the cushion in front of the altar. The Archbishop came over and opened a bejeweled wooden box. Inside it sat a crown that was slightly smaller than Sebastian's. My brother reached in, pulled out the crown, and stood in front of me. By the power vested in me as the monarch of the Winston Isles, arise, Prince Lucas Winston of the Winston Isles. Then he placed the crown on top of my head. I couldn't hear anything else then. It was all drowned out. There was clapping and some cheering. I was pretty sure that was Marcus, but certainly not Rune, as he was still pissed off. And that was most definitely Penny and Ariel, both of whom I adored. There were more words to be said. A prayer by the Archbishop and a few other things I don't remember. I still couldn't focus. I was a prince. It was only after most of the members of the Regent's Council came and bowed before me that it felt real. What have I done? Don't worry, you'll get used to it. You'll be okay. My eyes must have been wild because Sebastian just chuckled low. Relax, change clothes, all that good stuff. Tonight is the ball. That's when you'll be on, officially. But until then, relax. My gaze swung to where I'd last seen Brenna. Automatically seeking solace. Seeking out the one person guaranteed to make me feel like I was okay, that I was still myself. But I couldn't find her in the crowd. Penny came over. Her suit looked like some kind of wide-legged pants or something. But upon closer inspection, it was actually a skirt. She was cool, confident, and poised. Beautiful, but all business. Back in the day, she would have been wearing some ridiculous ball gown. But things were less formal now. And also I was the second son, not the actual monarch, so my coronation required less pomp and circumstance. How are you feeling? Awful. Terrified. Scared. She grinned. You'll be fine. I know you will. Rune and Ethan joined us. Rune turned to me and gave me a nod. Your Highness. There was no malice in his tone nor attitude. Just pure greeting. I missed my buddy, honestly. Sebastian grinned then. Great, now we can get our matching tattoos. He was kidding, right? Oh hell no. Sebastian frowned. Why not? We'll all have one of the family crest. What? You expect me to tattoo myself? My body is pristine. I'm not going to get a tattoo. Sebastian chuckled. Oh yeah, you are. I could put Marcus in charge of it. Marcus, how many do you have anyway? Marcus shrugged. I've lost count. I stared at him. Marcus always seemed like the clean-cut one. But I realized even working out I'd never really seen him with his shirt off. So they certainly weren't on his arms. Maybe his chest and back. You have tattoos? Marcus laughed. Yeah, man. Just because you never paid attention, it doesn't mean I didn't have them. Besides, you've got to buy me dinner at least to see all of this in all of its glory. He gestured toward his chest and I just rolled my eyes. Penny laughed with me. Marcus, wait, so how many? Where's your crest? He patted over his heart. I added a dagger a while ago to the crest. She nodded. Oh yeah, remember from that pool party thing that we had in, I don't know. Where was it, Brazil? He nodded. Yeah. I was actually off duty for once while we were traveling. She laughed. Yes, and I seem to remember some Brazilian girl, right? Marcus flushed. Ah yes, Your Majesty. I chuckled hard. Marcus, you sly dog, you. His flush only deepened. Yeah, that didn't really work out. Penny just kept on laughing. I could have told you that, but hey, you needed to learn that lesson. What was the edit to your tattoo again? A dagger with an M on it or something? His smile slipped a little. What the hell was that about? But he nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. She gave him her usual sunny smile and nodded. You should probably take Lucas to get his. Back to me and a tattoo again? Hell no. What? No. Didn't you hear me? No tattoos. My body is my temple. Also, needles scared me. No lie. My sister-in-law lifted her brow and placed a hand on her hip. So I'm supposed to read that as a translation that you're afraid of needles? Busted. You better believe it. They hurt. Sebastian clapped me on the shoulder and pulled me aside. Honestly though, how are you feeling? Like I said, terrified as hell. What if I can't do this? It's not about you doing anything. You just have to be you. We'll talk about your role and what you're going to be doing, and what your champion causes are later. Right now, just let it all sit with you for a while. Things are going to get a little crazy, and you'll need the calm before the storm. Yeah, before the storm. I had a feeling that the storm my brother talked about would be the likes of none we'd ever seen. All it took was her voice behind me and instant calm washed over me. Congratulations. With my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst, I turned slowly. Because I was a glutton for punishment, because I missed her, because I wanted to imprint her memory on my soul. Brenna, hi. Her eyes lit up, and my stupid heart did a wild leap when it looked like she was going to hug me. But instead she just curtsied. Your Highness. The reserve in her voice irritated me. We were Lucas and Brenna. At the same time, the way she said it made me want to forget the promise I'd made to her. You of all people should call me Lucas. She shook her head. You're the prince now. This was going to piss me off. And you are one of the few people who actually knows me. The real me. So it's Lucas or nothing. Her lips parted as if she was going to argue, then she pursed them, making them appear even fuller. Hell, all I wanted to do was kiss her. No, dumbass. You can't. Okay then, Lucas. There it was. That undercurrent of desire. Ignore it. Don't be a jerk. I only barely managed it. Thank you. I resisted the urge to drag her into my arms and instead said, Is it okay? I have no idea what to do now. Her laugh was soft. Of course. Now there will be a ball, and maybe you'll be lucky this time and there will be no girl climbing out the window to ruin your night. For starters, that girl was the highlight of the entire night for me. Secondly, I'd be right behind her. I shrugged. I kind of wanted to see exactly where that gardenia ended up. Her laugh was a sharp crack through the humming silence of too polite society. I promise you, it was nowhere the sun has ever seen. In that case, I'm insanely jealous of a flower. The flush crept up her neck, and I had to resist the urge to kiss the hollow of her neck. She licked her lips and all the blood in my body rushed south. It wasn't entirely my fault when I groaned low. Thinking about her ass could do that to me. I'm happy for you, Lucas. Really. I'll see you later. I wanted to follow her. But I knew better. Patience. I had to learn some. It was also not at all one of my virtues. Brenna. I should have stayed in bed that morning, I just knew it. After the coronation the previous day, I'd been unable to sleep. I kept having all manner of dreams about Lucas. At one point I'd been so desperate I'd almost called him just to alleviate the dull ache between my thighs. When he'd said he was jealous of the gardenia, I'd almost melted into a puddle of hormones like an idiot. The thing was, we were good in bed. Better than good. Hell, sometimes all it took was a look and I was ready to explode. The bed was no problem. His inability to stick was. He's sticking now though. He's officially the prince. Still, prince or not, I could still see myself waking up alone and wondering if this was the time he'd left me for good. I couldn't live like that. This was better. Friends. Add in with benefits and you'll be happy. I shoved that thought down as my production assistant came running over backstage. Brenna, oh my God. We have a problem, the venue double booked. I stared at her. What? It was Lila's first show. No, that's not even possible. I've had lots of artists who had events here. She handed me 2 flyers. Here. 2 flyers for tonight at the same time. Sure enough, Layla Drake, the date, the time, and then Timothy Houston. Tim Houston was an older, more established artist. He'd been around for years touring the islands. And he had a hell of a library of music. He'd been nominated for 2 Grammys. That meant the place was going to be packed. Don't tell Layla yet. I'll figure something out. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. There was no way I was going to tell that kid that I had to disappoint her. Relax. Focus. Do the thing you know how to do. I'd done lots of events in my lifetime on the island. I should be able to find someone who owed me a favor. Okay, we can do this. We can fix this. We need to find another venue that has speakers. It doesn't even have to be fancy. This place is a dive. They serve drinks, yeah, but I can call my bestie and we can get some people here with drinks. That's not the problem. But I need an outdoor venue. I called Jinx. She'd bartended during uni at several island bars. She might know someone who could help out with drinks. I was in such a mad dash for a venue that I missed it when Layla came bouncing through. Hey, so when sound check? I know I'm early by 5 hours, but I thought maybe if I could even just get on the stage, feel it out, I'd feel a lot better. Crap. What did I tell her? How did I do this? Okay, I don't want you to panic. It's going to be fine. Everything is going to be fine, okay? Her face fell. Worry etched her brow, and her breath was coming in short little pants. Oh my God. I've been dropped from the label, haven't I? What? No. You have not been dropped. But we do have a slight problem with the venue. It seems that they've double booked. Surprise. Lila's face fell even further. But I told my mom. She got off work just so she could come see me. Yes, I know. And we're going to work it out. We still have a couple of hours, okay? It's going to be fine. I just called. I didn't get to finish. There was a commotion at the entrance of the venue. And sure enough, the newly minted crown prince was striding right toward me, coming right for me and looking like some kind of knight in shining armor, except without the horse or the armor. Just looking overall sexy enough to lick. But I couldn't think about that right now. What are you doing here? I really don't have time for this. There was no cocky smirk, no smile. He just shook his head. I'm here for Layla, actually. Jinx called me. I frowned. Jinx? He nodded. You know your best friend. She's about this tall. Pixie-cut blonde hair? She called me and asked if I knew anyone who could distribute large amounts of alcohol for a floating venue. So clearly I knew something was going on. She clued me in, so I came to help. I blinked rapidly. Lucas, you can't just fix everything. You don't have a venue, do you? His lips tipped into a smirk then. Don't I? I have acres, remember? Just tell me what you need and I'll set it up. Her brow furrowed. Acres? Oh, he meant the palace. Oh. Oh. Oh my God. But could we? Yeah, of course. I don't see why not. Besides, what other debut artist gets the king and queen in attendance? At the very least, Penny will definitely be there. Sebastian if he's free. Next to me, Layla clutched my hand tightly. Please, 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 please. I turned to her. Breathe. Nice long deep breaths. That's it. I turned my attention back to Lucas. Okay, whatever. This is not the time to argue with someone saving your ass. So instead of protesting or licking him like I wanted to, I said thank you. He nodded. Layla, bring your equipment. Let's get you up to the palace. I'll make the calls on the way. I'll also get someone to distribute new flyers and post someone here to direct people up to the palace road. I only had a moment to give some quick instructions to the crew that was there waiting. All I could do was trust that Lucas would get it done. And the funny thing was, when it came to something like this, I trusted him wholeheartedly. The way he led the way out of the venue to his car with that confident stride, like he knew exactly what he was doing and how to get what he needed, I knew he was going to take care of it. He opened the door for Layla and ushered her in. Then he opened mine. I blinked up at him. I don't know what to say. Thank you hardly seems like enough. He shrugged. Don't mention it. You needed a favor. I could do it. It doesn't require payback. No, I was bad at this now. Thank you. Of course. Also, next time you're in trouble, call me first. I could have saved you an hour of running around. I don't want to take advantage. It doesn't feel, like the right thing to do. For the first time since our night at my apartment, he touched me. It had been 2 weeks since we'd pretty much scorched the sheets of my bed. I wasn't used to his touch, and the bolt of electricity surprised me. I meant what I said. Even as your friend, whatever you need, you just call me. I want to help you. It's what you do when you love someone. And then he let me go. Just like that. He said it so casually. As if he hadn't told me he loved me like he really meant it. As if he hadn't dropped that bomb when it wasn't in a heated moment. Just casually, with feeling and meaning, and then he walked away from me. Lucas. It was short notice, but I could do this thing for her. All I had to do was ignore the fact she hadn't asked for my help. It turned out putting on a show at the palace required a little logistical work. First of all, the public would be attending. And that required security, so my first stop was Ethan. He looked like he wanted to blow a gasket, but Penny was there and she talked him down. Just like that, he gave us what we needed. Sebastian had been next. The Rose Garden was perfect. Great acoustics, and it was an easy walk for everyone in the North Tower and the North parking lot. There was just one path, so it was hard to get lost. And we could place guards along the way to keep anyone from wandering too far from where they were supposed to be. Catering sources were a lot easier. I walked in and asked for wine and beer. The chef just looked at me, nodded, and asked if I wanted food too. Didn't even blink. Well, then it turned out being a friend or a brother to the king had its perks. Next was the sound. The acoustics were great, though working with the equipment guys was a bit of a nightmare, so we were trying to get some alternative equipment from the palace staff who handled all the balls. Hopefully, we had everything Layla needed. More like I had everything Brenna needed. So the new prince wants a party? I was helping one of the audiovisual guys set up, and I looked up to find Rune sitting against one of the tall hedges. Well, not exactly a party. More of a concert. You should come. This kid. I was watching her YouTube videos. She's amazing? Rune frowned. You're having a party for a kid? I shook my head. No. Well, yes. But there was a venue problem. Jinx called me, so I pitched in. His frown only deepened. What game are you playing? I shook my head. No game. The kid needed help, so I'm helping her. To impress Brenna? I shook my head. Maybe at first. When I'd heard Brenna needed help, I'd automatically jumped in to say, yes, I could do it. But now, seeing the look of excitement on Lila's face, it was like me getting to look like that again. She was a sweet kid, and I was sure no one had ever done anything like this for her before. I liked helping her. I liked making her feel good. Well, they both needed my help, so I helped. Besides, someone once told me that you can't just tell people how much you love them, you have to show them. So I'm going to show her. Rune shrugged. You realize you won't always get what you want, right? I nodded. Yeah, but that's half the fun. Besides, all I want to see is her smile anyway. Anything else is just a bonus. I took your words to heart. Maybe I can't show you yet, but I get it. I'm making amends the best way I know how, even if it doesn't get me anything in the end. It feels good to see her smile. Rune stared me and gave me a long, hard look before nodding and then turning to go. I watched him walk away, wishing things were back to normal, wishing things were the way they used to be, but knowing that they couldn't be. Maybe one day we'd figure it out, but for now, he wasn't my biggest worry. My biggest worry was Layla. I was letting her have the best concert of her life. I could worry about myself and everything else later, because I wasn't the one that mattered right then. That kid was. I wanted that look of excitement she'd shown earlier. I wanted to see it all over her face because looks like that mattered. Brenna. I swallowed hard as I approached Lucas through the crowd. There was no avoiding him. He's pulled a rabbit out of a hat for me. I needed to thank him for that. He was leaning against the bar looking as cool and delicious as an iced hibiscus ginger drink in the middle of the desert. And damn was I parched. Focus. Say thank you. Then run away before he melts your panties, or you voluntarily give them to him. I tucked my hair behind my ears. Thank you. I don't even know what to say about what you did for Layla. Her family doesn't have much money, you know. It's just her and her mom and her younger brothers, and I'm really grateful. Lucas gave me an easy smile as he pushed himself away from the bar and sauntered over to me. He watched the crowd for a moment before speaking. All you have to do is ask. I frowned. Ask for what? He took another sip of his drink. Ask me for anything you need. And if I can give it to you, I will. You know I don't want to ask. I know. But I'm telling you, if you need it, I'll give it to you. Even if it's the crown jewels. The way he said need had been me thinking about other needs entirely. Ones I hadn't been fulfilling since I'd walked away. Lucas, I don't know what to say. He shook his head. No, it's not about that. My whole life I've been selfish. Part of that was survival because Hay got to live, right? But I've been selfish even when I didn't need to be. When I left, it hurt you. And in all honesty, maybe there was a part of me that was looking to run to protect myself so that you never really saw how bad it could get with me. Yes, bad stuff was coming, and I did need to protect you, but I'm acknowledging that part of it could have easily been because I was terrified. Then you came for me in San Remo, and I couldn't believe my luck. I was scared for you, but I was still scared for myself too. Especially when you asked me if I was coming home. Lucas, we don't need to do this. Not here. Not now. I just wanted to say thank you. I didn't want to rip open the old wounds. I was barely able to keep it together being so close to him without touching him or begging him to touch me. Lucas, you're not selfish, and I think you proved that tonight. You just had to do what you did to survive at the time. I don't want to get into it or rehash things now. I turned and he reached out and took my hand. His touch set off sparks, making me jump back and snatch it from him. I'm sorry. It's okay. I stared down at my hand. Why did it always feel like that with him? We're all scared, Lucas. He nodded. I know. I've been watching Sebastian and Penny and I see that. But they're trying to work it out. I'm just telling you now, every time I've said that I love you, I meant it. From the bottom of my heart. But I'm going to give you room to breathe. If you need me, call me. But I'm not going to turn up on your doorstep anymore. Maybe that's being selfish. When you're ready, just know I'm here. I'll be waiting for you as long as it takes. There's no rush. Then he turned and walked away. Now what the hell was I supposed to do with that? 24. Penny. My feet hurt. The thing was, my feet always hurt. I was not destined for royal life. All I wanted desperately were my tennis shoes. But apparently queens didn't wear tennis shoes. I was going to talk to Sebastian about that because that was one stupid-ass rule. How about what you were doing, breaking all the other rules? Yes, there was that, but I tried. I really did. I wanted to be what he needed in a queen while hanging on to as much of myself as possible. It wasn't always easy. As a matter of fact, my darling husband, the protector of my heart, was about to be royally pissed off at me. He'd finally told me to get answers out of Robert in a sanctioned interrogation. But there hadn't been much time to get any answers from him between the family meeting and the coronation, so I'd been trying to talk to him in transport. Robert, now is the time to tell me everything you know. When we walk into the judgment room, they'll set the dates for your trial. There will be no walking away then. No time for please. So now is the time to talk. I needed to get some information out of him. Sebastian and Lucas were counting on me. Speaking of my husband, he was likely standing in the judgment box at that very moment waiting for me. The judgment box was located just inside the courtroom, and was where the reigning monarch could sit in on the major cases. He attended court from time to time, especially when the crimes involved his citizens. You can stop this. You're the queen. I shook my head. Nope. Only you can stop this. You have the letter from Michael. I've given you everything you've asked for. It's time to tell me something useful, or a jury of your peers will seal your fate. The guards in charge of Robert nodded to me as I passed by. We'd arrived at the front of the courthouse, and they frowned as they bypassed the front entrance and instead headed for the side. Why were we going that way? Robert shook his head. Things weren't supposed to go this far. This was not how my story was supposed to end. I'm a prince. You could have been family, but you made bad choices, Robert. Tell me the truth now. It's the last major decision you'll be able to make for yourself. Do the right thing. The guards pulled him to the side entrance so it wouldn't be a media circus with him walking through the front door. I followed along behind them until we reached the entrance and we slid into the main courthouse. Once the doors were pushed open, I had to walk in front of him because as queen, no one was supposed to walk in front of me. Which was another stupid rule I planned to have a talk with Sebastian about. When I located my husband in the courtroom, his brows snapped down and I could see his jaw muscles work. He was pissed. It was fine. He'd get over it. He could be as pissed as he wanted because it was too late now. Behind me there were 2 guards and then 2 more and then the final 4 holding Robert. I took 2 steps forward to sit in main gallery instead of sitting with my husband. But then I heard groaning and someone shouted, "Damn, stop him. Stop it. Stop it." I whipped around, and it was like one of those movies where everything was in slow-motion pandemonium. I whipped my head back around to make sure Sebastian was covered. His guards were on him like glue, forcing him down and shuffling him out the back. I saw one of the hall guards heading my way. Tom, his name was. Something like that. But I wasn't going down without a fight. I ran. Not away from the fight, but into it. And I could only watch in sheer stark terror as Robert sank to the ground, blood spurting out of his neck and his gut. No. 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 I ignored the guards as they tried to block Robert from the onlookers. One of them took off after whoever had wielded the knife, and I fell onto Robert, my hands desperately trying to stem the bleeding. I applied pressure and glared at him. You do not get to die on me. Not today. Somebody reached for me and put a hand on my shoulder. I grabbed it and twisted, lifting and popping it right off my shoulder. Then I put both hands back on Robert's gut, trying to stop the bleeding. Somebody call an ambulance. We need a doctor. It felt like an eternity. I was shouting orders. I was screaming. I knew it was a futile effort, but I had to try. Robert was the only one who could give us real answers. Someone had stabbed him, and just like that, my hands were covered in blood. And the one person who could help us, who could give us the answers we needed, lay dying in my arms. Sebastian. From the far corner of the room, I watched my wife sleep. Thankfully, she was just sleeping. It could have been much, much worse. She could have been killed or seriously hurt. Anything could have happened to her. With a rustle of the sheets, she rolled over and gave me a soft smile. Sebastian? I shook, unable to speak. You want to talk about it? I shook my head. You want to make love before we talk? I for one would really like that. Damn, I wanted to. But I still couldn't form any words that wouldn't come out with a roar. I was too angry. Too terrified. She pushed the sheets off, sauntering over in her midriff-bearing tank and short shorts. She pressed a quick kiss to my forehead. Okay, I'm going to grab a shower. Maybe you want to join me. She continued on to the bathroom, and I heard the shower turn on. I might have been frozen in my fear, but I still couldn't help but turn to watch her walk away. Even with makeup smudges under eyes and her hair a wild tangle of curls, I wanted her. I'd spent those harrowing moments at the courthouse not knowing if she'd be okay or not. I had almost lost her. Almost been doomed to a life of desolation and loneliness. In the blink of an eye, my queen, my Len, could have been gone. All because she wanted to reclaim part of herself. If I had trusted her, if she'd been open with me, could I have done more to keep her safe? A need to do some serious violence was still coursing through me. I needed to let the tension out before I could talk to her. But I was also furious with her. How could she not tell me that she planned to accompany Robert's transport team to the courthouse? The deal was that she'd talk to him. Convince him to talk. Not something like this. How could she keep putting herself in harm's way? It was like she had a death wish. Or didn't care that I'd be shredded if something happened to her. After all that, she was standing in front of me, asking me to love her before we talked. Crap. I was so screwed up. But I needed her too. There was no way I was turning her down. I prayed I had the control she needed from me. 25. Penny. A week after the incident at the courthouse, I was summoned to Sebastian's office formally. Normally, he'd just send me an eggplant emoji, and wait not so patiently for me to send him dirty pictures back. But things were different now. We'd been talking, working through his fear and my need to see this craziness through to the end. I'd seen the devastation on his face after losing his father. There was no way I could just sit on the sidelines and paint pretty pictures. The warrior inside me had been woken. I had to fight to protect my family. I thought we were starting to bridge the only gap we had in our union. In the last week, we'd felt more like ourselves. Completely honest and far less tense. We'd at least been talking about the elephant in the room in the last week. But a formal summons spelled trouble. When I walked in and saw him sitting behind the massive oak desk in the masculine but minimal office, my heart skipped. I still got a kick out of watching him. To me, he would always be Sebastian, my sexy neighbor who I had to convince to become friends with me and the man I eventually fell in love with. He would just always be that guy who taught me how to make drinks, taught me how to bartend, and taught me to follow my dreams. But now he was also a king. And you hold the key to his heart. Others were there when I arrived. Lucas, my dad, Rune, Marcus, Matthias, and Oscar. Oscar kept flashing me that wicked grin. The guy was such a jokester. You wouldn't think it because he was as tall as a tree, and at first looked stern and formidable. But he was hilarious, always making everyone laugh with whatever outrageous thing he could say. Matthias smiled more genuinely, but I could tell he didn't laugh often. And when it came to getting down to business, he was all business. Next to me, close to the door, sat Marcus. I turned to him. You know what's going on? He shook his head. No. I figured since you're the queen, you would know better than anyone. Queen. That word. It still made me nervous. Didn't these people know that I had no business being queen? No, I wish. Sebastian was tight-lipped about this. I assumed he called us all in here to tell you guys that I was never to leave the palace again. ETSKED. Been sneaking out again, have you? I plead the fifth. He laughed. You do realize that's not allowed here, right? Yeah, whatever, I said, rolling my eyes. Sebastian cleared his throat and everyone quieted immediately. So we've got the preliminary autopsy report on Robert. Weapons were knives. Matthias has been kind enough to list the possible options here. He was stabbed twice. Once in the carotid, the other in the sternum, and then sliced down. I winced. God, what a horrible way to die. It had been a week since the stabbing and murder of Robert. Sometimes I swore I could see it happening in the hallway. Or worse, I could see my hands over his wounds trying to stem the flow of blood. Sebastian continued. The autopsy won't yield much that we don't already know. Except oddly, there was a patch of skin missing on his wrist right there. Sebastian indicated his right wrist. I frowned. That's where Robert's tattoo was. Sebastian lifted his gaze to me. What? I nodded. Check his prison file. He had a tattoo. A dagger of some sort. It had an M on it. I feel like that should mean something. I've seen it somewhere before. I know I have. I keep meaning to go through the history books and see if that symbol has any meaning. I just don't know. Sebastian frowned as he stared down at the file. Yeah, do we know for sure if it was removed during the attack or before he even left lockup? My dad spoke up then. No. I spoke to the medical examiner. She says that the skin was removed quickly. It could have happened at the courthouse, but it could also have happened at the jail. We just don't know. But whoever stabbed him took a hell of a risk. We were all sitting right there. I stared harder. Guys, I swear I've seen that dagger somewhere before. Sebastian frowned. Okay, when you remember, just let me know. I rubbed my temple. God, why couldn't I remember? Because you keep seeing all the blood on your hands. Breathe. I took several deep inhales. And then it occurred to me. I turned to Marcus. Don't you have a dagger tattoo? Marcus's eyes went wide. Excuse me? You know, your tattoo. The royal crest with a dagger. I've seen it. Marcus shook his head. I'm so sorry, Your Majesty. I don't know what you're talking about. I frowned. Why was he lying? It's right there on your chest. The Winston Isles crest with a dagger dead center. Marcus glanced around. Your Majesty, I assure you. I didn't even see him, he moved so quickly. Before I knew it, he had an arm around my neck and was dragging me to a standing position. Sebastian was over the desk in a second. But Rune grabbed him, covered him, and tried to pull him back. They were too evenly matched, and Sebastian evaded his grasp. Turned out Matthias was some kind of ninja because he had my husband covered. He grabbed hold of his arm and had Sebastian gently pressed against the bookshelf while simultaneously putting himself between Sebastian and danger. When I glanced down at his arm, I noticed the blade he'd palmed. Jesus Christ, who moved that fast? You jerk. Let her go. Lucas came for me too. But Oscar stepped in front of him and dragged him back, which left my father, who was already pulling his service weapon out and aiming at Marcus. Son, you don't want to do this. What has Penny ever done to you? He was as calm as I'd ever heard him. Flat, emotionless. Marcus, however, sounded stressed the hell out, his breathing heavy in my ear. God, you people. You've been so clueless and so stupid for years. When you all get together, it's like the Scooby Gang. If you just locked him up and left him alone, this wouldn't have to happen. I struggled against his hold, remembering to tuck my chin so I could keep breathing. He attempted to tighten his hold around my neck as he pulled me back, but there was no way I was going to let that happen. You're such a prick, I muttered. Yeah, I'm sure you think so, my queen. For years my father had worked with me on my close combat training. I was pretty decent. I didn't have any particular special skills. I wasn't a hacker like Ariel. I didn't excel in intelligence work like my brother did. But in close combat I wasn't bad. I didn't have Annabelle because Sebastian had insisted that it wouldn't do for the queen to carry her gun all over the palace. But thankfully I was also a daddy's girl. I listened and knew to always bring a backup weapon. Marcus dragged me back and I continued to struggle. Why are you doing this? To put the rightful heir on the throne. I sent an elbow backward and he oofed. But it wasn't enough. His hold was too strong. My father's gun remained trained on Marcus. Take the shot, Dad. But for the life of me, he hesitated. The hell? Matthias, looking deadly as hell, was poised and watching for his opening. Marcus was backing the hell up and I needed out. Under my belt, I reached for the one thing I hadn't ever thought I would need. The knife that I kept tucked in there. I carefully slid it out and tried to keep him calm. Look, Marcus, whatever it is. Shut up, he spat. That only incited more struggling from Sebastian. You jerks, let me go. She's my wife? Hell no. He'd only get himself killed, so I gave a counter command. You guys keep holding him tight. Marcus, you don't have to do this. Yes, I do. I will see the rightful heir put on the throne. There's no way we'll allow a bastard on a throne of these islands. Lucas scowled. You're supposed to be my friend. What the hell? I swear to God I will hunt you down. You're a spoiled child. And you never take security seriously, so I don't really think you're any threat. I sighed and inhaled deeply. It was now or never. No, maybe not, but I am. I sent the knife back into his thigh. He howled and loosened his grip. I pulled the knife out in seconds and whipped around, palming it like I'd been taught. Then slicing in a wide arc, I jabbed him directly in the neck. He went down and released me, shoving me backward. I landed flat on my ass, but I used the fall break and at least didn't hurt myself. Matthias was on him in seconds. He didn't even look at me as he said, "Nice slice." My father was on me in seconds, checking me over. Marcus flailed and staggered back, his hands flying to where the knife was. Matthias eased him back. I wouldn't touch that blade if I were you. If you move it, you'll bleed out. But that would serve you right after what you just tried. Rune and Oscar finally let go of Lucas and Sebastian. Sebastian came straight to me and Lucas went for Marcus. But Weller already had him, and Oscar went back to holding Lucas off of him. Oscar was making a phone call for more guards to take Marcus to the med bay. We might have lost Robert, but at least we had someone else to try and get answers from now. Sebastian wrapped his arms around me. Jesus, woman. At this rate, with the number of years you've taken off my life, we only have 5 good years left. As if this one was my fault. I'm the one he was dragging out of here, remember? But you couldn't wait until you were, say, a safe 10 feet from him to start prodding him. This is my job. It's part of who I am. He held me tight. I'll never get used to it. Please stop trying to kill yourself in my presence. I knew this conversation was far from over. But I'd let him hold me because I needed it too. Part of me was concerned that maybe he was right. I'd had one too many close shaves lately. I didn't want to give this up, but maybe it was time to sit on the intelligence side of things. The field work was proving to be slightly more dangerous. Maybe it's time to talk about me doing intelligence work. Sebastian held me tight. You better be serious because I will kill you if you aren't. Don't you think that would be a little counterintuitive? Shut it. I'm going to hold my wife now, if you don't mind. Some asshole tried to kill her and then she terrified me. Fair enough. Finally, all the tension eased out of my body, and I let my husband hold me. 26. Brenna. What is it about you and this garden? I whipped around, not expecting anyone in the south garden as I headed to Penny's office. Oh my God, Lucas, you scared me. He smirked. Well, it is a palace. There are bound to be people walking around. I smiled up at him. Yeah, I guess you're right. I was just off to lunch with Penny. I mean the Queen. Lucas shook his head. No, call her Penny. That's what she prefers anyway. I shifted uncomfortably on my feet, desperate to run to him. He didn't look like a newfound prince. Instead, he was dressed in dark wash jeans and a white t-shirt that looked like maybe it was a size too small on his shoulders. Whatever it was, he looked delicious. Too delicious. Would that feeling ever go away? The urgent need to be with him. God, what was I supposed to say to him? Other than I miss you, which I couldn't say. You look good. Oh yeah, that was helpful. I mean, being the crown prince certainly agrees with you. Lucas arched a brow. Same, but then to me you always look this good. I flushed and swallowed thickly. Be strong. Do not cave. I know I said thank you before, but everything you did for Layla a few weeks ago. The label was thrilled too. I'm sure they'll want all debut artists to perform here now. If it's you I'll be working with, I'm sure we can make just about anything happen. I swallowed hard and nodded. But when he took a step toward me, I adamantly stepped back, even though all I wanted to do was lean in and inhale the delicious scent of his skin. Something woodsy and musky, all combined into pure pleasure. I could smell the man all day. But that's not why you're here. You're off to see the Queen, remember? I'm going to go. Brenna, wait. I paused and then turned. Yeah? He inhaled and then exhaled slowly. I watched him and for an instant his shoulders bunched and then relaxed. Will you hang out for a minute? I knew what the right answer was supposed to be. Honestly, I did. Except it was Lucas asking. The same Lucas who'd saved me from my evil roommate and her even worse boyfriend. And the guy from hell. This was Lucas who had taken me apartment shopping, even though he must not really have had time for that. This was Lucas who painted my toenails for the charity ball. Exactly. This is the Lucas you're in love with. I don't know. He shoved his hands in his pockets. Did they give you a promotion at work for coming through in a clutch? I laughed, even as I tucked a lock of hair behind my ear. No. I got a pat on the head. Besides, you were the one who made it work. Thank you for that again. I know I already said thank you probably too much, but it deserves saying. You saved my bacon. He nodded slowly and then he reached out for me. Brenna, I know I agreed to step back, especially when things were extra crazy. It's just now everything feels different. I don't know. If you'd be willing, I'd really like another chance. Me too. Me too. But the helpful brain that I had offered up the vision of me waking up without him. Then it offered a stab of that pain just in case I thought I could get past it. I swallowed. Lucas, I really want to give you one. It's just, I shook my head. My lady part screamed, what are you doing? It's too much? All of it. We're combustible. And everything was just too hard. I think we're going to do damage to each other. Every time I see you, we practically jump each other's bones and then we don't know how to do the other part. The part it takes to build a relationship, you know? He swallowed and nodded. No, I know, and I haven't been great at that. But I remembered there were moments. We could work on that. With my whole world about to change, I don't want to lose the one thing about my former world that was great. My heart squeezed. Lose me? You're never going to lose me. I think we actually make great friends and a great team. I just way overcomplicated everything by trying to make us a couple too. I'm sorry for that. His brows furrowed. You didn't do anything, he sighed. I know it was a lot. The way I left and everything. You don't have to say yes to a million things. Just yes to being open to giving us a shot. I'd really like one. I'd really like one too. I just don't think I can. I don't think I'll ever be able to shake how it felt to wake up without you, you know? He licked his lips and then nodded. I would never hurt you like that again. I know those are just words, but I just need you to know that. I wish I knew that deep down. There's always going to be some lingering doubt. It's not fair to you if that's what I'll always remember because you deserve a fresh start. He cleared his throat and nodded. Yeah, okay. I get it. But if you need anything, I'm here. Anything at all. It's yours. I licked my lips nervously. Thank you. Same goes for you. We'll be spending a lot of time together, I think. And I just want you to be happy, Lucas. Okay. I'll let you go. But the moment you change your mind, the moment you want to let a former con man turn prince into your life, I'll be here. What's between us is too good. It makes sense to me, for the first time ever in my life. From the moment I saw you, you were special to me, and I was a dumbass for letting you go. And even more of a dumbass when I pushed you away. I won't ever do that again. Now I have something to offer you. It was my turn to frown. Lucas, you had everything to offer me then before all of this. It doesn't make you any more appealing now that you're actually a prince. I reached a hand out. My palm, which was shaking, gently pressed his cheekbone. Lucas's eyes drifted closed, and then he leaned into it. I could feel more than hear the rumble in his chest. And my traitorous body hummed right along with him. But then I took a deliberate step backward. "I'll see you around, Lucas." And then I forced myself to walk away. I didn't give myself a moment to fully sob until I was totally out of the garden. I didn't want him to know how much it was killing me to walk away from him. "Brenna. So let me get this straight. You turned down a perfectly good guy who said he loves you, made some mistakes, admitted he was wrong, and came back for you?" When Ariel said it like that, I couldn't help but scrunch my nose. "You make me sound irrational." Jinx threw up her arms as she handed Penny the bowl of popcorn. "Well, she's not entirely wrong, is she?" "At two, Jinx?" Jinx shrugged. "I mean, the woman speaks sense. You know how much I love you. You know how much I believe in you. You know, much like Olivia Pope, I will follow you over a cliff. But there are occasionally times when you're making the wrong choices." "What, like now?" "Yes. Like now," Jinx said. "I mean, I get it. He hurt you, and for that alone, I'm not a fan. But I mean, the guy is trying. And clearly he's in love. Even though you aren't the sole reason he came back. I couldn't take it if he did it again, you know?" Penny nodded. "Okay, look, I get it. All of this is a lot. The guards, the restrictions, the people trying to kill you constantly. I get it. That can be more than a girl is looking to deal with. But the reward is also really great because it's love." I let go of my nose. "But love is fleeting. Shouldn't it be based on, like, people who make really good partners who understand each other?" She rolled her eyes. "Oh my God, how is it I do not have a romantic on my hands? I'm sorry, but that's just how I think. I'm sure at some point my parents loved each other, but then they got all twisted and it became about money and what one can do for the other, and it just twists the whole thing up and gets more and more impractical." Ariel slumped down next to me. "Hey, look, I'm not in disagreement with you there. I believe in the practical. I'm not a romantic either, but you have to admit you and Lucas, it's pretty up there." Well, the sex sure was. But I didn't think anyone else wanted to hear that. I just think it's too scary. That was when Jinx sat across from me, shoving a handful of popcorn into her mouth and talking around it. "Yeah, you know what else is scary and stressful? Being alone. And you've been crappy at it for months." Ouch. Direct hit. She had a point there because it was terrifying. I liked being alone for the most part. I knew what she hadn't come right out and said but was hinting at. But being alone didn't mean I was lonely. Except I was lonely. I did miss him. And you want to be with him. Was I being stubborn just for stubbornness' sake? Was I doing this to myself? Ariel shrugged. "Well, the way I look at it, you have two choices. You can choose to have him, and you guys figure it out together. He's already proven that's what he wants. Or you can choose to be too afraid to do that, and eventually have to choose someone else. The real question is, will all the bad things that come with Lucas outweigh the good ones?" Damn it. That logic was getting to me. It's not fair. I was counting on you to be rational and tell me love was just a bunch of chemicals in my brain. Ariel grinned. "Yeah. That too. But it feels really awesome when you have it. Not that I would know, but I've heard." She cocked her head at Penny and waggled her brows. "This one hasn't been the same since she fell in love. Except she keeps trying to escape the palace, which I don't understand. But that's a different problem for another day." I chuckled. Yeah, it was. But I still had to decide if I wanted Lucas or not. The only answer here is yes. So all I had to do was go get my man. Why was that more terrifying than anything else? 27. Brenna. "Just wait for him in quarters," they said. "It'll be romantic," they said. "He'll be happy to see you," they said. Except I'd been waiting, naked, for Lucas to return to his quarters for nearly an hour and a half. This was probably a bad idea. What if he had someone with him? What if he'd already moved on? What if he thought this was stupid? What if he doesn't want me anymore? Okay, so none of those were really bad, except the last one. Still, I hoped maybe the other ones weren't valid. Jinx had helped me fashion this plan, and I was starting to think that Jinx was totally Team Lucas. She'd gotten Ariel and Penny in on it too. And they'd come up with this plan. Me in Lucas's room in his bed naked. I just prayed to God he came home alone. Is that really a worry? No, not really a worry, but I felt very vulnerable. I wondered why in the world Jinx thought I had to be naked. The door handle turned slowly and I held my breath. There were all sorts of ways that the plan could go wrong. Lucas, like that time in Italy, might actually be packing heat. I loved how I was now in the know of all the terminologies and slang. Also, Lucas might actually have someone with him, and even if it wasn't a girl, it might be someone important, and they were about to see me naked. Or if my hesitation had scared him off or he'd decided I wasn't worth it, I was sitting in his bed naked and vulnerable. Jinx's portion of the plan was the nudity in his bed. It had been the queen herself who'd come up with the other part of the plan, which I had to say royally itched. But oh no, I was going through with it because once you're tattooed, there's no going back. You have to follow through. With the bedroom door barely ajar, I heard a knock on the main door. Lucas's footfall was fast. It sounded like he was jogging to open it. When he did, I could hear everything happening out there. Oh, what are you doing here? The voice on the other side of the door was feminine. Oh, Prince Lucas, I wanted to bring you a file of your options for your personal secretary. Lucas's voice was low. Oh, thank you. I guess I didn't really think about this. The girl spoke again. Yes, it's very important. This will need to be a person you trust, like your right hand. She'll get you everything you need, make all the right scheduling and appointments, coordinate between you, the king and the queen, and anyone else on staff you might need to liaise with. It's a very important appointment. I heard him make a non-committal noise like, can we possibly speed this up? Can I just pick one? Or maybe you just tell me which one is really great. Oh right. Sure. Well, I suppose this is the time to point out that my folder and resume is on the top. As you see, I work weekends and I'm more than eager for the job. I couldn't see her, but I pictured her batting her eyelashes up at my man. She was lucky I was naked on the bed, or I would have been going out there to tear her eyes out. It wasn't rational, but at that point, I couldn't actually help myself. I could just walk out naked again. I'd done it before. I was contemplating doing just that when Lucas said, oh well, in that case, I think you've already shown evidence of being really good at your job. Let me take another look at these and I'll get back to you. The girl cleared her throat. And then there was a click-clack on the wood floor, as if she'd taken her shoes off or walked toward him. I couldn't decipher the sound. Your Highness, there are other ways I can audition for the role. There was a bit of silence. And then Lucas said, oh no. Rose, was it? Yes, Your Highness. Rose? Right. Rose. Sorry, but it's not going to happen. First, I don't crap where I eat. It sets a bad precedent. Second, I'm completely in love with someone else, and I'm not really looking for a substitute. Your Highness, I didn't know. I apologize. But then again, this doesn't exactly have to be about love. Oh, I was going to kill her. I shifted my legs to swing them down and jump off the bed just when Lucas said, oh, so this isn't really about me anyway. You can go now, Rose, and rest assured you won't be the one getting this job. I heard the shuffle of feet, the opening of the door, and then lighter footsteps receding down the hallway. Oh, he turned her down. Well then. I heard the rustle of papers, and then Lucas's footsteps came closer to the bedroom until finally he paused in front of the door and pushed it open. He stopped short when he saw me there. Brenna? What the hell? I winced. I'm sorry. This suddenly seems like a terrible idea. He crossed his arms and lifted a brow. What the hell is going on? Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? A deep flush crawled up my face. No, not if you don't count my embarrassment. I didn't mean to overhear that conversation, I swear. It's just that Jinx said I needed to go big to show you that I screwed up, and I actually wanted to be with you. But then that girl was throwing herself at you, and now I don't know what to do. How did you get in here? Ariel let me in and... Lucas put up a hand. Say no more? That explains it. But why are you naked, Brenna? His gaze raked over me, and I could feel every trace as if he lingered with his hands. I came for you. I was so stupid in the garden. I just panicked. I didn't know what to say or what to do. I couldn't tell you that I can't sleep from thinking about you. And all I want to do is have you hold me. It's not even about needing an orgasm from you so bad. But my body itches. I just want to hold your hand, feel you wrapped around me. And I want to hold you back. And I want to ask you all these questions about who you were as a kid and picture young Lucas causing havoc. I want to know every part of you. I know I was stupid because I was scared. I couldn't seem to get past what happened in New York. And I'm not going to lie and promise that I won't ever revert to that version of me, but it's so much more about who we are or could be. And he interrupted me with another hand up. You still haven't explained why you're naked. Oh right. I was supposed to stand, drop the sheet, and turn around so he'd see the tattoo. But that all suddenly seemed ridiculous. I had this all planned, but now it just seems stupid. Why does it seem stupid? I'm pretty sure you're going to laugh. There's a naked girl in my bed. I'm not going to laugh. Explain, please. Oh man. Come on, do or die time. Don't lose out. Okay, I wasn't losing out. I could do this. If he didn't want me, that was fine. There were plenty of men who would. Except none of them is Lucas. Yeah, but I wasn't going to think about that. I shifted my feet again, tugged the sheet away, and planted my feet in the plush rug under the bed. Then I stood, stalking toward him. I'm here because I want you, Lucas, however I can have you. I want to know everything about you. I want to have a life with you. I want to laugh when you laugh, cry when you cry. I want everything with you. I'm sorry I was so scared. If you still want me, I'm yours. I turned, standing in the light so he could see what I'd done. God, I freaking hope this wasn't stupid. There it was out, and all I could do was hold my breath. And sure enough, there was a crack of laughter. Oh my God, woman, are you serious? I have always wondered where that gardenia ended up. I glanced at him over my shoulder. Somewhere the sun doesn't shine? Lucas wrapped his arms around me even as he chuckled. Is it okay that I was totally jealous of a flower? I nodded slowly as I turned back around in his arms. It's a little weird, but I'm going to let you go with it. Good, I plan to spend a lot of time worshipping that flower. Lucas. She blinked up at me, her lips forming a small O. I carried on without waiting for her to respond. And I know I haven't been easy to deal with. But this time I'm not going to blow my shot. I hope you knew what you were doing coming here, because I'm keeping you in bed for a long while. Brenna brought her hand up to cradle my cheek in her palm. I know what I want. I knew when I walked out naked during your date back in New York. I'm not going anywhere. She leaned forward and kissed me. Heat flared in my gut the moment her velvet lips pressed to mine. I needed her, needed this contact. Taking over the kiss, I angled her head so I could slide my tongue in deeper, tasting her more fully. She made a happy purring sound and my blood hummed. 28. Brenna. The sunlight warmed me face and I rolled over to avoid it, dragging the pillow over my head. How dare it wake me from my Lucas dream? It was one of the best yet. We'd made love, then slept and woken to make love again. Then we'd talked and laughed and made love again. A perfect. I woke with a start, the sunlight nearly blinding me. Not a dream. It had been real. But was he still here? Fear lacing through me, I patted the bed, too afraid to look. Empty. Son. Of. A bitch. I was going to kill him. He'd left me. Again. After all of that. After the promises and the pain and the fighting and the hate screwing and a shadow on the balcony stopped the runaway train of my thoughts. I dragged the sheet around me and padded out to the balcony, the cold stone making me stand on tiptoe. You're here? He frowned. You're up? You're not supposed to be up. Then my words sunk in and his shoulders slumped. Damn. I'm sorry. This will take getting used to. It's just I woke up and you weren't. He stalked over and took my hands. Brenna, stop. I deserve your wariness. I haven't earned your full trust yet. But I swear to God I will. I will do everything in my power to make you feel as secure as possible. If I could take back that morning, I would. I need to earn your forgiveness. So just know that I'm working on that every day. I blinked away the tears. When had I become an emotional wreck? The moment you fell in love, silly. I'm sorry. You have nothing to make up for. We're in this together. We've both made mistakes. If you say so. But if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and spoil you rotten with so much extra attention you beg for me to leave you alone so you can put on clothes just once. I couldn't help but laugh. Why is it I need to be naked? His brow lifted. I didn't mention the sexual slavery thing. Sorry. But it's too late now. You came to me, so I'm going to go ahead and chain you to me now. Now where did I put those handcuffs? He glanced around. I swear they were here somewhere. As I giggled, I peered around his shoulder. What's all this? A massive breakfast spread sat out on the table. He sighed. I was trying to surprise you with a little breakfast. His lips tipped into a lopsided, sheepish grin. I never got to spoil you that first time. I had plans. So many plans. So, I'm making up for it now. I clutched the sheet to me one-handed and looped my free hand around his neck. Plans, huh? What kind of plans? So far they look like the most delicious kind of plans. I see scones. Is that clotted cream? I swear you can chain me up and do the freakiest thing you have ever dreamed of if I can have fresh scones with clotted cream. He chuckled low as his lips fluttered over mine, then along to my jaw and down my throat. I know the way to your orgasm. And I warn you, I can think of a lot of freaky stuff. I giggled when he nipped the hollow between my neck and shoulder. Bring it on, Your Highness. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. I've got a butt plug around here somewhere too. I pulled back and blinked several times. His chuckle was low. Don't worry. I'll make it feel good. Just think about the scones. I did love scones. I swallowed hard. You know what? I'll do anything for scones. Lucas's crack of laughter made my head spin. It was good to see him so happy. Tell you what, why don't we start with how I was going to wake you this morning? Then you'll eat. And then we can talk handcuffs and all the other fun things. I lifted a brow. Just how were you planning on waking me? Let me show you, princess. I snorted a laugh. I'm no princess. Not yet, but you will be. My stupid heart fluttered. Like a sappy girl who dreamt of Prince Charming. But Lucas was so much better than any Prince Charming. He was real dirtier too. He lifted me easily and carried me over to the ledge of the stone balcony. Then he parted the sheet around my legs. Open up, Lady Brenna, I plan on eating first. My grin broke free. Oh well, of course, Your Highness. You just sit there and enjoy. He lapped at me with a firm stroke of his tongue and my eyes rolled back in my head. Jesus Lord, the man was oh so skilled with his tongue. Well, if you insist. Sebastian. Come in. There had been far too much excitement over the last week or so. First Robert, then Marcus. It was all a mess. So far we'd managed to keep most of the details out of the press, except for Lucas's coronation and obviously the murder of Robert. The media outlets kept pestering our press office for statements. As his murder took place in the courthouse, as was the purview of the police force and not under royal jurisdiction. Either way, no way we would have commented on an official investigation. So publicly, all we could do was offer condolences to his family and utter some crap about how we were cooperating with the police. And while horrified at the turn of events, we were looking forward to putting this part of our history behind us. But we all knew the truth. There was a larger conspiracy at play. Weller strolled in. Oscar and I are headed back to New York this morning. I nodded. Thank you for everything. Especially for what you did with Lucas. I know he can be a pain in the ass, but I appreciate you stepping up and looking out for him. Of course. If you need us again, please call us. Will do. Hiring Blake's security was probably one of the best things my father ever did. There is one more thing. I lifted a brow. Yeah? We've done it. We found your sister. But considering she's changed her name and her identity, that girl obviously didn't want to be found. I'll leave that information with you so you can do with it whatever you want. I stared at him. You found her? He nodded. Yeah. It wasn't easy. Seems like her old man moved a lot after her mother died. He changed her name 3 times when she was in school. Legally, mind you. No false IDs, but he was definitely making it more difficult to follow them. Oh my God. Do you have her folder? He pulled out a flash drive and placed it on the table. That's it. Everything you'll need to know. As always, call us if you need anything. I stood and shook his hand, then stared down at the flash drive. If she'd spent her whole life hiding, there was no easy way to approach this. Which meant I was going to have to make a decision that I'm sure my father had considered not that long ago. I was going to have to send her a guard. One she wouldn't see coming. Brenna? Well, look who's been rescued from the prince's bed. Jinx snickered as I rolled my eyes. Laugh all you want. It's a real thing. I had to create a diversion, find my clothes. It was very taxing. She grinned. You look so happy. This makes my day. My whole life even. And most of all, I'm looking forward to spending a little time with my bestie. I know things have gotten crazy. I didn't realize that I'd get swept up in all the royal shenanigans so completely. She nodded and handed me a bowl of popcorn and the largest glass of wine I'd ever seen. I said, popcorn and wine? She shrugged. In honor of our scandal marathon. I grinned. Oh, it's been a while since we did that. But aren't we all caught up? It doesn't mean we can't start from the beginning and marvel in the brilliance of the show again. Good call. I took my wine gratefully and took a sip. So tell me what's going on with work. And what happened to that guy you were sort of seeing? Aiden? Jinx shrugged. Aiden has gone AWOL. It's bizarre. I see him, he's very friendly, always wants to grab a coffee after class, but when it's time to actually rack up and make a date, I find myself just standing there waiting on him, you know. I'd be standing there with my coffee like, okay, well, this was fun. We should do it again. And there he is, not taking the hint. It's irritating, honestly. So I don't really know what to do there. Seriously? Aren't you the same girl who just rolled up to Tom Shankston and said, you need to tell me, do you like me or not? If you don't, fine. I'll find someone else. Yes, that was me. But you know what? It would be nice to be chased for once. You know, to have someone run after me and tell me how awesome I am. Because, oh, what a hardship. I had to agree with her. To have someone who was completely into me was actually kind of amazing. It was a high I didn't think I'd recover from. Yeah, that was a wonder. After last night, Jesus, I just wasn't that stretchy. I was going to have to talk to Lucas and figure something out, because if he kept that up, I wouldn't be able to get out of the bed. Maybe that's his nefarious plan. I chuckled to myself and took up my usual spot on the couch. Come on, Jinx, let's get this party started. I didn't know how long it would be before Lucas realized that I wasn't coming back to the palace that night. I told him that I'd be hanging out with Jinx, but I just hadn't told him that I'd be sleeping at my own place too. And given our long separation, I didn't think he'd take well to that. So I gave myself maybe 2 hours before he came looking for me. Not that he would make me leave with him, but he'd make that face. The one that was sexy and just a little pouty. And there I would be, dropping my panties. I'd officially become that girl I used to tease him about, but that smile, those eyes, and those abs. For once, I actually had a guy who wanted to be with me. Not the idea of me or the me they wanted to mold. Me, just me. And that was awesome. Jinx came around the kitchen partition with a fresh bottle of wine and another bowl of popcorn under the other arm. I have been waiting for this. There was a knock at the door and I groaned. My God, I thought I had longer than this. She frowned. What do you mean? I'll bet you $5 that's Lucas. I told him I was coming. He said, have fun, but he probably just caught on that I wasn't planning on coming back to the palace tonight. Jinx rolled her eyes. My God, way to make a girl jealous. I'll get it. She handed me the wine and popcorn and jogged to the door. When she swung it open, the door banged, which startled me, and I whipped around. It wasn't Lucas on the other side, but a man who looked vaguely familiar. Where did I know him from? He was almost as tall as Lucas, with dark hair and messed up teeth, and he had Jinx by the throat. 2 for the price of 1. Even better. I put up my hands. Let her go. You can have whatever you want. What this is about, sweetheart, is your boyfriend. He thought he was slick leaving New York, thinking he could trick me. I know what he did. And I'm here to get what's mine. He owes me. I don't know what you're talking about. Please just leave. We have nothing to do with any of that. He grinned then. Oh no. I've been sitting on this house for a week. I've seen the royal guard coming in and out here, and I know they guard the monarchy. And I have seen Lucas. So it looks like I'm in the exact right place. Jinx struggled against his hold, but he only tightened it. Oh my God, let her go. He shoved Jinx so hard she landed with a thud on the kitchen floor, knocking her elbow. She winced as he grasped her again. Look, if you want Lucas, go get him. Leave us out of it. What, you think I can just roll in the palace and get a prince? Even I am not that good. We don't have what you want. And those two, they've been fighting it out. She's not his girlfriend. I shook my head at Jinx. I knew she was trying to help, but it was certainly not helping. This guy was clearly a psychopath. And something told me she wasn't getting through to him anyway. I'm the one you want. You don't want her. For me, Lucas would do anything. She stared at me, then back at the intruder. Why limit yourself? Like you said, you've got two for the price of one. Jinx, stop. When he'd shoved her and she fell in the kitchen, she'd pulled a cutlery tray down with her and I could see that she'd palmed a small paring knife. I shook my head at her. She was not made for combat. And technically, neither was I. I'd had rudimentary self-defense training, but honestly I wasn't like Penny or Ariel. I couldn't kick butt. Neither could Jinx. No. The guy frowned. Neither one of you is going anywhere. But what you're going to do, he indicated me, is you're going to call your boyfriend and tell him to come running because Tony has got his girl. I shook my head. I'm not doing it, so you might as well kill me now. He reached down for Jinx and grabbed her by the hair. She squealed, kicking and screaming. No, I'll kill her. My eyes went wide and I put up my hands. Okay. I'll call him. Jinx winced when he released her and she clambered to her feet. You're an asshole. Fair enough, he scowled. You're not the first one to tell me that. He turned his attention back to me. Make the call. 29. Lucas. This is hardly how I wanted to spend the evening. Sebastian and I were going over the books for the charity, making sure we'd found all the missing spots in Tressel's accounting. You know I'd rather do something else right now, right? Sebastian chuckled. Yeah, me too, but this has to happen. If we want to put an end to Tressel once and for all, we need to settle the accounts for all of it. Blake Securities' forensic accountant is working on it as well, but I want you and me to have a full understanding. I don't want things to get this far out of hand again, trusting the wrong people. I trust you. What the hell was that in my chest? That tightening, the warmth? It's called love. I nodded. Yeah, good point. My phone rang and a quick glance had me smiling. I picked it up. Sweetheart? I ignored Sebastian mimicking me from his desk. I thought you were with Jinx. Are you back in the palace? Because if she was back at the palace, then I was ditching Sebastian. I'd spent enough time away from Brenna, so if she wanted to hang, we were going to hang. When Brenna spoke, her voice was shaking. Lucas, you have to come. He's here and he says he's going to hurt Jinx and... Brenna? What are you talking about? Who's there? The moment the words were out of my mouth, the pit dropped out of my stomach. Oh hell, he'd found her. Sebastian stood immediately, pulled out his phone and began talking to someone. Brenna, is it Tony? Yes. He said if you don't come. I'm on my way. Stay calm. I'm coming for you. No, don't. It's a trap. He wants to... It seemed the phone had been yanked out of Brenna's hand. My boy. Like your little girlfriend said, I will kill her. Hell. Tony, you bastard. You lay a hand on her and I will kill you. Kid, you've been threatening to kill me since you were 16. Did she forget to mention that I have her little friend too? Pretty blonde, short hair, nice rack. Oh God, he had them both. You have an hour. I want my money, kid. As a matter of fact, I want that royal money. I know who you are and I want what you've owed to me all these years. 5 million. Wired account. Or your girlfriend and her pretty roommate die. 1 hour. I see cops, I kill them. You screw with me, I kill them. Hurry up, kid. Clock's ticking. Then he hung up. I stared at Sebastian. He wants 5 million or Jinx and Brenna. I couldn't even finish the thought. My stomach churned, my head spun, and I couldn't get enough air. I had to get to her. The muscle in Sebastian's jaw ticked. Stay calm. I already have the royal guards on the way to the house. Police as well. Was he insane? No. He said no cops. These men are very good. He won't see them. Sebastian, that is my... You're what? It's the woman I love. If something happens to her, I won't. Nothing is going to happen to her. This time you're going to have to trust me. In the meantime, I'll have the banker start working on funds. I'll call Willie. You're going to pay him? He'll just come back for more. He'll threaten everything. This is what I was afraid of. And this is what I've been preparing for. Together we'll fight this. Stay here. I'll go talk to Ethan and see if we can mobilize rapid response too. They aren't under purview of the Royal Guard, but we can call in a favor. Basically, they're like SWAT. We'll get them out unhurt. I promise you." He took off running and left me in his office, as if I was going to sit there and let someone else go deal with it. Oh no. Brenna was in danger, and that meant I was going to her. It didn't matter what it cost me. Lucas. My heart pumped erratically as I swerved and skidded on the streets of Pacifica. The roads were familiar now. I'd driven there dozens of times, coming to see Brenna, picking her up and taking her back to the palace. I just had to get to her, and quickly. When I reached her apartment, I didn't even bother with finessing into a parking spot. I just went ahead and parked in the fire lane. It was a parking violation, but I had royal plates. I could park wherever I wanted, and I figured this constituted a freaking emergency. I took the stairs 2 at a time. As I reached her unit, I started banging on the door. Inside, I could hear Tony shouting, "You need to back away from the door. Back away or I will start shooting." I panted as panic started to take over, the adrenaline overflowing, overtaking rational thought. "Look, you're here for me. The money is coming. It's being wired as we speak. And with me as a hostage, you're guaranteed a way out of here. If anything happens to her or Jinx, you've got a one-way ticket to the dungeons." Inside, I could hear Jinx say, "See, I told you there were dungeons." And then I heard a thud of some sort. Oh God. Hey, don't get nasty. You want me, it only works if they're unharmed. I said a million prayers to every deity I could think of, that I wasn't even sure I believed in. All I cared about was Brenna being okay. Safe. Unhurt. I'd always known my past would come back to haunt me. I just hadn't thought it would be like this. I'd done everything in my power to avoid her paying the cost, but maybe it hadn't been enough. Come on, what do you say? I'm the one you want anyway. What better bargaining chip is there than an actual prince? Lucas, don't you dare. Brenna's voice was muffled by the door, but I knew that there was no way she wanted me sacrificing myself to save them. Yeah, I know. But better use safe than anything else. Tony yanked the door open, gun raised and pointed. He did a quick sweep of the hallway and made sure that no one else was with me. You came alone? You said I had an hour. I'm buying you time by giving you me as a bargaining chip. With me as your hostage, they'll have to comply. They are obligated to. No BS, no nonsense. I'm the prince. They'll have to give you what you want. Inside, I could see Brenna. She was shaking her head, tugging furiously at the ropes on her wrist. I shook my head at her. Brenna, relax. I know what I'm doing. Stop it, doofus, he's just going to kill you. Yeah, well, if you're safe, that's all that matters. Okay, that was meant to calm her down, but it had the exact opposite effect because she just stomped harder. She and Jinx. Except Jinx had what was it? Was it a knife? She inclined her head at me, and I could see that she was almost free. Okay, so no matter what I did, she'd get Brenna out of there. You want to be free, take me. Walk away. Leave this place. You can go wherever you want and wait for your money. I swear to God, Lucas, if you do this. I ignored her and shook my head. I kept my gaze on my stepfather. What do you say? Offer expires in 30 seconds. He glanced at me and glanced back to the girls. And then with his gun pointed at me, he stepped out and closed the door behind him. Okay. Let's go. I could no longer see Brenna, but they should be safe. Jinx would be free in seconds and they would get to safety. I just hoped that my brother was able to get his people to her. Tony and I were ending this once and for all. And it wouldn't be at Brenna's expense. He led me down the stairs and around the back of the building. The pit fell out of my stomach when I saw the dingy Oldsmobile. I knew what he'd want. You know the drill, kid. Get in. You really think this is necessary? The trunk of the car was always his favorite way to transport me from job to job, so no one would ever see us together. No, but this stuff is fun for me. He handed me a black bag. Now put this on. 30 minutes and a mild panic attack later, the car stopped. I could hear the trunk of the car opening. There was a familiar sound too. The ocean. We were on an island, so that wasn't a surprise. The surprise was how close it sounded. Through the bag I could smell the salt water. Tony yanked on my arm. Come on, asshole. Gotta stash your sorry ass so no one knows where to find you. I ripped the bag off my head. Damn you. He laughed as he shoved me toward the caves near Jack's beach. That was the reason I'd heard the water. We were on the cave cliffs above the beach. Just one problem. The beach in this area was mostly secluded thanks to warning signs and barricades on the road warning about unstable rocks in the caves so no one would happen by us. Rumors were that the caves had been pirate hangouts back in the day. Get your stuff together. Figure a way out. Brenna will be safe by now. You know, kid, you always were an idiot. With them, I would have settled for the money. Now that I have you, I want the money in your head. You can have whatever you want. I put up my hands. As long as she's safe. He rolled his eyes. God, it's like I never taught you anything. Never ever fall in love with the mark. And that's what you don't get. Brenna was never a mark. I gave him my dangerous smirk, then delivered a jab to his nose before struggling with him, the two of us eventually tumbling from the cliff and landing in the water. 30. Lucas. We thrashed in the water, but something was pulling us back down. Was I blacking out? Even as the fatigue set in, my muscles started to loosen. I held on tight. If I could just keep locked on his wrist, I could make it work. I could not let him escape. He must not. Tony still fought in my arms though. Thrashing. All I had to do was hold on tight. My life for her life, I could do that. But I wasn't being dragged down. I was being dragged back up. Finally, cool air hit my face and I blinked up. Oi, mate. Rune? Did I dare let go? Did I dare relax? Maybe I was dreaming. I tried to lock my hands and my legs again. I couldn't let go. I couldn't fail her. If I could do one thing right, I could do this. But then someone was tapping me on the arm and my gaze shifted. I saw Ethan pointing a gun straight at me and Tony. Oh, I wasn't asleep. This was real. They were real. Sebastian. He'd come through. Jesus Christ. I unlocked my hands and my legs, and the fatigue hit me like a tsunami. Rune shook his head at me. Mate, why is it you are always actively trying to get yourself killed? Honestly. I'm just curious. How many times have I saved your ass now? I didn't know we're keeping track. Up you go. You two were going to drown fighting with each other. I want to get this asshole into jail, Ethan said. Rune and I grinned at each other. He reached out a hand and I clasped it as he pulled me to my feet. I swayed a little as I tried to get the earth back under me. Are you all right? Rune asked. Yeah, I'm fine. I guess I didn't exactly think I was going to make it. Yeah, about that, please try not to kill yourself. I can't keep coming back for you, man. Sooner or later, you're going to have to learn how to save your own ass. Shut it. Tomorrow you'll get to screw with me. Until then, I need to see Brenna. Rune nodded. Come on. Of course she insisted on coming. The two of you deserve each other, I swear. Yeah, we do. And then I considered for a moment. Hey, do you mind keeping that? He finished my sentence for me. That you were willing to kill yourself just now to keep him away from her for good? Your secret is safe with me. Thank you. I followed Rune out of the cave, and when I came up on the shore, Brenna tore free of the guard that had been crowding her and she ran straight into my arms. Then she wrapped her body against mine, spider monkey style. I held on tight. Man, you're a sight for sore eyes. And then she hit me on the arm several times. If you ever do that to me again, I will kill you myself. What? What did I do? You offered yourself in my place. That was so stupid. What would I have done if I'd lost you? As if that was ever going to happen. You're not invincible, you know? I shrugged and then just squeezed her tighter. Maybe not. But having you makes me stronger. I wasn't going to let him interfere with us in any way. I'm just grateful you're safe. I am. I know that you never wanted to be a hero, but I'm glad you were my hero this time. God, I loved her. I leaned over and slid my lips over hers. I hear you. I kissed her again. Woman, I love how you think. Lucas. You seem like you're enjoying this a lot. I smirked at my brother as we climbed out of the car in front of Dominic Tressel's office. Oh, like you're not? He shrugged. I'm the picture of decorum and restraint. I glanced back at the follow car stuffed with 4 royal guards. You call them restraint? They look like bruisers. My brother grinned at me. Yep. I could have brought Ariel and Penny. Trestle would have nothing left if I'd brought those two. As beautiful as she is, my wife is surprisingly uncompromising. The visit hadn't been announced, so as soon as we approached the door, everyone from guards to reception fell all over themselves to bow or curtsy and get the hell out of Sebastian's way. One executive assistant tried hard to both please her king and protect her boss. Brave little thing. Oh, your majesty, your highness. I'm afraid Lord Trestle isn't available at the Mo. My brother was having none of it though. What's your name? He asked as he interrupted her midstream. She cleared her throat. Sarah, your majesty. Sarah, does Trestle pay you well or treat you with respect? Her mouth hung open as if she hadn't thought this through before. Well, not particularly. Then why stand up for him? He sounded genuinely curious. It's my job, sir. Sebastian nodded before reaching a hand inside his jacket pocket and pulling out a card. When you are looking for a new job, please use this. I could use that kind of dedication to work. We left her in our wake and she stared after us. Trestle was at his shredder when we walked in. He nearly jumped a mile when he saw who had barged in. Why, you can't be here. You have no right to be here. Actually, Lord Trestle, I do. Sebastian took a seat and motioned for me to do the same before turning his attention back to Trestle. You can stop with the shredding. We had the evidence we needed of your crimes long before we marched in here. There's nothing you can shred that we haven't already seen. And that includes your mistress' files. Trestle paled. How do you know about that? I'm the sovereign of the Winston Isles. There's not much I don't know. Now have a seat so we can have a civilized conversation. Trestle dropped his papers he'd been attempting to shred. Fine, your majesty, but I will not have this conversation in front of him. The old man spat the word him as if I were a rodent. It was okay, he wasn't that far off. I just wanted this business done. I'll wait outside. Sebastian slanted me a glance that pretty much said, you sit the hell down. Fair enough. I stayed put, despite my inclination to fight against being told what to do. Then my brother turned his sharp gaze back on Trestle. So here's how this is going to go. You are going to hand over all files you didn't keep online. Everything in your safe, everything you have. Then I am going to have my forensic accountant work with you to trace and recover every single dime you stole from the trust. Trestle swallowed hard as Sebastian continued. But before all of that, you're going to make a public apology to the new head of the artistic trust. I sat up straighter. Say what now? I wasn't aware Sebastian had named someone new. Granted, we'd had our hands a little full between dear old stepdad and the slice of betrayal by Marcus, so we hadn't had much time to talk. Also, I'd been pretty much keeping Brenna tied to the bed, so there was that. Trestle sputtered. What the hell? I haven't resigned. Seb's smile was evil. You don't need to. I've assigned someone. And then he turned to look at me. How do you want your apology, Lucas? I can make him kneel and kiss your ring if you'd like. That's a bit Joffrey for me, but hey, he tried to jerk you around, so it's your call. A second ticked by, then another, and I blinked at my brother. Me. He'd assigned me? Was he insane? We'd have a whole conversation about this later. He was clearly out of it. But for the moment I rolled with it. You know what? I don't even want the apology. I want him to give it to his daughter. Trestle's eyes went wide. What do I have to apologize for? All I've ever done is what's best for her. I gripped the arms of the seat to keep from launching myself over the desk and beating his ass. Is that what you call stealing from her? Making her destitute and effectively stranding her in a strange city? She could have had her money back at any time. All she had to do was give up a part of herself. I finished for him. I'm glad she's stronger than you ever will be. You won't ever be in a position to hurt her again. Trestle narrowed his gaze. Was it you? Were you the one who put the money in her account? I was. But I didn't want credit for it. It doesn't matter. What matters is you calling her and apologizing right now. Trestle's gaze flitted to my brother. And if I don't? Sebastian shrugged. Well, given that my baby brother is quite fond of your daughter and wants to put a ring on it. I nodded my agreement. Yep, the king and I have been practicing our single ladies dance. Gonna put that stuff up on YouTube. Seb's lips twitched. Like I was saying, because Brenna is your daughter, I will show leniency. So instead of rotting in prison, I'm going to exile you. You have no right. Trestle bellowed. I sit on the Regent's Council. Sat. Sebastian sat back in his chair. We had a vote last night to remove you. Outside those doors are 2 emissaries who will collect your voting ring and deliver your papers. It's been a while since someone has been removed forcibly, so Ethan had to look up the law, but we found it. Sebastian grinned at me. And you have your nemesis to thank for the leniency. Because I'm pretty sure Lady Brenna would want you in jail and have zero qualms about it. You cannot remove me. I have friends on the council. Do you mean Renard, Thomas and Everly? Yes, well, as soon as they saw the evidence, they were happy enough to vote you off the council. As a matter of fact, they voted for imprisonment. When it was all said and done, I didn't even need to use my additional voting seats. I grinned at Tressel. The man who had tried to ruin me. Looks like you're out of allies. Now you can call your daughter or you can go to jail. Seems like the crow you're about to eat should be more palatable than jail, but hey, no judgment if that's what you prefer. Seb snort laughed, then muttered. You're such a jerk. I tried to school the grin playing on my lips. I see what you did there. Punny. My brother couldn't contain his laugh after that. We both watched in silence as Tressel picked up his phone. Epilogue. Lucas. I finally had a family. A family of liars and cheats, but I wouldn't trade them for the world. Penny, I love you like the sister I've never had, but you are bloody mafia. Penny rolled her eyes. This said from the former grifter. I'm just a clumsy royal guard. Who in their right mind would believe I'm mafia? I cracked my neck. The way the game worked was I'd have to find somebody else to second my mafia conviction. If I could swing someone over to my side, my beloved sister-in-law would be out. My options were slim. It was me against the queen. Her father and mother were playing, so they'd side with her. I had Brenna, but they had become besties. Ariel would always choose Penny. That's just how they rolled. My choices were Michael, Penny's brother, Jinx, Rune, and Sebastian. But Penny had Sebastian by the balls even if he wanted to side with me. There I said it, the king was whipped. The way he massaged his thigh and he shifted uncomfortably, I knew he would side with her. She was using sex to get what she wanted. I lifted a brow at my brother, who shrugged and said, Sorry bro, she's my wife and she can literally torture me any way she sees fit. Penny smiled sweetly at her husband. That's right, sweetheart. Besides, I'd never lied to you. Sebastian barked out a laugh. I'm not so sure about that. Those two were hopeless. Honestly, they probably should just excuse themselves to run off and bone. I'd already caught them twice in compromising I needed to wash my eyes out positions around the palace. So what if Brenna and I had been caught once in the gardens? I was the prince, it was my prerogative. He was the king, he should bloody well know better. Rune mate, you with me? Rune shifted his glance back and forth between the two of us. Penny gave him the sweetest grin. That idiot was waffling. I dunno. She is a pretty bad liar. And you got us all in the last round. Why are you bringing up old stuff? Okay, so yes, I decimated the royal house in the last round of Mafia. But honestly, who was going to hold grudges? Brenna? Baby. Are you really going to side with Penny? The love of my life laughed. I was the first one you killed off in the last round. I stifled my chuckle. But that was strategy, darling. You can always call me on my crap. I had to take you out. I'll make it up to you later, but right now I'm siding with Penny. She winked at me, and I wanted to follow her right over to the enemy camp. Traitor. In the end, my ally came from the most unlikely place. I second Lucas's mafia vote, the Dowager Queen said with a laugh. Penny's mouth hung open. But Mum. She used the British phrasing to avoid confusion between the Dowager Queen and her own mother. Queen Alexa smiled. You know how much I love you, darling, but your nose crinkles every time you fib. It's been that way since you were little. Sebastian snorted. Now you tell me. Penny's mouth hung open. But? I held up my hand. Oh no, you don't. No talking your way out of this one. You've had a vote and a second. Show your card. Penny harumphed and turned over her Queen of Diamonds card marked clearly with an M. Fine, you win, she sulked. I jumped up with my arms pumping in triumph. Ha! Told you? She is mafia. Rune clutched his heart as if the idea that he could have been fooled by Penny truly wounded him. Most everyone else groaned. Queen Alexa laughed when I picked her up and swung her around. Brenna wrapped her arms around me. Congratulations, Your Highness. I'm so sorry I sided with the enemy. Then she lowered her voice so only I could hear. Is this the part where you punish me for my treachery? I seem to recall something about handcuffs some time ago and other toys. Right, that's us done. Good night, family. Sebastian groaned. But you can't leave now. We're just getting started. Sorry, big brother. My future princess is ready for bed. So I gotta go. From the corner, Rune gagged. I flipped him off. To my surprise, Queen Alexa snort laughed. I kissed Brenna soundly on the lips, then surveyed my family. It wasn't the family I'd always dreamed about. It was better. Infinitely better. I dreamed too small. They surpassed my wildest dreams. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. And for once I could say that with confidence. I didn't have to be afraid to love them. They weren't going to be ripped out of my grasp. Not now. Not ever. I squeezed Brenna tighter and murmured, I seem to remember a promise about the freakiest thing I could ever think of. I hope you're ready because I've been mulling it over. She gave me a wink and slight smile that nearly felled me. Bring it on. Is this the time I mention that I've already gotten a hold of your toys and I know how to use them? Damn, I love this woman. Yes, this is the perfect time to mention that. Epilogue 2. Rune. Do you see what I see? From the corner of the bar, I shoved my glasses up the bridge of my nose. They were just for show, strictly part of the disguise. Right then they were in my way. I tapped my earcom. Yeah, I see what you see. Well, are you going to do something about it, or do I need to get up and do it? As it turned out, Ariel was a ball buster. Though there wasn't anyone else I'd rather watch my back, except maybe Penny. Yeah, I got this. Jessa McClane was currently trying to break up a fight in a bar, all 5'4" of her. Basically, a recipe for disaster. Her company, Evans PR, worked crisis management. Their current roster included mostly corporate clients and a few A-list actors and musicians. Jessa was on the corporate side though, which was a relief, because faking an entertainment resume was next to impossible. But at the moment, 2 of her clients were wasted and about to get in a fight. Come on, Romeo, do your thing, or this is going to get ugly. I sighed. I wasn't too thrilled about the role I was about to play. I was supposed to go in as client, the last thing on earth I wanted. Evans Public Relations was my soon-to-be PR firm for a business I hadn't even owned until Ariel got her hands on me. And the company was supposedly in the matchmaking business. Ariel and I were playing a brother and sister team, so it was perfect, except Jessa McClane was well fit. The kind of gorgeous you see in magazines. We'd been watching her for nearly 2 weeks to find our best angle of approach, and I could see why the 2 wankers were about to get in a fight over her. Dark hair, white hazel eyes, slender, but man was she stacked. Part of me couldn't even believe she was Sebastian's sister, but Ariel and I had done our due diligence. This was the little sister to my best mate. So I really couldn't be thinking about how stacked she was. Get it together. I downed the rest of my beer and pushed away from the table in the back corner. Stealthily, I sauntered over. Piss off, mate. I was here first, the dark-haired guy said. What are you? Mad? Clearly she was enjoying talking to me. She can make her own decisions. The shorter blonde guy shoved the taller, darker bloke in the shoulder. The darker bloke shoved right back, but the blonde guy, despite being smaller, apparently knew how to handle himself. He evaded the shove and came back with a punch. All the while, Jessa was standing in the middle. Oh my God, the 2 of you will be placed on probation if you cannot get your act. I wasn't sure which one shoved her, but she went flying. I hadn't moved that fast in a long time, but a spark of adrenaline fired in my veins. I was going to murder those idiots. I could hear Ariel cursing in my earpiece. The short blonde guy, to his credit, did try and reach for Jessa, but the dark-haired guy was too far gone. He was paying zero attention. What I wanted to do was stop and remove their hands so they could never put them on her again. But I had my directive. I dove for her, managing to catch her and drag her to my body just before she hit the ground. Startled, she whipped her head around, hair cascading behind her. Oh my God. Are you all right? Behind us, I could hear the chaos. In my earpiece, Ariel was giving me the blow-by-blow. Punches flying, remove the target. Jessa's eyes were wide, pinned to some spot behind me. I didn't really have time for this stuff. Are you okay? She nodded absently and tried to scurry around me, heading right back for the fight. Are you mad? Those 2 numbnuts are throwing blows, and the rest of this place is about to go off like a powder keg and you're running back into the fight. She glared at me like I was crazy, her hazel eyes flashing fire at me. Those two assholes have managed not to have any negative publicity for 6 months. Considering they hate each other, do you understand how much work I put into that? First, her accent surprised me. It was American. Second, she wasn't intimidated by me in the least. I was 6'3", I was well aware that I looked intimidating. But it seemed Jessa McClain didn't give two craps and thought she could handle it all herself. I forced myself to strip the aggression out of my voice. Remember the cover, you idiot. Rune Scott wouldn't go caveman. The pseudonym would take getting used to. But Rune Ainsley was too traceable. A quick internet search and she'd find out I'd played rugby at Eton and that I knew the king. Ariel was good, but it was risky trying to fully erase me from the internet. I understand, but you can't go back into that fight. I wrapped an arm around her waist and gently pulled her back when she tried to run around me. Are you insane? I have to stop this, or those idiots are going to undo my 6 months of hard work. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Added to the list of things I couldn't tell her, your brother, the king of the Winston Isles and also my best mate, would like me to keep you safe. Jessa struggled in my arms, and I did the only thing I could think of in that moment. I leaned down, picked her up fireman style, and headed for the door just as a few other assholes in the bar started to weigh in on the fight. Jessa, as it turned out, was a fighter, though an ineffectual one because her fists were tiny. However, that didn't stop her from whacking me on the back several times as I carried her through the crowd, out the door and into the parking area. When I gently set her down back on her feet, she laid into me. What in the world? Are you insane? Are you some kind of psycho? I have a job to do. Does your job involve getting hurt because two assholes are too drunk to talk their crap out like normal people? My job involves babysitting and making sure they don't act like assholes. Then I'm sorry to say you are very bad at your job, and I'm seriously reconsidering. She whipped on me then. I will have you know I am excellent at my job. I am the best publicist at Evans Public Relations. I can turn the bitterest of rivals into best friends for both of their benefits. You just interrupted before I could stop those two idiots. I couldn't help it, my lips twitched. She was spunky. And to be fair, I couldn't be blamed because her tits were legitimately bouncing right in front of me. I fought to keep my gaze on her eyes. I admire your determination, but I honestly don't think I can hire a publicist who doesn't know when she's beaten. She blinked up at me. What the hell do you mean, hire? I sighed and reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out my card. I'm Rune Scott. My sister and I own Only You dating service. Rick Evans invited me to the event tonight to come and watch you work. I have to tell you, so far I'm not impressed. Instead of being cowed or even acting concerned, she just planted a hand on her hip and let her gaze flip all over me. Then her chin went up. Only you, huh? Funny, I thought you'd be more handsome. Now if you don't mind, I have a job to do. Then I had no choice but to watch as the girl I was supposed to be protecting walked into the middle of the fight, as I stood there completely dumbfounded. After a moment, Ariel joined me in the parking lot. Smooth. Real smooth. All said and done, I think you made one hell of an impression. I slid her a glance and muttered, shut up. Then I pulled my phone out of my pocket and made a call. When Sebastian answered with a terse hello, I said, contact made. We're going dark. I hung up to find Ariel smirking at me. I see that look on your face. Ariel said. There's no look. That's my determined face. I scoffed. She laughed. Oh yeah? That also looks a lot like your I'm thinking about boning her look. Let me just remind you, this girl has lived in the shadows most of her life. Her father has changed her name 3 times and has gone so far as to give her a little plastic surgery. She's hard to get to and difficult to get to know, so you are not scaring her off. Do you understand? You better keep that in check because that is not why you're here. You're here to protect her. Yeah, but who is going to protect her from me? Continue listening with royalties.